intact. He said I didn't have to, that Mrs. Jones would do it. But that's something else I need to get used to, having domestic help. I run my fingers absent-mindedly over the leather upholstery to distract my wandering thoughts. I feel out of sorts. Is it the jet lag? The arson? Would you let me drive this? I ask, surprised that I say the words out loud. Of course, Christian replies, smiling. What's mine is yours. If you dent it, though, I will take you into the red room of paint. He glances swiftly at me with a malicious grin. Shit, I gape at him. Is this a joke? You're kidding. You'd punish me for denting your car? You love your car more than you love me? I tease. It's close, he says, and reaches across to squeeze my knee. But she doesn't keep me warm at night. I'm sure it could be arranged. You could sleep in her. No. Christian laughs. We haven't been home one day and you're kicking me out already? He seems delighted. I gaze at him and he gives me a face-splitting grin. And although I want to be mad at him, it's impossible when he's in this kind of mood. Now that I think about it, he's been in a better frame of mind ever since he left his study this morning. And it dawns on me, being petulant, because we have to go back to reality. And I don't know if he's going to revert to the more closed, pre-honeymoon Christian, or if I'll get to keep the new, improved version. Why are you so pleased? I ask. He flashes yet another grin at me. Because this conversation is so normal. Normal? I snort. Not after 3 weeks of marriage, surely. His smile slips. I'm kidding, Christian, I mutter quickly, not wanting to kill his mood. It strikes me how unsure he is of himself sometimes. I suspect that he's always been like this, but has just hidden his uncertainty beneath an intimidating exterior. He's very easy to tease, probably because he's not used to it. It's a revelation, and I marvel again that we still have so much to learn about each other. Don't worry, I'll stick to the sob, I mutter, and turn to stare out the window, trying to shake off my bad mood. Hey, what's wrong? Nothing. You're so frustrating sometimes, Anna. Tell me. I turn and smirk at him. Back at you, Gray. He frowns. I'm trying, he says softly. I know. Me too. I smile and my mood brightens a little. Herrick looks ridiculous in his chef's hat and licensed to grill apron as he stands at the barbecue. Every time I look at him, it makes me smile. In fact, considerably. We are all sitting around the table on the terrace of the family home, enjoying the late summer sun. Grace and Mia are setting various salads out on the table, while Elliot and Christian trade friendly insults and discuss plans for the new house. And Ethan and Kate grill me about our honeymoon. Christian keeps holding my hand, his fingers toying with my wedding and engagement rings. So, if you can get the plans finalized with Gia, window September through mid-November, and can get the whole crew on it, Elliot says as he stretches and drops an arm around Kate's shoulder, making her smile. Gia is due to come over and discuss the plans tomorrow evening, replies Christian. I hope we can finalize everything then. He turns and looks expectantly at me. Oh, this is news? Sure. I smile at him, mostly for the benefit of his family, but my spirits take a nosedive again. Why does he make these decisions without telling me? Or is it the thought of Gia, all lush hips, full breasts, expensive designer clothes, and perfume, smiling too provocatively at my husband? My subconscious glares at me. He's given you no reason to be jealous. Shit, I am up and down today. What's wrong with me? Anna, Kate exclaims, snapping me out of my reverie. You still in the south of France? Yes. I reply with a smile. You look so well, she says, though she frowns as she says it. You both do. Grace beams while Elliot refills our glasses. To the happy couple. Carrick grins and raises his glass, and everyone around the table echoes the sentiment. And congratulations to Ethan for getting into the psych program at Seattle, chips in Mia proudly. She gives him an adoring smile, and Ethan smirks at her. I wonder if I made any headway with him. It's difficult to tell. I listen to the banter around the table. Christian is running through our extensive itinerary over the last 3 weeks, embellishing here and there. He sounds relaxed and in control, the worry of the arsonist forgotten. I, on the other hand, don't seem to be able to shake my mood. I pick at my food. Christian said I was fat yesterday. He was joking. My subconscious glares at me again. Elliot accidentally knocks his glass onto the terrace, startling everyone, and there's a sudden flurry of activity to get it cleaned up. I am going to take you to the boathouse and finally spank you in there if you don't snap out of this mood, Christian whispers to me. I gasp with shock, turn, and gape at him. What? Is he teasing me? You wouldn't dare, I growl at him. And from deep inside, I feel a familiar, welcome excitement. He cocks an eyebrow at me. Of course he would. I glance quickly at Kate across the table. She's of interest. I turn back to Christian, narrowing my eyes at him. You'd have to catch me first, and I'm wearing flats. I hiss. I'd have fun trying, he whispers with a licentious, and I think he's joking. I blush. Confusingly, I feel better. As we finish our dessert of strawberries and cream, the heavens open. We all leap up to clear the plates and glasses from the table, depositing them in the kitchen. Good thing the weather held off till we finished, Grace says, pleased, as we drift into the back room. Christian sits down at the shiny black upright piano, presses the quiet pedal, and starts to play a familiar tune that I can't immediately place. Grace asks me for my impressions of Saint Paul de Vence. She and Carrick had gone years ago during their honeymoon, and it occurs to me that this is a good omen, seeing how happy they are together now. Kate and Elliot are cuddling on one of the large, overstuffed couches, while Ethan, Mia, and Carrick are deep in a conversation about psychology, I think. Suddenly, as one, all the Greys stop talking and gape at Christian. What? Christian is singing softly to himself at the piano. Silence descends on us all as we strain to hear his soft, musical voice and the lyrics of Wherever You Will Go. I've heard him sing before, haven't they? He stops, suddenly conscious of the deathly hush that's fallen over the room. Kate glances questioningly at me, and I shrug. Christian turns on the stool and frowns, embarrassed to realize he's become the center of attention. Go on, Grace urges softly. I've never heard you sing, Christian, ever. She stares at him in wonder. He sits on the piano stool, looking absently at her, and, after a bit, he shrugs. His eyes flicker nervously to me, then over to the French windows. The rest of the room suddenly erupts in self-conscious chatter, and I'm left watching my dear husband. Grace distracts me, grasping my hands, then suddenly folding me in her arms. Oh, darling girl, thank you. Thank you, she whispers, so only I can hear. It brings a lump to my throat. I hug her back, not really sure why I am being thanked. Grace smiles, her eyes shining, and kisses my cheek. What have I done? I'm going to make some tea, she says, her voice hoarse with unshed tears. I amble over to Christian, who is now standing, staring out through the French windows. Hi, I murmur. Hi. He puts his arm around my waist, pulling me to him, and I slip my hand to the back pocket of his jeans. We gaze out at the rain. Feeling better? I nod. Good. You certainly know how to silence a room. I do it all the time, he says, and he grins at me. At work, yes, but not here. True, not here. No one's ever heard you sing? Ever? It appears not, he says dryly. Shall we go? I gaze up at him, trying to gauge his mood. His eyes are soft and warm and slightly bemused. I decide to change the subject. You going to spank me? I whisper, and suddenly there are butterflies in my stomach. Perhaps this is what I need. This is what I have been missing. He gazes down at me, his eyes darkening. I don't want to hurt you, but I'm more than happy to play. I glance nervously around the large room, but we are out of earshot. Only if you misbehave, Mrs. Gray. He bends and murmurs in my ear. How can he put so much sensual promise into 6 words? I'll see what I can do. I grin. Once we've said our goodbyes, we walk over to the car. Here. Christian throws me the keys to the R8. Don't bend it, he adds in all seriousness, or I will be fucking pissed. My mouth goes dry. He's letting me drive his car? My inner goddess whips on her leather driving gloves and flat shoes. Oh yes, she cries. Are you sure? I mouth, stunned. Yes, before I change my mind. I don't think I have ever grinned so hard. He rolls his eyes and opens the driver's door so that I can climb in. I start the engine before he's even reached the passenger side, and he jumps in quickly. Eager, Mrs. Gray? He asks with a wry smile. Very. Slowly, I ease the car backward and turn it in the driveway. I manage not to stall it, surprising myself. Boy, is the clutch sensitive. Carefully navigating the driveway, I glance in my rearview mirror and see Sawyer and Ryan climb into the Audi SUV. I had no idea our security had followed us here. I pause before I set out onto the main road. You're sure about this? Yes, Christian says tightly, telling me he's not sure about this at all. Oh, my poor 50. I want to laugh at both him and myself because I'm nervous and excited. A small part of me wants to lose Sawyer and Ryan just for the kicks. I check for traffic, then inch the R8 out onto the road. Christian curls up with tension and I can't resist. The road is clear. I put my foot down on the gas and we shoot forward. Whoa, Anna! Christian shouts. Slow down! You'll kill us both. I immediately ease off the gas. Wow, can this car move? I mutter, trying to sound contrite and failing miserably. Christian smirks at me, to hide his relief, I think. Well, that counts as misbehaving, he says casually, and I slow right down. I glance in the rearview mirror. No sign of the Audi, just a solitary dark car with tinted windows behind us. I imagine Sawyer and Ryan flustered, frantic to catch up, and for some reason, this gives me a thrill. But not wanting to give my dear husband a coronary, I decide to behave and drive steadily, with growing confidence toward the 520 bridge. Suddenly, Christian swears and struggles to pull his BlackBerry from the pocket of his jeans. What? He snaps angrily at whoever it is on the other end of the line. No, he says and glances behind us. Yes, she is. I briefly check the rear view. Odd, just a few cars behind us. The V is about 4 cars back, and we're all cruising at an even pace. I see. Christian sighs long and hard and rubs his forehead with his fingers. Tension radiates off him. Something's wrong. Yes. I don't know. He glances at me and lowers the phone from his ear. We're fine. Keep going, he says calmly, smiling at me, but the smile doesn't touch his eyes. Shit. Adrenaline spikes through my system. He picks up the phone again. Okay on the 520, as soon as we hit it. Yes, I will. He slots the phone into the speaker cradle, putting it on hands-free. What's wrong, Christian? Just look where you're going, baby, he says softly. I'm heading for the on-ramp of the 520 in the direction of Seattle. When I glance at Christian, he's staring straight ahead. I don't want you to panic, he says calmly, but as soon as we're on the 520 proper, I want you to step on the gas. We're being followed. Followed? Holy shit! My heart lurches into my mouth, pounding. My scalp prickles and my throat constricts with panic. Followed by whom? My eyes dart to the rearview mirror and, sure enough, the dark car I saw earlier is still behind us. Fuck, is that it? I squint through the tinted windshield to see who's driving, but I see nothing. Keep your eyes on the road, baby, Christian says gently, not in the truculent tone he normally uses where my driving is concerned. Get a grip. I mentally slap myself to subdue the dread that's threatening to swamp me. Suppose whoever's following us is armed and after Christian. Shit. I'm hit by a wave of nausea. How do you know we're being followed? My voice is a breathy, squeaky whisper. The Dodge behind us has false license plates. How does he know that? I signal as we approach the 520 from the on-ramp. It's late afternoon, and although the rain stopped, the roadway is wet. Fortunately, the traffic is reasonably light. Ray's voice echoes in my head from one of his many self-defense lectures. It's the panic that's gonna kill you or get you seriously hurt, Annie. I take a deep breath, trying to bring my breathing under control. Whoever is following us is after Christian. As I take another steadying breath, my mind begins to clear and my stomach settles. I have to keep Christian safe. I wanted to drive this car, and I wanted to drive it fast. Well, here's my chance. I grip the steering wheel and take a final glance in my rearview mirror. The Dodge is closing on us. I slow right down, ignoring Christian's sudden panicked glance at me, and tie my entrance onto the 520 so that the Dodge has to slow and stop to wait for a gap in the traffic. I drop a gear and floor it. The R8 shoots forward, slamming us both into the backs of our seats. The speedometer whips up to 75 miles per hour. Steady, baby, Christian says calmly, though I'm sure he's anything but calm. I weave between the two lanes of traffic, like a black piece in a game of checkers, jumping the cars and trucks. We're so close to the lake on this bridge, it's as if we're driving on the water. I studiously ignore the angry, disapproving looks from other drivers. Christian clutches his hands together in his lap, keeping as still as possible. And in spite of my fevered thoughts, I wonder vaguely if he doesn't distract me. Good girl, he breathes in encouragement. He glances behind him. I can't see the Dodge. We're right behind the unsub, Mr. Gray. Sawyer's voice comes through the hands-free. He's trying to catch up with you, sir. We're going to try and come alongside, put ourselves between your car and the Dodge. Unsub? What does that mean? Good. Mrs. Gray is doing well. At this rate, provided the traffic remains light, and from what I can see it is, we'll be off the bridge in a few minutes. Sir. We flash past the bridge control tower, and I know we're halfway across Lake Washington. When I check my speed, I'm still doing 75. You're doing really well, Anna, Christian murmurs again as he gazes out the back of the R8. For a fleeting moment, his tone reminds me of our first encounter in his playroom, when he patiently encouraged me through our first scene. The thought is distracting, and I dismiss it immediately. Where am I headed? I ask, moderately calmer. I have the feel of the car. It's a joy to drive, so quiet and easy to handle. It's hard to believe how fast we are going. Driving at this speed in this car is easy. Mrs. Gray, head for I-5 and then south. We want to see if the Dodge follows you all the way. Sawyer says over the hands-free. The traffic lights on the bridge are green, thank heavens, and I race onward. I glance nervously at Christian and he smiles reassuringly. Then his face falls. Shit, he swears softly. There is a line of traffic ahead as we come off the bridge, and I have to slow down, glancing anxiously in the mirror once more. I think I spot the Dodge. 10 or so cars back? Yeah, I see it, Christian says, peering through the narrow rear window. I wonder who the fuck it is. Me too. Do we know if it's a man driving? I blurt out toward the cradled BlackBerry. No, Mrs. Gray. Could be a man or a woman. The tint is too dark. A woman? Christian says. I shrug. You're Mrs. Robinson? I suggest, not taking my eyes off the road. Christian stiffens and lifts the BlackBerry out of its cradle. She's not my Mrs. Robinson, he growls. I haven't spoken to her since my birthday, and Elena wouldn't do this. It's not her style. Layla? She's in Connecticut with her parents, I told you. Are you sure? He pauses. No, but if she'd absconded, I'm sure her folks would have let Flynn know. Let's discuss this when we're home. Concentrate on what you're doing. But it might just be some random car. I'm not taking any risks. Not where you're concerned. He snaps. He replaces the BlackBerry in its cradle so we're back in contact with our security team. Oh, shit. I don't want to rattle Christian right now. Later, maybe. I hold my tongue. Fortunately, the traffic is thinning a little. I am able to speed over the Mount Lake intersection toward the I-5, weaving through the cars again. What if we get stopped by the cops? I ask. That would be a good thing. Not for my license. Don't worry about that, he says. Unexpectedly, I hear humor in his voice. I put my foot down again and hit 75. Boy, this car can move. I love it. She's so easy. I touch 85. I don't think I've ever driven this fast. I was lucky if my Beetle ever hit 50 miles an hour. He's cleared the traffic and picked up speed. Sawyer's disembodied voice is calm and informative. He's doing 90. Shit. Faster. I press down on the gas and the car purrs to 95 miles per hour as we approach the I-5 intersection. Keep it up, Anna, Christian murmurs. I slow momentarily as we glide onto I-5. The interstate is fairly quiet, and I'm able to cross straight over to the fast lane in a split second. As I put my foot down, the glorious R8 zooms forward, and we tear down the left lane, lesser mortals pulling over to let us pass. If I wasn't so frightened, I might really enjoy this. He's hit 100 miles per hour, sir. Stay with him, Luke, Christian barks at Sawyer. Luke? A truck lurches into the fast lane. Shit! And I have to slam on the brakes. Fucking idiot! Christian curses the driver as we lurch forward in our seats. I am grateful for our seatbelts. Go around him, baby, Christian says through clenched teeth. I check my mirrors and cut right across 3 lanes. We speed past the slower vehicles and then back to the fast lane. Nice move, Mrs. Gray, Christian murmurs appreciatively. Where are the cops when you need them? I don't want a ticket, Christian, I mutter, concentrating on the highway ahead. Have you had a speeding ticket driving this? No, he says, but glancing quickly at him, I can see his smirk. Have you been stopped? Yes. Oh. Charm. It all comes down to charm. Now concentrate. Where's the Dodge, Sawyer? He's just hit 110, sir, Sawyer says. Holy fuck. My heart leaps once more into my mouth. Can I drive any faster? I push my foot down once more and streak past the traffic. Flash the headlights, Christian orders when a Ford Mustang won't move. But that would make me an asshole. So be an asshole, he snaps. Jeez, okay. Where are the headlights? The indicator. Pull it toward you. I do it, and the Mustang moves aside, though not before the driver waves his finger at me in a none too complimentary manner. I zoom past him. He's the asshole, Christian says under his breath, then barks at me. Get off on Stewart. Yes, sir. We're taking the Stewart Street exit, Christian says to Sawyer. Head straight to Escala, sir. I slow, check my mirrors, signal, then move with surprising ease across 4 lanes of the highway and down the off-ramp. Merging onto Stewart Street, we head south. The street is quiet, with few vehicles. Where is everyone? We've been damned lucky with traffic, but that means the Dodge has too. Don't slow down, Anna. Get us home. I can't remember the way, I mutter, panicked by the fact that the Dodge is still on our tail. Keep going until I tell you when. Christian sounds anxious again. I zoom past 3 blocks, but the lights change to yellow on Yale Avenue. Run them, Anna! Christian shouts. I jump so hard I floor the gas pedal, throwing us both back in our seats, speeding through the now red light. He's taking Stewart, Sawyer says. Stay with him, Luke. Luke? That's his name. A quick glance, and I can see Christian glaring at me as if I'm crazy. Eyes on the road, he snaps. I ignore his tone. Luke Sawyer. Yes, he sounds exasperated. Ah, how did I not know this? The man has been following me to work for the last 6 weeks, and I didn't even know his first name. That's me, ma'am, Sawyer says, startling me, though he's speaking in the calm, monotone voice he always uses. The unsub is heading down Stewart, sir. He's really picking up speed. Go, Anna. Less of the fucking chit-chat, Christian growls. We're stopped at the first light on Stewart, Sawyer informs us. Anna, quick! In here! Christian shouts, pointing to a parking lot on the south side of Boren Avenue. I turn, the tires screeching in protest as I swerve into the crowded lot. Drive around, quick! Christian orders. I drive as fast as I can to the back, out of sight of the street. In there, Christian points to a space. Shit, he wants me to park it. Crap! Just fucking do it, he says. So I do. Perfectly. Probably the only time I have ever parked perfectly. We're hidden in the parking lot between Stewart and Boren, Christian says into the BlackBerry. Okay, sir. Sawyer sounds irritated. Stay where you are. We'll follow the unsub. Christian turns to me, his eyes searching my face. You okay? Sure, I whisper. Christian smirks. Whoever's driving that Dodge can't hear us, you know. And I laugh. We're passing Stewart and Boren now, sir. I see the lot. He's gone straight past you, sir. Both of us sag simultaneously with relief. Well done, Mrs. Gray. Good driving. Christian gently strokes my face with his fingertips, and I jump at the contact, inhaling deeply. I had no idea I was holding my breath. Does this mean you'll stop complaining about my driving? I ask. He laughs, a loud, cathartic laugh. I wouldn't go so far as to say that. Thank you for letting me drive your car, under such exciting circumstances, too. I tried desperately to keep my voice light. Maybe I should drive now. To be honest, I don't think I can climb out right now to let you sit here. My legs feel like jello. Suddenly, I'm shuddering and shaking. It's the adrenaline, baby, he says. You did amazingly well, as usual. You blow me away, Anna. You never let me down. He touches my cheek tenderly with the back of his hand, his face full of love, fear, regret, so many emotions at once, and his words are my undoing. Overwhelmed, a strangled sob escapes from my constricted throat, and I start to cry. No, baby, no. Please don't cry. He reaches over and, despite the limited space we have, pulls me over the handbrake console to cradle me in his lap. Smoothing my hair off my face, he kisses my eyes, then my cheeks, and I curl my arms around him and sob quietly into his neck. He buries his nose in my hair and wraps me in his arms, holding me tight, and we sit, neither of us saying anything, just holding each other. Sawyer's voice startles us. The unsub has slowed outside Escala. He's casing the joint. Follow him, Christian snaps. I wipe my nose on the back of my hand and take a deep, steadying breath. Use my shirt. Christian kisses my temple. Sorry, I mutter, embarrassed by my crying. What for? Don't be. I wipe my nose again. He tips my chin up and plants a gentle kiss on my lips. Your lips are so soft when you cry, my beautiful, brave girl, he whispers. Kiss me again. Christian stills, one hand on my back, the other on my behind. Kiss me. I breathe, and I watch his lips part as he inhales sharply. Leaning across me, he takes a blackberry out of its cradle and tosses it onto the driver's seat beside my sandaled feet. Then his mouth is on me as he moves his right hand into my hair, holding me in place, and lifts his left to cradle my face. His tongue invades my mouth, and I welcome it. Adrenaline turns to lust and streaks through my body. I clasp his face, running my fingers over his sideburns, relishing the taste of him. He groans at my fevered response, low and deep in his throat, and my belly tightens swift and hard with carnal desire. His hand moves down my body, brushing my breast, my waist, and down to my backside. I shift fractionally. Ah, he says, and breaks away from me, breathless. What? I mutter against his lips. Anna, we're in a car lot in Seattle. So? Well, right now I want to fuck you and you're shifting around on me. It's uncomfortable. My craving spirals out of control at his words, tightening all my muscles below my waist once more. Fuck me then. I kiss the corner of his mouth. I want him. Now. That car chase was too exciting, terrifying, and the fear has jump-started my libido. He leans back to gaze at me, his eyes dark and hooded. Here? His voice is husky. My mouth goes dry. How can he turn me on with one word? Yes, I want you. Now. He tilts his head to one side and stares at me for a few moments. Mrs. Gray, how very brazen, he whispers, after what feels like an eternity. His hand tightens around my hair at my nape, holding me firmly in place, and his mouth is on mine again, more forcefully this time. His other hand skims down my body, down over my behind, and lower still to my mid-thigh. My fingers curl into his overlong hair. I'm so glad you're wearing a skirt, he murmurs as he slips his hand beneath my blue and white patterned skirt to caress my thigh. I squirm once more on his lap, and the air hisses between his teeth. Keep still, he growls. He cups my sex with his hand, and I still immediately. His thumb brushes over my clitoris, and my breath catches in my throat as pleasure jolts like electricity, deep, deep, deep inside me. Still, he whispers. He kisses me once more as his thumb circles gently around me through the sheer fine lace of my designer underwear. Slowly, he eases two fingers past my panties and inside me. I groan and flex my hips toward his hand. Please, I whisper. Oh, you're so ready, he says, sliding his fingers in and out, torturously slowly. You car chases turn you on? You turn me on. He smiles a wolfish grin and withdraws his fingers suddenly, leaving me wanting. He scoops his arm under my knees and, taking me by surprise, he lifts me down to face the windshield. Place your legs on either side of mine, he orders, putting his legs together in the middle of the footwell. I do as I'm told, placing my feet on the floor on either side of his. He runs his hands down my thighs, then back, pulling up my skirt. Hands on my knees, baby. Lean forward. Lift that glorious ass in the air. Mind your head. Shit. We are really going to do this in a public parking lot. I quickly scan the area in front of us and see no one, but feel a thrill coursing through me. I'm in a public lot. This is so hot. Christian shifts beneath me, and I hear the telltale sound of his zipper. Putting one arm around my waist and with his other hand tugging my lacy panties sideways, he impales me in one swift move. Ah! I cry out, grinding down on him, and his breath hisses through his teeth. His arm snakes around me up to my neck, and he grasps me under my chin. His hand spreads across my neck, pulling me back and tilting my head to one side so he can kiss my throat. His other hand grips my hip, and together we start to move. I push up with my feet, and he tilts himself into me, in and out. The sensation is... I groan loudly. It's so deep this way. My left hand curls around the handbrake, my right hand braced against the door. His teeth graze my earlobe and he tugs. It's almost painful. He bucks again and again into me. I rise and fall, and as we establish a rhythm, he moves his hand around beneath my skirt to the apex of my thighs, and his fingers gently tease my clitoris through the sheer finery of my panties. Ah! Be quick. He breathes into my ear through gritted teeth, his hand still curled around my neck beneath my chin. We need to do this quick, Anna. And he increases the pressure of his fingers against my sex. Ah! I feel the familiar build of pleasure, bunching deep and thick inside me. Come on, baby, he rasps at my ear. I want to hear you. I moan again, and I am all sensation, my eyes tightly closed, his voice at my ear, his breath on my neck, pleasure radiating out from where his fingers tease my body and where he slams deep inside me, and I am lost. My body takes control, craving release. Yes, Christian hisses in my ear, and I open my eyes briefly, staring wildly at the cloth roof of the R8, and I scrunch them closed again as I come around him. Oh, Anna, he murmurs in wonder, and he wraps his arms around me and rams into me one last time and stills as he climaxes deep inside. He runs his nose along my jaw and softly kisses my throat, my cheek, my temple, as I lie on him, my head lolling against his neck. Tension relieved, Mrs. Gray. Christian closes his teeth around my earlobe again and tugs. My body is drained, totally exhausted, and I mule. I feel his smile against me. Certainly helped with mine, he adds, shifting me off him. Lost your voice? Yes, I murmur. Well, aren't you the wanton creature? I had no idea you were such an exhibitionist. I sit up immediately, alarmed. He tenses. No one's watching, are they? I glance anxiously around the car lot. Do you think I'd let anyone watch my wife come? He strokes his hand down my back reassuringly, but the tone of his voice sends shivers down my spine. I turn to gaze at him and grin impishly. Car sex! I exclaim. He grins and tucks a strand of hair behind my ear. Let's head back. I'll drive. He opens the door to let me climb off his lap and out into the parking lot. When I glance down, he's quickly doing up his fly. He follows me out and then holds the door open for me to climb back in. Strolling quickly around to the driver's side, he climbs in beside me, retrieves the BlackBerry, and makes a call. Where's Sawyer? He snaps. And the Dodge? How come Sawyer's not with you? He listens intently to Ryan, I assume. Her? He gasps. Stick with her. Christian hangs up and gazes at me. Her? The driver of the car? Who could that be? Elena? Layla? The driver of the Dodge is female? So it would appear, he says quietly. His mouth presses into a thin, angry line. "Let's get you home," he mutters. He starts up the R8 with a roar and reverses smoothly out of the space. "Where's the, unsub? What does that mean, by the way? Sounds very BDSM. Christian smiles briefly as he eases the car out of the lot and back onto Stewart Street. "It stands for unknown subject. Ryan is ex-FBI. Ex-FBI? Don't ask." Christian shakes his head. It's obvious he's deep in contemplation. "Well, where is this female unsub?" "On the I-5, heading south." He glances at me, his eyes grim. Whoa, from passionate to calm to anxious in the space of a few moments. I reach over and caress his thigh, running my fingers leisurely up the inside seam of his jeans, hoping to improve his mood. He takes his hand off the steering wheel and stops the slow ascent of my hand. "No," he says. "We've made it this far. You don't want me to have an accident 3 blocks from home." He raises my hand to his lips and plants a cool kiss on my index finger to take the sting out of his rebuke. Cool, calm, authoritative. My 50s. And for the first time in a while, he makes me feel like a wayward child. I withdraw my hand and sit quietly for a moment. Female? Apparently so. He sighs, turns into the underground garage at Escala, and punches the access code into the security pad. The gate swings open and he drives on, smoothly parking the R8 in its designated space. "I really like this car," I murmur. "Me too. And I like how you handled it, and how you managed not to break it." "You can buy me one for my birthday." I smirk at him. Christian's mouth drops open as I climb out of the car. "A white one, I think," I add, leaning down and grinning at him. He smiles. "Anastasia Gray, you never cease to amaze me." I shut the door and walk to the end of the car to wait for him. Gracefully, he climbs out, watching me with that look that calls to something deep inside me. I know this look well. Once he's in front of me, he leans down and whispers, "You like the car? I like the car. I've fucked you in it. Perhaps I should fuck you on it." I gasp, and a sleek silver BMW pulls into the garage. Christian glances at it anxiously, then with annoyance, and gives me a sly smile. "But it looks like we have company. Come." He grabs my hand and heads for the garage elevator. He pushes the call button, and as we wait, the driver of the BMW joins us. He's young, casually dressed, with long, layered, dark hair. He looks like he works in the media. "Hi," he says, smiling warmly at us. Christian puts his arm around me and nods politely. "I've just moved in. Apartment 16. "Hello." I return his smile. He has kind, soft brown eyes. The elevator arrives and we all walk in. Christian glances down at me, his expression unreadable. "You're Christian Gray," the young man says. Christian gives him a tight smile. "No, Logan." He holds out his hand. Reluctantly, Christian takes it. "Which floor?" Noah asks. "I have to input a code." "Oh, penthouse." "Oh." Noah smiles broadly. "Of course." He presses the button for the 8th floor and the doors close. "Mrs. Gray, I presume?" "Yes." I give him a polite smile and we shake hands. Noah flushes a little as he gazes at me a fraction too long. I mirror his flush and Christian's arm tightens around me. "When did you move in?" I ask. "Last weekend. I love the place." There's an awkward pause before the elevator stops at Noah's floor. "Great to meet you both," he says, sounding relieved, and steps out. The doors close silently behind him. Christian taps in the entry code, and the elevator ascends again. "You seemed nice," I murmur. "I've never met any of the neighbors before." Christian scowls. "I prefer it that way." "That's because you're a hermit." I thought he was pleasant enough. Hermit? "Hermit, stuck in your ivory tower," I state matter-of-factly. Christian's lips twitch with amusement. Our ivory tower. And I think you have another name to add to the list of your admirers, Mrs. Gray. I roll my eyes. Christian, you think everyone is an admirer. Did you just roll your eyes at me? My pulse quickens. I sure did, I whisper, my breath catching in my throat. He cocks his head to one side, wearing his smoldering, arrogant, amused expression. What shall we do about that? Something rough. He blinks to hide his surprise. Rough? Please? You want more? I nod slowly. The doors to the elevator open and we're home. How rough? He breathes, his eyes darkening. I gaze at him, saying nothing. He closes his eyes for a moment and then grabs my hand and hauls me into the foyer. When we burst through the double doors, Sawyer is standing in the hallway, looking expectantly at the two of us. Sawyer, I'd like to be debriefed in an hour, Christian says. Yes, sir. Turning, Sawyer heads back into Taylor's office. We have an hour. Christian glances down at me. Rough. I nod. Well, Mrs. Gray, you're in luck. I'm taking requests today. Chapter 6. Do you have anything in mind? Christian murmurs, pinning me with his bold gaze. I shrug, suddenly breathless and agitated. I don't know if it's the chase, the adrenaline, my earlier bad mood. I don't understand, but I want this, and I want it badly. A puzzled expression flits across Christian's face. Kinky fuckery? He asks, his words a soft caress. I nod, feeling my face flame. Why am I embarrassed by this? I have done all manner of kinky fuckery with this man. He's my husband, damn it. Am I embarrassed because I want this and I'm ashamed to admit it? My subconscious glares at me. Stop overthinking. Carte blanche. He whispers the question, eyeing me speculatively, as if he's trying to read my mind. Carte blanche. Holy fuck. What will that entail? Yes, I murmur nervously, as excitement blooms deep inside me. He smiles a slow, sexy smile. Come, he says, and tugs me toward the stairs. His intention is clear. Playroom! At the top of the stairs, he releases my hand and unlocks the playroom door. The key is on the Yes, Seattle keychain that I gave him not so long ago. After you, Mrs. Gray, he says, and swings the door open. Reassuringly familiar, of leather and wood and fresh polish. I blush, knowing that Mrs. Jones must have been in here cleaning while we were away on our honeymoon. As we enter, Christian switches on the lights and the dark red walls are illuminated with soft, diffused light. I stand gazing at him, anticipation running thick and heavy through my veins. What will he do? He locks the door and turns, inclining his head. He regards me thoughtfully, and then shakes his head, amused. What do you want, Anastasia? He asks gently. You. My response is breathy. He smirks. You've got me. You've had me since you fell into my office. Surprise me then, Mr. Gray. His mouth twists with repressed humor and carnal promise. As you wish, Mrs. Gray. He folds his arms and raises one long index finger to his lips while he appraises me. I think we'll start by ridding you of your clothes. He steps forward, grasping the front of my short denim jacket. He opens it and pushes it over my shoulders so it falls to the floor. He clasps the hem of my black camisole. Lift your arms. I obey, and he peels it off over my head. Leaning down, he plants a soft kiss on my lips, his eyes glowing with an alluring mix of lust and love. The camisole joins my jacket on the floor. Here, I whisper, gazing nervously at him as I remove the hair tie from around my wrist and hold it up for him. He stills, his eyes widen briefly, but give nothing away. Finally, he takes the small band. Turn around, he orders. Relieved, I smile to myself and oblige immediately. Looks like we've overcome that little hurdle. He gathers my hair and braids it quickly and efficiently before fastening it with a tie. He tugs the braid, pulling my head back. Good thinking, Mrs. Gray. He whispers in my ear, then nips my earlobe. Now turn around and take your skirt off. Let it fall to the floor. He releases me and steps back as I turn to face him. Not taking my eyes off his, I unbutton the waistband of my skirt and ease the zipper down. The full skirt fans out and falls to the floor, cooling at my feet. Step out from your skirt, he orders. As I step toward him, he kneels swiftly down in front of me and grasps my right ankle. Deftly, he unbuckles my sandals one at a time while I lean forward, balancing myself with a hand on the wall under the pegs that used to hold all his whips, crops, and paddles. The flogger and the riding crop are the only implements that remain. I eye them with curiosity. Will he use those? Having removed my shoes, so I'm just in my lacy bra and panties, Christian sits back on his heels, gazing up at me. You're a fine sight, Mrs. Gray. Suddenly, he kneels up, grabs my hips, and pulls me forward, burying his nose in the apex of my thighs. And you smell of you and me and sex, he says, inhaling sharply. It's intoxicating. He kisses me through my lace panties, while I gasp at his words, my insides liquefying. He's just so naughty. Gathering up my clothes and sandals, he stands in one swift, cool move, like an athlete. Go and stand beside the table, he says calmly, pointing with his chin. Turning, he strides over to the museum chest of wonder. He glances back and smirks at me. Face the wall, he commands. That way you won't know what I'm planning. We aim to please Mrs. Gray, and you wanted a surprise. I turn away from him, listening acutely, my ears suddenly sensitive to the slightest sound. He's good at this, building my expectations, stoking my desire, making me wait. I hear him put my shoes down and, I think, my clothes on the chest, followed by the telltale clatter of his shoes as they drop to the floor, one at a time. Love barefoot Christian. A moment later, I hear him pull open a drawer. Toys! Oh, I love this anticipation. The drawer closes and my breathing spikes. How can the sound of a drawer render me a quivering mess? It makes no sense. The subtle hiss of the sound system coming to life tells me it's going to be a musical interlude. A lone piano starts, muted and soft, and mournful chords fill the room. It's not a tune I know. The piano is joined by an electric guitar. What is this? A man's voice speaks, and I can just make out the words. Something about not being frightened of dying. Christian pads leisurely toward me, his bare feet slapping on the wooden floor. I sense him behind me as a woman starts to sing. Wail. Sing? Rough, you say, Mrs. Gray. He breathes in my left ear. You must tell me to stop if it's too much. If you say stop, I will stop immediately. Do you understand? Yes. I need your promise. I inhale sharply. Shit, what is he going to do? I promise, I murmur breathlessly, recalling his words from earlier. I don't want to hurt you, but I'm more than happy to play. Good girl. Leaning down, he plants a kiss on my naked shoulder, then hooks a finger beneath my bra strap and traces a line across my back beneath the strap. I want to moan. How does he make the slightest touch so erotic? Take it off, he whispers in my ear, and I hurriedly oblige and let my bra fall to the floor. His hands skim down my back, and he hooks both of his thumbs into my panties and slides them down my legs. Step, he orders. Once more I do as I'm told, stepping out of my panties. He plants a kiss on my backside and stands. I'm going to blindfold you so that everything will be more intense. He slips an airline eye mask over my eyes, and my world is plunged into darkness. The woman singing moans incoherently, a haunting, heartfelt melody. Bend down and lie flat on the table. His words are softly spoken. Now. Without hesitation, I bend over the side of the table and rest my torso on the highly polished wood, my face flush against the hard surface. It's cool against my skin, and it smells vaguely of beeswax with a citrus tang. Stretch your arms up and hold on to the edge. Okay. Reaching forward, I clutch the far edge of the table. It's quite wide, so my arms are fully extended. If you let go, I will spank you. Do you understand? Yes. Do you want me to spank you, Anastasia? Everything south of my waist tightens deliciously. I realize I've wanted this since he threatened me during lunch, and neither the car chase nor our subsequent intimate encounter has sated this need. Yes. My voice is a hoarse whisper. Why? Oh, do I have to have a reason? I shrug. Tell me. He coaxes. And from out of nowhere he smacks me hard. Ah! I cry out. Hush now. He gently rubs my behind where he's hit me. Then he leans over me, his hips digging into my backside, plants a kiss between my shoulder blades, and trails kisses across my back. He's taken his shirt off, so his chest hair tickles my back, and his erection presses against me through the rough fabric of his jeans. Open your legs, he orders. I move my legs apart, wider. I groan and spread my legs wider. Good girl, he breathes. He traces his finger down my back, along the crack between my buttocks, and over my anus, which shrinks at his touch. We're going to have some fun with this, he whispers. Ah! His finger continues down over my perineum and slowly slides into me. I see you're very well, Anastasia. From earlier or from now? I groan and he eases his finger in and out of me, over and over. I push back on his hand, relishing the intrusion. Oh, Anna, I think it's both. I think you love being here. Like this. Mine. I do. Oh, I do. He withdraws his finger and smacks me hard once more. Tell me, he whispers, his voice hoarse and urgent. Yes, I do, I whimper. He smacks me hard once more, so I cry out, then sticks 2 fingers inside me. He withdraws them immediately, spreading the moisture up, over, and around my anus. What are you going to do? I ask, breathless. Oh my, is he going to fuck my ass? It's not what you think, he murmurs reassuringly. I told you, one step at a time with this, baby. I hear the quiet spurt of some liquid, presumably from a tube. Then his fingers are massaging me, there, again. Lubricating me, there. I squirm as my fear collides with my excitement of the unknown. He smacks me once more, lower, so he hits my sex. I groan. It feels so good. Keep still, he says, and don't let go. Ah, this is lube. He spreads some more on me. I try not to wriggle beneath him, but my heart is pounding, my pulse haywire, as desire and anxiety pump through me. I have wanted to do this to you for some time now, Anna. I groan, and I feel something cool, metallically cool, run down my spine. I have a small present for you here, Christian whispers. An image from our show and tell springs to mind. Holy crap, a butt plug. Christian runs it down the parting between my buttocks. Oh my. I'm going to push this inside you, very slowly. I gasp, anticipation and anxiety charging through me. Will it hurt? No, baby, it's small. Once it's inside you, I'm going to fuck you real hard. I practically convulse. Bending over me, he kisses me once more between my shoulder blades. Ready? He whispers. Ready? Am I ready for this? Yes, I mutter quietly, my mouth dry. He runs another finger down past my ass and perineum and slips it inside me. Fuck, it's his thumb. He cups my sex and his fingers gently caress my clitoris. I moan. It feels good. And gently, while his fingers and thumb work their magic, he pushes the cold plug slowly into me. Ah! I groan loudly at the unfamiliar sensation, my muscles protesting at the intrusion. He circles his thumb inside me and pushes the plug harder, and it slips in easily. And I don't know if it's because I'm so turned on, or if he's distracted me with his expert fingers, but my body seems to accept it. It's heavy and strange. There. Oh, baby. And I can feel it, where his thumb swirls inside me, and the plug presses against. Oh. Ah. He slowly twists the plug, eliciting a long, drawn-out moan from me. Christian, I mumble, his name a garbled mantra, as I adjust to the sensation. Good girl, he murmurs. He runs his free hand down my side until it reaches my hip. Slowly, he withdraws his thumb, and I hear the telltale sound of his zipper opening. Grasping my other hip, he pulls me back and parts my legs farther, his foot pushing against mine. Don't let go of the table, Anna, he warns. No, I gasp. Something rough? Tell me if I'm too rough, understand? Yes, I whisper, and he slams into me and pulls me onto him at the same time, jolting the plug forward, deeper. Fuck! I cry out. He stills, his breathing harsher, and my panting matches his. I try to assimilate all the sensations, the delicious fullness, the tantalizing feeling that I am doing something forbidden, the erotic pleasure that spirals outward from deep within me. He pulls gently on the plug. Oh my! I moan, and I hear his sharp intake of breath, a gasp of pure, unadulterated pleasure. It heats my blood. Have I ever felt so wanton? So, again, he whispers. Yes. Stay flat, he orders. He eases out of me and rams into me again. Oh, I wanted this. Yes, I hiss. And he picks up the pace, his breathing more labored, matching my own as he thrashes into me. Oh, Anna, he gasps. He moves one of his hands from my hips and twists the plug again, tugging it slowly, pulling it out and pushing it back in. The feeling is indescribable, and I think I'm going to pass out on the table. He never misses a beat as he takes me, again and again, moving strong and hard inside me, my insides tightening and quivering. Oh, fuck! I moan. This is going to rip me apart. Yes, baby, he hisses. Please, I beg him, and I don't know what for. To stop? To never stop? To twist the plug again? My insides are tightening around him and the plug. That's right. He breathes, and he slaps me hard on my right buttock. And I come, again and again, falling, spinning, pulsing around and around. And Christian gently pulls the plug out. Fuck! I scream, and Christian grabs my hips and climaxes loudly, holding me still. The woman is still singing. Christian always puts songs on repeat in here. Strange. I am curled in his arms on his lap, our legs tangled together, with my head resting against his chest. We're on the floor of the playroom by the table. Welcome back, he says, peeling the blindfold off me. I blink as my eyes adjust to the muted light. Tipping my chin back, he plants a soft kiss on my lips, his eyes focused on and anxiously searching mine. I reach out to caress his face. He smiles. Well, did I fulfill the brief? He asks, amused. I frown. Brief? Wanted rough, he says gently. I grin because I just can't help it. Yes, I think you did. He raises his eyebrows and grins back at me. I'm very glad to hear it. You look thoroughly well fucked and beautiful at this moment. He caresses my face, his long fingers stroking my cheek. I feel it, I purr. He reaches down and kisses me tenderly, his lips soft and warm and giving against mine. You never disappoint. He leans back to gaze down at me. How do you feel? His voice is soft with concern. Good, I murmur, feeling a flush creep across my face. Thoroughly well fucked. I smile shyly. Why, Mrs. Gray, you have a dirty, dirty mouth. Christian feigns an offended expression, but I can hear his amusement. That's because I'm married to a dirty, dirty boy, Mr. Gray. He grins a ridiculously stupid grin, and it's infectious. I'm glad you're married to him. He gently takes hold of my braid, lifts it, and kisses the end with reverence, his eyes glowing with love. Oh my, did I ever have a chance of resisting this man? I reach for his left hand and plant a kiss on his wedding ring, a plain platinum band matching my own. Mine. Yours, he responds. He curls his arms around me and presses his nose into my hair. Shall I run you a bath? Only if you join me in it. Okay, he says. He sets me onto my feet and stands up beside me. He's still wearing his jeans. Will you wear your, other jeans? He frowns down at me. Other jeans? The ones you used to wear in here. Those jeans? He murmurs, blinking with perplexed surprise. You look very hot in them. Do I? Yeah, I mean, really hot. He smiles shyly. Well, for you, Mrs. Gray, maybe I will. He bends to kiss me, then grabs the small bowl on the table that contains the butt plug, the tube of lubricant, the blindfold, and my panties. Who cleans these toys? I ask as I follow him over to the chest. He frowns at me, as if not understanding the question. Me? Mrs. Jones? What? He nods, amused and embarrassed, I think. He switches off the music. Well, your subs used to do it? I finish his sentence. He gives me an apologetic shrug. Here. He hands me his shirt and I put it on, wrapping it around myself. His scent still clings to the linen, and my chagrin about butt plug washing is forgotten. He leaves the items on the chest. Taking my hand, he unlocks the playroom door, then leads me out and downstairs. I follow him meekly. The anxiety, the bad mood, the thrill, fear, and excitement of the car chase have all gone. I'm relaxed, finally sated and calm. As we enter our bathroom, I yawn loudly and stretch, at ease with myself for a change. What is it? Christian asks as he turns on the faucet. I shake my head. Tell me, he asks softly. He spills jasmine bath oil into the running water, filling the room with its sweet, sensual scent. I flush. I just feel better. He smiles. Yes, you've been in a strange mood today, Mrs. Gray. Standing, he pulls me into his arms. I know you're worrying about these recent events. I'm sorry you're caught up in them. I don't know if it's a vendetta, an ex-employee, or a business rival. If anything were to happen to you because of me. His voice drops to a pained whisper. I curl my arms around him. What if something happens to you, Christian? I voice my fear. He gazes down at me. We'll figure this out. Now let's get you out of this shirt and into this bath. Shouldn't you talk to Sawyer? He can wait. His mouth hardens, and I feel a sudden pang of pity for Sawyer. What's he done to upset Christian? Christian helps me out of his shirt, then frowns as I turn to him. My breasts still bear faded bruises from the love bites he gave me during our honeymoon, but I decide not to tease him about them. I wonder if Ryan has caught up with the Dodge? We'll get in. He holds his hand out for me. I climb into the hot, fragrant water and sit tentatively. Ow! My ass is tender, and the hot water makes me wince. Easy, baby, Christian warns, but as he says it, the uncomfortable sensation melts away. Christian strips and climbs in behind me, pulling me against his chest. I nestle between his legs, and we lie idle and content in the hot water. I run my fingers down his legs, and gathering my braid in one hand, he twirls it gently between his fingers. We need to go over the plans for the new house. Later this evening? Sure. That woman is coming back again. My subconscious gazes up from Volume 3 of The Complete Works of Charles Dickens and glowers. I'm with my subconscious. I sigh. Unfortunately, Gia Mateo's designs are breathtaking. I must get my things ready for work, I whisper. He stills. You know you don't have to go back to work, he murmurs. Oh no, not this again. Christian, we've been through this. Please don't resurrect that argument. He tugs my braid so my face tilts up and back. Just saying. He plants a soft kiss on my lips. I pull on sweatpants and a camisole and decide to fetch my clothes from the playroom. As I make my way across the hallway, I hear Christian's raised voice from his study. I freeze. Where the fuck were you? Oh shit. He's shouting at Sawyer. Cringing, I dash upstairs to the playroom. I really don't want to hear what he has to say to him. I still find shouty Christian intimidating. Poor Sawyer. At least I get to shout back. I gather up my clothes and Christian's shoes, then notice the small porcelain bowl with the butt plug still on top of the museum chest. Well, I suppose I should clean it. I add it to the pile and make my way back downstairs. I glance nervously through the great room, but all is quiet. Thank heavens. Taylor will be back tomorrow evening, and Christian is generally calmer when he's around. Taylor is spending some quality time today and tomorrow with his daughter. I wonder idly if I'll ever get to meet her. Mrs. Jones comes out of the utility room. We startle each other. Mrs. Gray, I didn't see you there. Oh, I'm Mrs. Gray now. Hello, Mrs. Jones. Welcome home, and congratulations. She smiles. Please, call me Anna. Mrs. Gray, I wouldn't feel comfortable doing that. Oh, why must everything change just because I have a ring on my finger? Would you like to run through the menus for the week? She asks, looking at me expectantly. Menus? This is not a question I have ever anticipated being asked. She smiles. When I first worked for Mr. Gray, every Sunday evening I would run through the menus for the upcoming week with him and list anything he might need from the grocery store. I see. Shall I take those for you? She holds out her hands for my clothes. Actually, I haven't finished with these. And they are hiding the bowl with the butt plug in it. I turn crimson. It's a wonder I can look Mrs. Jones in the eye. She knows what we do. She cleans the room. Jeez, it's just weird having no privacy. When you're ready, Mrs. Gray, I'd be more than happy to run through things with you. Thank you. We are interrupted by an ashen-faced Sawyer. He stalks out of Christian's study and briskly crosses the great room. He gives us both a brief nod, not looking either of us in the eye, and slinks into Taylor's study. I'm grateful for his intervention, as I don't wish to discuss menus or butt plugs with Mrs. Jones right now. Offering her a brief smile, I scurry back to the bedroom. Will I ever get used to having domestic staff at my beck and call? I shake my head. One day, maybe. I dump Christian's shoes on the floor and my clothes on the bed, and take the bowl with the butt plug into the bathroom. I eye it suspiciously. It looks innocuous enough, and surprisingly clean. I don't want to dwell on that, and I wash it quickly with soap and water. Will that be enough? I'll have to ask Mr. Sexpert if it should be sterilized or something. I shudder at the thought. I like that Christian has turned the library over to me. It now houses an attractive white wooden desk I can work at. I take out my laptop and check my notes on the 5 manuscripts I read on our honeymoon. Yep, I have everything I need. Part of me dreads going back to work, but I can never tell Christian that. He'd seize on the opportunity to make me quit. I remember Roach's apoplectic reaction when I told him I was getting married, and to whom, and how, shortly afterward, my position was confirmed. I realize now it was because I was marrying the boss. The thought is unwelcome. I am no longer acting editor. I am Anastasia Steele, editor. I hadn't yet plucked up the courage to tell Christian that I am not going to change my name at work. I think my reasons are solid. I need some distance from him, but I know there will be a fight when he finally realizes that. Perhaps I should discuss this with him tonight. Sitting back in my chair, I start my final chore of the day. I glance at the digital clock on my laptop, which tells me it's 7 in the evening. Christian still hasn't emerged from his study, so I have time. Taking the memory card out of the Nikon camera, I load it into the laptop to transfer the photographs. As the pictures upload, I reflect on the day. Is Ryan back? Or is he still on his way to Portland? Has he caught up with the mystery woman? Has Christian heard from him? I want some answers. I don't care that he's busy. I want to know what's going on. And I suddenly feel a tad resentful that he's keeping me in the dark. I rise, intending to go and confront him in his study, but as I do, the photos from the last few days of our honeymoon pop up on screen. Holy crap! Picture after picture of me, asleep. So many of me asleep. My hair over my face or fanned out across my pillow, lips parted, shit, sucking my thumb. I haven't sucked my thumb for years. So many photos. I had no idea he'd taken these. There are a few candid long shots, including one of me leaning over the rail of the yacht, staring moodily into the distance. How did I not notice him taking this? I smile at the photos of me curled up beneath him and laughing, my hair flying as I struggle, biting his tickling, tormenting fingers. And there's the one of him and me on the bed in the master cabin that he took at arm's length. I am cuddled on his chest, and he gazes at the camera, young, wide-eyed, in love. His other hand cups my head, and I am smiling like a love-struck fool. But I cannot take my eyes off Christian. Oh, my beautiful man. His ruffled, just-fucked hair, his gray eyes glowing, his lips parted and smiling. My beautiful man who cannot bear to be tickled, who could not bear to be touched just a short while ago. Yet now he tolerates my touch. I must ask him if he likes it, or whether he lets me touch him for my pleasure rather than his. I frown, gazing down at his image, suddenly overwhelmed by my feelings for him. Someone out there wants to harm him. First, Charlie Tango, then the fire at GEH, and that damned car chase. I gasp, putting my hand to my mouth as an involuntary sob escapes. Abandoning my computer, I leap up to find him, not to confront him now, just to check that he's safe. Not bothering to knock, I barge into his study. Christian is sitting at his desk and talking on the phone. He looks up in surprised annoyance, but the irritation on his face disappears when he sees it's me. "So you can't enhance it further?" he says, continuing his phone conversation, though he doesn't take off me. Without hesitation, I walk around his desk, and he turns in his chair to face me, frowning. I can tell he's thinking, what does she want? When I crawl onto his lap, his eyebrows shoot up in surprise. I put my arms around his neck and cuddle into him. Gingerly, he puts his arm around me. Yes, Barney. Could you hold one moment? He cups the phone against his shoulder. Anna, what's wrong? I shake my head. Tipping my chin up, he gazes into my eyes. I pull my head free from his hold, tuck it beneath his chin, and curl up smaller on his lap. Bemused, he wraps his free arm more tightly around me and kisses the top of my head. Okay, Barney, what were you saying? He continues, wedging the phone between his ear and his shoulder, and taps a key on his laptop. A grainy black and white CCTV image appears on the screen. A man with dark hair wearing pale coveralls comes on the screen. Christian presses another key, and the man walks toward the camera, but with his head bowed. When the man is closer to the camera, Christian freezes the frame. He is standing in a bright white room with what looks like a long line of tall black cabinets to his left. This must be GEH's server room. Okay, Barney, one more time. The screen springs to life. A box appears around the head of the man in the CCTV footage, and suddenly we zoom in. I sit up, fascinated. Is Barney doing this? I ask quietly. Yes, Christian answers. Can you sharpen the picture at all? He says to Barney. The picture blurs, then refocuses moderately sharper on the man consciously gazing down and avoiding the camera. As I stare at him, a chill of recognition sweeps up my spine. There is something familiar in the line of his jaw. He has scruffy, short black hair that looks odd and unkempt. And in the newly sharpened picture, I see an earring, a small hoop. Holy crap! I know who it is! Christian, I whisper. That's Jack. Hide. Chapter 7. You think? Christian asks, surprised. It's the line of his jaw. I point at the screen. And the earrings and the shape of his shoulders. He's the right build, too. He must be wearing a wig, or he's cut and dyed his hair. Barney, are you getting this? Christian puts the phone down on his desk and switches to hands-free. You seem to have studied your ex-boss in some detail, Mrs. Gray. He murmurs, sounding none too pleased. I scowl at him, but I'm saved by Barney. Yes, sir. I heard Mrs. Gray. I'm running face recognition software on all the digitized CCTV footage right now. See where else this asshole... I'm sorry, ma'am. This man has been within the organization. I glance anxiously at Christian, who ignores Barney's expletive. He's studying the CCTV picture closely. Why would he do this? I ask Christian. He shrugs. Revenge, perhaps. I don't know. You can't fathom why some people behave the way they do. I'm just angry that you ever worked so closely with him. Christian's mouth presses into a hard, thin line, and he encircles my waist with his arm. We have the contents of his hard drive too, sir. Barney adds. Yes, I remember. Do you have an address for Mr. Hyde? Christian says sharply. Yes, sir, I do. Alert Welch. Sure will. I'm also going to scan the city CCTV and see if I can track his movements. Check what vehicle he owns. Sir. Barney can do all this? I whisper. Christian nods and gives me a smug smile. What was on his hard drive? I whisper. Christian's face hardens and he shakes his head. Nothing much, he says, tight-lipped, his smile forgotten. Tell me. No. Was it about you or me? Me. He sighs. What sort of things? About your lifestyle? Christian shakes his head and puts his index finger against my lips to silence me. I scowl at him, but he narrows his eyes, and it's a clear warning that I should hold my tongue. It's a 2006 Camaro. I'll send the license details to Welch, too. Barney says excitedly from the phone. Good. Let me know where else that fucker has been in my building, and check his image against the one from his SIP personnel file. Christian gazes at me skeptically. I want to be sure we have a match. Already done, sir, and Mrs. Gray is correct. This is Jack Hyde. I grin. See? I can be useful. Christian rubs his hand down my back. Well done, Mrs. Gray. He smiles, his earlier rancor forgotten. To Barney, he says, let me know when you've tracked all his movements at HQ. Also, check out any other GEH property he may have had access to, and let the security teams know so they can make another sweep of all those buildings. Sir. Thanks, Barney. Christian hangs up. Well, Mrs. Gray, it seems that you are not only decorative, but useful too. Christian's eyes light up with wicked amusement. I know he's teasing. Decorative? I scoff, teasing him back. Very, he says quietly, pressing a soft, sweet kiss on my lips. You're much more decorative than I am, Mr. Gray. He grins and kisses me more forcefully, winding my braid around his wrist and wrapping his arms around me. When we come up for air, my heart is racing. Hungry? He asks. No, I am. What for? Well, food, actually. I'll make you something. I giggle. I love that sound. Of me offering you food? You're giggling. He kisses my hair, then I stand. So, what would you like to eat, sir? I ask sweetly. He narrows his eyes. Are you being cute, Mrs. Gray? Always, Mr. Gray. Sir. He smiles a sphinx-like smile. I can still put you over my knee. He murmurs seductively. I know. I grin. Placing my hands on the arms of his office chair, I lean down and kiss him. That's one of the things I love about you. But stow your twitching palm. You're hungry. He smiles his shy smile, and my heart clenches. Oh, Mrs. Gray, what am I going to do with you? You're going to answer my question. What would you like to eat? Something light. Surprise me. He says, mirroring my words from the playroom earlier. I'll see what I can do. I sashay out of his study and into the kitchen. My heart sinks when I see Mrs. Jones is there. Hello, Mrs. Jones. Mrs. Gray, are you ready for something to eat? She's stirring something in a pot on the stove that smells delicious. I was going to make subs for Mr. Gray and me. She pauses for a heartbeat. Sure, she says. Mr. Gray likes French bread. There are some in the freezer cut to sub length. I'd be happy to make it for you, ma'am. I know, but I'd like to do this. I understand. I'll give you some room. What are you cooking? This is a bolognese sauce. It can be eaten anytime. I'll freeze it. She smiles warmly and turns the heat right down. So what does Christian like in a, sub? I frown, struck by what I just said. Does Mrs. Jones understand the inference? Mrs. Gray, you could put just about anything in a sandwich, and as long as it's on French bread, he'll eat it. We grin at each other. Okay, thank you. I skip to the freezer and find the French bread cut to size in Ziploc bags. I place 2 of them on a plate, pop them in the microwave, and set it to defrost. Mrs. Jones has disappeared. I frown as I return to the fridge to search for ingredients. I suppose it will be up to me to set the parameters by which Mrs. Jones and I will work together. I like the idea of cooking for Christian on the weekends. Mrs. Jones is more than welcome to do it during the week. The last thing I'll want to do when I come home from work is cook. A bit like Christian's routine with his submissives. I shake my head. I mustn't overthink this. I find some ham in the fridge, and in the crisper, a perfectly ripe avocado. As I am adding a touch of salt and lemon to the mashed avocado, Christian emerges from his study with the plans for the new house in his hands. He puts them on the breakfast bar, saunters toward me, and wraps his arms around me, kissing my neck. Barefoot and in the kitchen, he murmurs. Shouldn't that be barefoot and pregnant in the kitchen? I smirk. He stills, his whole body tensing against me. Not yet, he declares, apprehension clear in his voice. No, not yet. He relaxes. We can agree, Mrs. Gray. You do want kids, though, don't you? Sure, yes, eventually. But I'm not ready to share you yet. He kisses my neck again. Oh, share? What are you making? Looks good. He kisses me behind my ear, and I know it's to distract me. A delicious tingle travels down my spine. Subs, I smirk, recovering my sense of humor. He smiles against my neck and nips my earlobe. My favorite. I poke him with my elbow. Mrs. Gray, you wound me. He clutches his side as if in pain. Wimp, I mutter disapprovingly. Wimp, he utters in disbelief. He slaps my back and me yelp. Hurry up with my food, wench. And later, I'll show you how wimpy I can be. He slaps me playfully once more and goes to the fridge. Would you like a glass of wine? He asks. Please. Christian spreads Gia's plans out over the breakfast bar. She really has some spectacular ideas. I love her proposal to make the entire downstairs back wall glass, but, Christian prompts. I sigh. I don't want to take all the character out of the house. Character? Yes. What Gia is proposing is quite radical, but, well, I fell in love with the house as it is, warts and all. Christian as if this is anathema to him. I kind of like it the way it is. I whisper. Is this going to make him mad? He regards me steadily. I want this house to be the way you want. Whatever you want. It's yours. I want you to like it too. To be happy in it too. I'll be happy wherever you are. It's that simple, Anna. His gaze holds mine. He is utterly sincere. I blink at him as my heart expands. Holy cow. He really does love me. Well, I swallow, fighting the small knot of emotion that catches in my throat. I like the glass wall. Maybe we could ask her to incorporate it into the house a little more sympathetically. Christian grins. Sure, whatever you want. What about the plans for upstairs and the basement? I'm cool with those. Good. Okay. I steel myself to ask the million-dollar question. Do you want to put in a playroom? I feel the oh-so-familiar flush creep up my face as I ask. Christian's eyebrows shoot up. Do you? He replies, surprised and amused at once. I shrug. If you want. He regards me for a moment. Let's leave our options open for the moment. After all, this will be a family home. I'm surprised by the stab of disappointment I feel. I guess he's right. Although, when are we going to have a family? It could be years. Besides, we can improvise. I like improvising, I whisper. He grins. There's something I want to discuss. Christian points to the master bedroom, and we start a detailed discussion on bathrooms and separate walk-in closets. When we finish, it's 9:30 in the evening. Are you going back to work? I ask as Christian rolls up the plans. Not if you don't want me to. He smiles. What would you like to do? We could watch TV. I don't want to read, and I don't want to go to bed yet. Okay. Christian agrees willingly, and I follow him into the TV room. We have sat here 3, maybe 4 times total, and Christian usually reads a book. He's not interested in television at all. I curl up beside him on the couch, tucking my legs beneath me and resting my head against his shoulder. He switches on the flat-screen television with the remote and flicks mindlessly through the channels. Any specific drivel you want to see? You don't like TV much, do you? I mutter sardonically. He shakes his head. Waste of time. But I'll watch something with you. I thought we could make out. He whips his face to mine. Make out? He gazes at me as if I'd grown 2 heads. He stops the endless flicking, leaving the TV on an overlit Spanish soap opera. Yes? Why is he so horrified? We could go to bed and make out. We do that all the time. When was the last time you made out in front of the TV? I ask, shy and teasing at the same time. He shrugs and shakes his head. Pressing the remote again, he flicks through another few channels before settling on an old episode of The X-Files. Christian? I've never done that, he says quietly. Never? No. Not even with Mrs. Robinson? He snorts. Baby, I did a lot of things with Mrs. Robinson. Making out was not one of them. He smirks at me, and then narrows his eyes with amused curiosity. Have you? I flush. Of course. Well, kind of. What? Who with? Oh, no. I do not want to have this discussion. Tell me. He persists. I gaze down at my knotted fingers. He gently covers my hands with one of his. When I glance up at him, he's smiling at me. I want to know, so I can beat whoever it was to a pulp. I giggle. Well, the first time, there's more than one fucker? He growls. I giggle again. Why so surprised, Mr. Gray? He frowns briefly, runs a hand through his hair, and looks at me as if seeing me in a completely different light. He shrugs. I just am. I mean, given your lack of experience. I flush. I have certainly made up for that since I met you. You have. He grins. Tell me. I want to know. I gaze into his patient gray eyes, trying to gauge his mood. Is this going to make him mad, or does he genuinely want to know? I don't want him sulking. He's impossible when he's sulking. You really want me to tell you? He nods slowly once, and his lips twitch with an amused, arrogant smile. I was briefly in Texas with Mom and husband number 3. I was in 10th grade. His name was Bradley, and he was my lab partner in physics. How old were you? 15. And what's he doing now? I don't know. What base did he get to? Christian! I scold, and suddenly he grabs my knees, then my ankles, and tips me up so I fall back onto the couch. He slides smoothly on top of me, trapping me beneath him, one leg between mine. It's so sudden that I cry out in surprise. He grabs my hands and raises them above my head. So, this Bradley, did he get to first base? He murmurs, running his nose down the length of mine. He plants soft kisses at the corner of my mouth. Yes, I murmur against his lips. He releases one of his hands so that he can clasp my chin and hold me still, while his tongue invades my mouth, and I surrender to his ardent kissing. Like this? Christian breathes when he comes up for air. No, nothing like that, I manage as all the blood in my body heads south. Releasing my chin, he runs his hand down over my body and back up to my breast. Did he do this? Touch you like this? His thumb skims over my nipple, through my camisole, softly, repeatedly, and it hardens under his expert touch. No, I writhe beneath him. Did he get to second base? He murmurs in my ear. His hand moves down across my ribs, past my waist, to my hip. He takes my earlobe between his teeth and gently tugs. No, I breathe. Mulder blurts from the television something about the FBI's most unwanted. Christian pauses, leans up, and presses mute on the remote. He gazes down at me. What about Joe Schmo number 2? Did he make it past second base? His eyes are smoldering hot. Angry? Turned on? It's difficult to say which. He shifts to my side and slides his hand beneath my sweatpants. No, I whisper, trapped in his carnal gaze. Christian smiles wickedly. Good. His hand cups my sex. No underwear, Mrs. Gray. I approve. He kisses me again as his fingers weave more magic, his thumb skimming over my clitoris, tantalizing me as he pushes his index finger inside me with exquisite slowness. We're supposed to be making out, I groan. Christian stills. I thought we were. No sex. What? No sex. No sex, huh? He withdraws his hand from my sweatpants. Here. He traces my lips with his index finger, and I taste my slick saltiness. He pushes his finger into my mouth, mirroring what he was doing a moment earlier. Then he shifts so he's between my legs, and his erection pushes against me. He thrusts once, twice, and again. I gasp as the material of my sweatpants rubs in just the right way. He pushes once more, grinding into me. This what you want? He murmurs, and moves his hips rhythmically, rocking against me. Yes, I moan. His moves back to concentrate on my nipple once more, and his teeth scrape along my jaw. Do you know how hot you are, Anna? His voice is hoarse as he rocks harder against me. I open my mouth to articulate a response and fail miserably, groaning loudly. He captures my mouth once more, tugging at my bottom lip with his teeth before plunging his tongue into my mouth again. He releases my other wrist, and my hands travel greedily up his shoulders and into his hair as he kisses me. When I pull on his hair, he groans and raises his eyes to mine. Ah, do you like me touching you? I whisper. His brow furrows briefly as if he doesn't understand the question. He stops grinding against me. Of course. I love you touching me, Anna. I'm like a starving man at a banquet when it comes to your touch. His voice hums with passionate sincerity. Holy cow. He kneels between my legs and drags me up to haul off my top. I'm naked beneath it. Grabbing the hem of his shirt, he yanks it over his head and tosses it on the floor, then pulls me onto his kneeling lap, his arms clasped just above my behind. Touch me, he breathes. Oh my. Tentatively, I reach up and brush the tips of my fingers through the smattering of chest hair over his sternum, over his burn scars. He inhales sharply and his pupils dilate, but it's not with fear. It's a sensual response to my touch. He watches me intently as my fingers float delicately over his skin, first to one nipple and then the other. They pucker beneath my caress. Leaning forward, I plant soft kisses on his chest, and my hands move to his shoulders, feeling the hard, sculptured lines of sinew and muscle. Whoa, he's in good shape. I want you, he murmurs, and it's a green light to my libido. My fingers move into his hair, pulling his head back so I can claim his mouth, fire licking hot and high in my belly. He groans and pushes me back onto the couch. He sits up and rips off my sweatpants, undoing his fly at the same time. Home run, he whispers, and swiftly he fills me. Ah! I groan, and he stills, grabbing my face between his hands. I love you, Mrs. Gray, he murmurs, and very slowly, very gently, he makes love to me until I come apart at the seams, calling his name and wrapping myself around him, never wanting to let him go. I lay sprawled on his chest. We're on the floor of the TV room. You know, we completely bypassed third base. My fingers trace the line of his pectoral muscles. He laughs. Next time. He kisses the top of my head. I look up to stare at the television screen, where the end credits for The X-Files play. Christian reaches for the remote and switches the sound back on. You liked that show? I ask. When I was a kid. Oh, Christian as a kid. Kickboxing and The X-Files and no touching. You? He asks. Before my time. You were so young. Christian smiles fondly. I like making out with you, Mrs. Gray. Likewise, Mr. Gray. I kiss his chest, and we lie silently watching as the X-Files finish and the commercials come on. It's been a heavenly 3 weeks. Car chases and fires and psycho ex-bosses notwithstanding. Like being in our own private bubble, I mutter dreamily. Christian hums deep in his throat. I'm not sure I'm ready to share you with the rest of the world yet. Back to reality tomorrow, I murmur, trying to keep the melancholy from my voice. Christian sighs and runs his other hand through his hair. Security will be tight. I put my finger over his lips. I don't want to hear this lecture again. I know. I'll be good. I promise. Which reminds me. I shift, propping myself up on my elbows to see him better. Why were you shouting at Sawyer? He stiffens immediately. Oh, shit. Because we were followed. That wasn't Sawyer's fault. He gazes at me levelly. They should never have let you get so far in front. They know that. I blush guiltily and resume my position, resting on his chest. It was my fault. I wanted to get away from them. That wasn't enough. Christian is suddenly curt. This is not up for discussion, Anastasia. It's a fact, and they won't let it happen again. Anastasia? I am Anastasia when I am in trouble, just like at home with my mother. Okay, I mutter, placating him. I don't want to fight. Did Ryan catch up with a woman in the Dodge? No, and I'm not convinced it was a woman. Oh? I look up again. Sawyer saw someone with their hair tied back, but it was a brief look. He assumed it was a woman. Now, given that you've identified that fucker, maybe it was him. He wore his hair like that. The disgust in Christian's voice is palpable. I don't know what to make of this news. Christian runs his hand down my naked back, distracting me. If anything happened to you, he murmurs, his eyes wide and serious. I know, I whisper. I feel the same about you. I shiver at the thought. Come, you're getting cold, he says, sitting up. Let's go to bed. We can cover third base there. He smiles a lascivious smile, as mercurial as ever. Passionate, angry, anxious, sexy. My 50 shades. I take his hand and he pulls me to my feet, and without a stitch on, I follow him through the great room to the bedroom. The following morning, Christian squeezes my hand as we pull up outside SIP. He looks very much the powerful executive in his dark navy suit and matching tie. I smile. He's not been this smart since the ballet in Monaco. You know you don't have to do this, Christian murmurs. I am tempted to roll my eyes at him. I know, I whisper, not wanting Sawyer and Ryan to overhear me from the front of the Audi. He frowns, and I smile. But I want to, I continue. You know this. I lean up and kiss him. His frown doesn't disappear. What's wrong? He glances uncertainly at Ryan as Sawyer climbs out of the car. I'll miss having you to myself. I reach up to caress his face. Me too. I kiss him. It was a wonderful honeymoon. Thank you. Go to work, Mrs. Gray. You too, Mr. Gray. Sawyer opens the door. I squeeze Christian's hand once more before I climb out onto the sidewalk. As I head into the building, I give him a little wave. Sawyer holds open the door and follows me in. Hi, Anna. Claire smiles from behind the reception desk. Claire, hello. I smile back. You look wonderful. Good honeymoon? The best. Thank you. How's it been here? Old Man Roach is the same, but security has been stepped up and our server room is being overhauled. But Hannah will tell you. Sure she will. I give Claire a friendly smile and head to my office. Hannah is my assistant. She is tall, slim, and ruthlessly efficient to the point that sometimes I find her a little intimidating. But she's sweet to me, in spite of the fact that she's a couple of years older. She has my latte waiting, the only coffee I let her get for me. Hi, Hannah, I say warmly. Anna, how was your honeymoon? Fantastic. Here, for you. I pop the small bottle of perfume I bought for her onto her desk, and she claps her hands with glee. Oh, thank you, she says enthusiastically. Your urgent correspondence is on your desk, and Roach would like to see you at 10. That's all I have to report for now. Good, thank you, and thanks for the coffee. Wandering into my office, I rest my briefcase on my desk and gaze at the piled up letters. I have a lot to do. Just before 10, there's a timid tap on my door. Come in. Elizabeth looks around the door. Hi, Anna. I just wanted to say welcome back. Hey, I have to say, reading through all this correspondence, I wish I was back in the south of France. Elizabeth laughs, but her laughter is off, forced, and I cock my head to one side and gaze at her like Christian does to me. Glad you're back safely, she says. I'll see you in a few minutes. And she shuts the door behind her. I frown at the closed door. What was that about? I shrug it off. My email pings. It's a message from Christian. From Christian Gray. Subject, Errant Wives. Date, August 22nd, 2011. 9:56. To Anastasia Steele. Wife. I sent the email and it bounced. And it's because you changed your name. Something you want to tell me? Christian Gray, CEO, Gray Enterprises Holdings, Inc. Attachment. From Christian Gray. Forward, subject, bubble. Date, August 22nd, 2011, 9:32. To Anastasia Gray. Mrs. Gray, love covering all the bases with you. Have a great first day back. Miss our bubble already. X. Christian Gray, back in the real world, CEO, Gray Enterprises Holdings, Inc. Shit. I hit reply immediately. From Anastasia Steele. Subject: Don't burst the bubble. Date: August 22nd, 2011. 9:58. To Christian Gray. Husband: I am all for a baseball metaphor with you, Mr. Gray. I want to keep my name here. I'll explain this evening. I am going into a meeting now. Miss our bubble too. P.S. Thought I had to use my BlackBerry? Anastasia Steele, editor, SIP. This is going to be such a fight. I can feel it. Sighing, I gather up my papers for the meeting. The meeting lasts for 2 hours. All the editors are there, plus Roach and Elizabeth. We discuss personnel, strategy, marketing, security, and year-end. As the meeting progresses, I grow more and more uncomfortable. There's a subtle change in how my colleagues are treating me. A distance and deference that wasn't there before I left for my honeymoon. And from Courtney, who heads up the nonfiction division, there's downright hostility. Maybe I'm just being paranoid, but it goes some way to explaining Elizabeth's odd greeting this morning. My mind drifts back to the yacht, then to the playroom, then to the R8 speeding away from the mystery Dodge on I-5. Perhaps Christian's right. Perhaps I can't do this anymore. The thought is depressing. This is all I've ever wanted to do. If I can't do this, what will I do? As I walk back to my office, I try to dismiss these dark thoughts. When I sit down at my desk, I quickly check my emails. Nothing from Christian. I check my BlackBerry. Still nothing. Good. At least there's been no adverse reaction to my email. Perhaps we'll discuss this tonight as per my request. I find that hard to believe, but ignoring my uneasy feeling, I open the marketing plan I was given at the meeting. As is our ritual on a Monday, Hannah comes into my office with a plate for my packed lunch, courtesy of Mrs. Jones, and we sit and eat our lunches together, discussing what we want to achieve during the week. She brings me up to date with the office gossip, too, which, considering I've been away for 3 weeks, is sorely lacking. As we're chatting, there's a knock on the door. Come in. Roach opens the door, and standing beside him is Christian. I'm momentarily struck dumb. Christian shoots me a blazing look and stalks in before smiling politely at Hannah. Hello, you must be Hannah. I'm Christian Gray, he says. Hannah scrambles to her feet and holds out her hand. Mr. Gray, how nice to meet you, she stutters as they shake hands. Can I fetch you a coffee? Please, he says warmly. With a quick, puzzled glance at me, she scuttles out of the office past Roach, who stands as dumbstruck as me on the threshold of my office. If you'll excuse me, Roach, I'd like a word with Ms. Steele. Christian hisses the S sibilantly, sarcastically. This is why he's here. Oh, shit. Of course. Mr. Gray. Hannah. Roach mutters, shutting the door to my office as he departs. I recover my power of speech. Mr. Gray, how nice to see you. I smile, far too sweetly. Ms. Steele, may I sit down? It's your company. I wave at the chair Hannah vacated. Yes, it is. He smiles wolfishly at me, the smile not reaching his eyes. His tone is clipped. He's bristling with tension. I can feel it all around me. Fuck. My heart sinks. Your office is very small, he says, as he sits down facing my desk. It suits me. He regards me neutrally, but I know he's mad. I take a deep breath. This is not going to be fun. So, what can I do for you, Christian? I'm just looking over my assets. Your assets? All of them? All of them. Some of them need rebranding. Rebranding? In what way? I think you know. His voice is menacingly quiet. Please, don't tell me you have interrupted your day after 3 weeks away to come over here and fight with me about my name. I am not a freaking asset. He shifts and crosses his legs. Not exactly fight, no. Christian, I'm working. Looked like you were gossiping with your assistant to me. My cheeks heat. We were going through our schedules, I snap, and you haven't answered my question. There's a knock on the door. Come in, I shout, too loudly. Hannah opens the door and brings in a small tray. Bowl, coffee, and a French press. She's gone all out. She places the tray on my desk. Thank you, Hannah, I mutter, embarrassed that I have just shouted so loudly. Do you need anything else, Mr. Gray? She asks, all breathless. I want to roll my eyes at her. No, thank you, that's all. He smiles, his panty-dropping smile at her. She flushes and exits, simpering. Christian turns his attention back to me. Now, Ms. Steele, where were we? You were rudely interrupting my workday to fight with me about my name. Christian blinks once, surprised, I think, by the vehemence in my voice. Deftly, he picks at an invisible piece of lint on his knee with long, skilled fingers. It's distracting. He's doing it on purpose. I narrow my eyes at him. I like to make the odd impromptu visit. It keeps management on their toes, wives in their place, you know. He shrugs, his mouth set in an arrogant line. Wives in their place? I had no idea you could spare the time, I snap. His eyes frost. Why don't you want to change your name here? He asks, his voice deathly quiet. Christian, do we have to discuss this now? I'm here. I don't see why not. I have a ton of work to do, having been away for the last 3 weeks. His eyes are cool and assessing, distant even. I marvel that he can appear so cold after last night, after the last 3 weeks. Shit, he must be mad, really mad. When will he learn not to overreact? Are you ashamed of me? He asks, his voice deceptively soft. No! Christian, of course not. I scowl. This is about me, not you. Geez, he's exasperating sometimes. Silly, overbearing megalomaniac. How is this not about me? He cocks his head to one side, genuinely perplexed, some of his detachment slipping as he stares at me with wide eyes, and I realize that he's hurt. Holy fuck, I've hurt his feelings. Oh no, he's the last person I want to hurt. I have to make him see my logic. I have to explain my reasoning for my decision. Christian, when I took this job, I'd only just met you. I say patiently, struggling to find the right words. I didn't know you were going to buy the company. What can I say about that event in our brief history? His deranged reasons for doing so, his control freakery, his stalker tendencies gone mad, given completely free rein because he is so wealthy. I know he wants to keep me safe, but it's his ownership of SIP that is the fundamental problem here. If he'd never interfered, I could continue as normal and not have to face the disgruntled and whispered recriminations of my colleagues. I put my head in my hands just to break eye contact with him. Why is it so important to you? I ask, desperately trying to hold on to my fraying temper. I look up at his impassive stare, his eyes luminous, giving nothing away, his earlier hurt now hidden. But even as I ask the question, deep down I know the answer before he says it. I want everyone to know that you're mine. I am yours. Look! I hold up my left hand, showing my wedding and engagement rings. It's not enough. Not enough that I married you? My voice is barely a whisper. He blinks, registering the horror on my face. Where can I go from here? What else can I do? That's not what I mean. He snaps and runs a hand through his overlong hair so that it flops onto his forehead. What do you mean? He swallows. I want your world to begin and end with me, he says, his expression raw. His comment completely derails me. It's like he's punched me hard in the stomach, winding and wounding me. And the vision comes to mind of a small, frightened, copper-haired, gray-eyed boy in dirty, mismatched, ill-fitting clothes. It does, I say without guile, because it's the truth. I'm just trying to establish a career, and I don't want to trade on your name. I have to do something, Christian. I can't stay imprisoned at a Scala or the new house with nothing to do. I'll go crazy. I'll suffocate. I've always worked, and I enjoy this. This is my dream job. It's all I've ever wanted. But doing this doesn't mean I love you less. You are the world to me. My throat swells and tears prick the backs of my eyes. I must not cry. Not here. I repeat it over and over in my head. I must not cry. I must not cry. He stares at me, saying nothing. Then a frown crosses his face as if he's considering what I've said. I suffocate you? His voice is bleak, and it's an echo of a question he's asked me before. No. Yes. No. This is such an exasperating conversation. Not one that I want to have now. Here. I close my eyes and rub my forehead, trying to fathom how we got to this. Look, we were talking about my name. I want to keep my name here because I want to put some distance between you and me. But only here. That's all. You know, everyone thinks I got the job because of you, when the reality is... I stop when his eyes widen. Oh no. Is it because of him? Do you want to know why you got the job, Anastasia? Anastasia? Shit. What? What do you mean? He shifts in his chair as if steeling himself. Do I want to know? The management here gave you Hyde's job to babysit. They didn't want the expense of hiring a senior executive when the company was mid-sale. They had no idea what the new owner would do with it once it passed into his ownership. And, wisely, they didn't want an expensive redundancy. So, they gave you Hyde's job to caretake until the new owner... He pauses, and his lips twitch in an ironic smile. Namely me, took over. Holy crap! What are you saying? So it was because of him. Fuck! I'm horrified. He smiles and shakes his head at my alarm. Relax. You've more than risen to the challenge. You've done very well. There's the tiniest hint of pride in his voice, and it's almost my undoing. Oh, I murmur incoherently, reeling from this news. I sit right back in my chair, open-mouthed, staring at him. He shifts again. I don't want to suffocate you, Anna. I don't want to put you in a gilded cage. Well, he pauses, his face darkening. Well, the rational part of me doesn't. He strokes his chin thoughtfully as his mind concocts some plan. Oh, where is he going with this? Christian looks up suddenly as if he's had a eureka moment. So, one of the reasons I'm here, apart from dealing with my errant wife, he says, narrowing his eyes, is to discuss what I am going to do with this company. Errant wife? I am not errant, and I am not an asset. I scowl at Christian again, and the threat of tears subsides. So, what are your plans? I incline my head to one side, mirroring him. and I can't help my sarcastic tone. His lips twitch with the hint of a smile. Whoa, change of mood, again. How can I ever keep up with Mr. Mercurial? I'm changing the name of the company to Gray Publishing. Holy shit. And in a year's time, it will be yours. My mouth drops open once more, wider this time. This is my wedding present to you. I shut my mouth, then open it, trying to articulate something, but there's nothing there. My mind is blank. So, do I need to change the name to Steel Publishing? He's serious. Holy fuck. Christian, I whisper when my brain finally reconnects with my mouth. You gave me a watch. I can't run a business. He tilts his head to one side and gives me a censorious frown. I ran my own business from the age of 21. But you in Whiz Kid Extraordinaire. Geez, Christian, you majored in economics at Harvard before you dropped out. At least you have some idea. I sold paint and cable ties for 3 years on a part-time basis, for heaven's sake. I've seen so little of the world, and I know next to nothing. My voice rises, growing louder and higher as I complete my tirade. You're also the most well-read person I know. He counters earnestly. You love a good book. You couldn't leave your job while we were on our honeymoon. You read how many manuscripts? 4? 5? I whisper. And you wrote full reports on all of them. You're a very bright woman, Anastasia. I'm sure you'll manage. Are you crazy? Crazy for you, he whispers. And I snort, because it's the only expression my body can make. He narrows his eyes. You'll be a laughingstock, buying a company for the little woman who has only had a full-time job for a few months of her adult life? Do you think I give a fuck what people think? Besides, you won't be on your own. I gape at him. He really has lost his marbles this time. Christian, I put my head in my hands. My emotions have been through a ringer. Is he crazy? And from somewhere dark and deep inside, I have this sudden, inappropriate need to laugh. When I look up at him again, his eyes widen. Something amusing you, Miss Steele? Yes, you. His eyes widen further, shocked, but also amused. Laughing at your husband? That will never do. And you're biting your lip. His eyes darken in that way. Oh no, I know that look. Sultry, seductive, salacious. No, not here. Don't even think about it, I warn, alarm clear in my voice. Think about what, Anastasia? I know that look. We're at work. He leans forward, his eyes glued to mine, molten gray and hungry. Holy shit. Follow instinctively. We're in a small, reasonably soundproofed office with a lockable door. He whispers. Gross moral turpitude. I enunciate each word carefully. Not with your husband. With my boss's boss's boss. You're my wife. Christian? No, I mean it. You can fuck me 7 shades of Sunday this evening, but not now. Not here. He blinks and narrows his eyes once more. Then, unexpectedly, he laughs. 7 shades of Sunday? He arches an eyebrow, intrigued. I may hold you to that, Miss Steele. Oh, stop with the Miss Steele! I snap and thump the desk, startling us both. For heaven's sake, Christian, if it means so much to you, I'll change my name. His mouth pops open as he inhales sharply, and then he grins, a radiant, all teeth showing, joyous grin. Wow. Good. He claps his hands and all of a sudden, he stands. What now? Mission accomplished. Now, I have work to do. If you'll excuse me, Mrs. Gray. This man is so maddening. But what, Mrs. Gray? I sag. Just go. I intend to. I'll see you this evening. I'm looking forward to 7 Shades of Sunday. I scowl. Oh, and I have a stack of business-related social engagements coming up, and I'd like you to accompany me. I gape at him. Will you just go? I'll have Andrea call Hannah to put the dates in your calendar. There are some people you need to meet. You should get Hannah to handle your schedule from now on. Okay, I mumble, completely bemused, bewildered, and shell-shocked. He leans over my desk. What now? I am caught in his hypnotic gaze. Love doing business with you, Mrs. Gray. He leans in closer as I sit paralyzed, and he plants a soft, tender kiss on my lips. Laters, baby. He murmurs. He stands abruptly, winks at me, and leaves. I lay my head on my desk, feeling like I've been run over by a freight train. The freight train that is my beloved husband. He has to be the most frustrating, annoying, contrary man on the planet. I sit up and frantically rub my eyes. What have I just agreed to? Okay, Anna Gray running SIP. I mean, Gray Publishing. The man is insane. There's a knock on the door and Hannah pokes her head around. You okay? She asks. I just stare at her. She frowns. I know you don't like me doing this, but can I make you some tea? I nod. Twining's English breakfast, weak and black? I nod. Coming right up, Hannah. I stare blankly at my computer screen, still in shock. How can I make him understand? Email. From Anastasia Steele. Subject, not an asset. Date, August 22nd, 2011, 14:23. To Christian Gray. Mr. Gray, next time you come and see me, make an appointment so I can at least have some prior warning of your adolescent overbearing megalomania. Yours, Anastasia Gray. Please note name. Editor, SIP. From Christian Gray. Subject, 7 Shades of Sunday. Date, August 22nd, 2011, 14:34. To Anastasia Steele. My dear Mrs. Gray. Emphasis on my. What can I say in my defense? I was in the neighborhood, and no, you are not an asset. You are my beloved wife. As ever, you make my day. Christian Gray, CEO and overbearing megalomaniac, Gray Enterprises Holdings, Inc. He's trying to be funny, but I am in no mood to laugh. I take a deep breath and go back to my correspondence. Christian is quiet when I climb into the car that evening. Hi, I murmur. Hi, he responds warily, as he should. Disrupt anyone else's work today? I ask, too sweetly. A ghost of a smile crosses his face. Only Flynn's. Oh. Next time you go to see him, I'll give you a list of topics I want covered. I hiss. You seem out of sorts, Mrs. Gray. I glare steadily at the backs of Ryan's and Sawyer's heads in front of me. Christian shifts beside me. Hey, he says softly and reaches for my hand. All afternoon, when I should have been concentrating on work, I was trying to figure out what to say to him. But I became angrier and angrier with each passing hour. I've had enough of his cavalier, petulant, and frankly childish behavior. I snatch my hand out of his, in a cavalier, petulant, and childish manner. You're mad at me? He whispers. Yes, I hiss. Folding my arms protectively across my body, I gaze out my window. He shifts beside me once more. but I will not let myself look at him. I don't understand why I'm so mad at him, but I am. Really fucking mad. As soon as we pull, I break protocol and leap out of the car with my briefcase. I stomp into the building, not checking to see who was following. Ryan scuttles into the foyer behind me and dashes to the elevator to press the call button. What? I snap when I'm alongside him. His cheeks redden. Apologies, ma'am, he mutters. Christian comes and stands beside me to wait for the elevator, and Ryan retreats. So it's not just me you're mad at, Christian murmurs dryly. I glare up at him and on his face. Are you laughing at me? I narrow my eyes. I wouldn't dare, he says, holding his hands up like I'm threatening him at gunpoint. He's in his navy suit, looking crisp and clean with floppy sex hair and a guileless expression. You need a haircut, I mutter. Turning away from him, I step into the elevator. Do I? He says while brushing his hair off his forehead. He follows me in. Yes. I tap the code for our apartment into the keypad. So you're talking to me now? Just. What exactly are you mad about? I need an indication. He asks cautiously. I turn and gape at him. Do you really have no idea? Surely, for someone so bright, you must have an inkling. I can't believe you're that obtuse. He takes an alarmed step back. You really are mad. I thought we had sorted all this in your office, he murmurs, perplexed. Christian, I just capitulated to your petulant demands. That's all. The elevator doors open and I storm out. Taylor is standing in the hallway. He takes a step back and quickly shuts his mouth as I steam past him. Hi, Taylor, I mutter. Mrs. Gray, he murmurs. Dropping my briefcase in the hallway, I head into the great room. Mrs. Jones is at the stove. Good evening, Mrs. Gray. Hi, Mrs. Jones, I mutter. I head straight to the fridge and pull out a bottle of white wine. Christian follows me into the kitchen and watches me like a hawk as I take a glass down from the cupboard. He removes his jacket and casually places it on the countertop. Do you want to drink? I ask, super sweetly. No thanks, he says, not taking his eyes off me. And I know that he's helpless. He does not know what to do with me. It's comical on one level and tragic on another. Well, screw him. I am having trouble locating my compassionate self since our meeting this afternoon. Slowly, he removes his tie and then opens the top button of his shirt. I pour myself a large glass of Sauvignon Blanc, and Christian runs a hand through his hair. When I turn around, Mrs. Jones has disappeared. Shit, she's my human shield. I take a slug of wine. It tastes good. Stop this, Christian whispers. He takes the 2 steps between us, so he's standing in front of me. Gently, he tucks my hair behind my ear and caresses my earlobe with his fingertips, sending a shiver through me. Is this what I've missed all day? His touch? I shake my head, causing him to release my ear and gaze up at him. Talk to me, he murmurs. What's the point? You don't listen to me. Yes, I do. You are one of the few people I do listen to. I take another swig of wine. Is this about your name? Yes and no. It's about how you dealt with the fact that I disagreed with you. I glare up at him, expecting him to be angered. His brow furrows. Anna, you know I have issues. It's hard for me to let go where you're concerned. You know that. But I'm not a child, and I'm not an asset. I know, he sighs. Then stop treating me as though I am, I whisper, imploring him. He brushes the backs of his fingers down my cheek and runs the tip of his thumb across my bottom lip. Don't be mad. You're so precious to me. Like a priceless asset. Like a child. He whispers, a somber, reverent expression on his face. His words distract me. like a child. Precious like a child. A child would be precious to him. I'm neither of those things, Christian. I'm your wife. If you were hurt that I wasn't going to take your name, you should have said. Hurt. He frowns deeply, and I know that he's exploring the possibility in his mind. He straightens suddenly, still frowning, and glances quickly at his wristwatch. The architect will be here in just under an hour. We should eat. Oh, no. I groan inwardly. He hasn't answered me, and now I have to deal with Gia Mateo. My shitty day just got shittier. I scowl at Christian. This discussion isn't finished, I mutter. What else is there to discuss? You could sell the company. Christian snorts. Sell it? Yes. You think I'd find a buyer in today's market? How much did it cost you? It was relatively cheap. His tone is guarded. So, if it folds? He smirks. We'll survive. But I won't let it fold, Anastasia. Not while you're there. And if I leave? And do what? I don't know. Something else? You've already said this is your dream job. And forgive me if I'm wrong, but I promised before God, Reverend Walsh, and a congregation of our nearest and dearest to cherish you, uphold your hopes and dreams, and keep you safe at my side. Quoting your wedding vows to me is not playing fair. I've never promised to play fair where you're concerned. Besides, he adds, you've wielded your vows at me like a weapon before. I scowl. This is true. Anastasia, if you're still angry with me, take it out on me in bed later. His voice is suddenly low and full of sensual longing. His eyes heated. What? Bed? How? He smiles indulgently down at my expression. Is he expecting me to tie him up? Holy crap. 7 shades of Sunday. He whispers, looking forward to it. Whoa! Gail, he shouts abruptly, and 4 seconds later, Mrs. Jones appears. Where was she? Taylor's office? Listening? Oh no. Mr. Gray? We'd like to eat now, please. Very good, sir. Christian doesn't take his eyes off me. He watches me vigilantly as if I'm some exotic creature about to bolt. I take a sip of my wine. I think I'll join you in a glass, he says, sighing, and runs a hand through his hair again. You're not going to finish? No. I gaze down at my barely touched plate of fettuccine to avoid Christian's darkening expression. Before he can say anything, I stand and clear our plates from the dining table. Gia will be with us shortly, I mutter. Christian's mouth twists in an unhappy scowl, but he says nothing. I'll take those, Mrs. Gray, says Mrs. Jones as I walk into the kitchen. Thank you. You didn't like it? She asks, concerned. It was fine. I'm just not hungry. Giving me a small, sympathetic smile, she turns to clear my plate and put everything in the dishwasher. I'm going to make a couple of calls, Christian announces, giving me an assessing look before he disappears into his study. I let out a sigh of relief and head to our bedroom. Dinner was awkward. I'm still mad at Christian, and he doesn't seem to think he's done anything wrong. Has he? My subconscious cocks an eyebrow at me and gazes benignly over her half-moon glasses. Yes, he has. He's made it even more awkward for me at work. He didn't wait to discuss this issue with me when we were in the relative privacy of our own home. How would he feel if I came barging into his office, laying down the law? And to cap it all, he wants to give me SIP. How the hell could I run a company? I know next to nothing about business. I gaze out at the Seattle skyline bathed in the pearly pink light of dusk. And, as usual, he wants to solve our differences in the bedroom. Foyer, playroom, TV room, Kitchen countertop. Stop! It always comes back to sex with him. Sex is his coping mechanism. I wander into the bathroom and scowl at my reflection in the mirror. Coming back to the real world is hard. We managed to skate over all our differences while we were in our bubble because we were so wrapped up in each other. But now, briefly I am dragged back to my wedding, remembering my concerns that day. Marry in haste. No, I mustn't think like this. I knew he was 50 Shades when I married him. I just have to hang in there and try to talk this through with him. I squint at myself in the mirror. I look pale, and now I have that woman to deal with. I'm wearing my gray pencil skirt and a sleeveless blouse. Right. My inner goddess gets out her harlot red nail polish. I undo 2 buttons, exposing a little cleavage. I wash my face, then carefully redo my makeup, applying more mascara than usual, and putting extra gloss on my lips. Bending down, I brush my hair vigorously from root to tip. When I stand, my hair is a chestnut haze around me that tumbles to my breasts. I tuck it artfully behind my ears and go in search of my pumps rather than my flats. When I reemerge into the great room, Christian has a house plan spread out on the dining table. He has music playing through the sound system. It stops me in my tracks. Mrs. Gray, he says warmly, then looks quizzically at me. What's this? I ask. The music is stunning. Bo-Ray's Requiem. You look different, he says, distracted. Oh, I've not heard it before. It's very calming, relaxing, he says, and raises an eyebrow. Have you done something to your hair? Brushed it, I mutter. I'm transported by the haunting voices. Abandoning the plans on the table, he walks toward me, a slow saunter in time to the music. Dance with me, he murmurs. To this? It's a requiem, I squeak, shocked. Yes. He pulls me into his arms and holds me, burying his nose in my hair and swaying gently from side to side. He smells his heavenly self. Oh, I've missed him. I wrap my arms around him and fight the urge to cry. Why are you so infuriating? I hate fighting with you, he whispers. Well, stop being such an arse. He chuckles and the captivating sound reverberates through his chest. He tightens his hold on me. Arse? Ass. I prefer arse. You should. It suits you. He laughs once more and kisses the top of my head. A requiem? I murmur, a little shocked that we are dancing to it. He shrugs. It's just a lovely piece of music, Anna. Taylor coughs discreetly in the entranceway, and Christian releases me. Miss Mateo is here, he says. Oh, joy. Show her in, Christian says. He reaches over and clasps my hand as Miss Gia Mateo enters the room. Chapter 8. Gia Mateo is a good-looking woman. A tall, good-looking woman. She wears her short, salon blonde, perfectly layered and coiffed hair like a sophisticated crown. She's dressed in a pale gray pantsuit. The slacks and fitted jacket hug her lush curves. Her clothes look expensive. At the base of her throat, a solitary diamond glints, matching the single-carat studs in her ears. She's well-groomed, one of those women who grew up with money and breeding, though her breeding seems to be lacking this evening. Her pale blue blouse is undone too far. Like mine, I flush. Christian, Anna. She beams, showing perfect white teeth, and holds out a manicured hand to shake first Christian's, then my hand. It means I have to release Christian's hand to reciprocate. She's a fraction shorter than Christian, but then she's in killer heels. Gia, Christian says politely. I smile coolly. You both look so well after your honeymoon, she says smoothly, her brown eyes gazing at Christian through long, mascaraed lashes. Christian puts his arm around me, holding me close. We had a wonderful time. Thank you. He brushes his lips against my temple, taking me by surprise. See? He's mine. Annoying, infuriating even, but mine. I grin. Right now, I really love you, Christian Grey. I slip my hand around his waist, then into his rear pocket of his pants and squeeze his behind. Gia gives us a thin smile. Have you managed to look over the plans? We have, I murmur. I gaze up at Christian, who grins down at me, one eyebrow raised in wry amusement. Amused at what? My reaction to Gia or my squeezing his butt? Please, Christian says. The plans are here. He gestures toward the dining table. Taking my hand, he leads me to it, Gia following in our wake. I finally remember my manners. Would you like something to drink? I ask. A glass of wine? That would be lovely, Gia says. Dry white if you have it. Shit. Sauvignon Blanc. It's a dry white, isn't it? Reluctantly leaving my husband's side, I head over to the kitchen. I hear the iPod hiss as Christian switches off the music. Would you like some more wine, Christian? I call. Please, baby. He croons, grinning at me. Wow, he can be so swoon-worthy at times, yet so aggravating at others. Reaching up to open the cupboard, I'm aware his eyes are on me, and I'm gripped by the uncanny feeling that Christian and I are putting on a show, playing a game together. But this time, we're on the same side, pitted against Ms. Mateo. Does he know that she's attracted to him and is being too obvious about it? It gives me a small rush of pleasure when I realize maybe he's trying to reassure me. Or maybe he's just sending a message loud and clear to this woman that he's taken. Mine. Yeah, bitch. Mine. My inner goddess is wearing her gladiatrix outfit, and she's taking no prisoners. Smiling to myself, I collect 3 glasses from the cupboard, take the opened bottle of Sauvignon Blanc from the fridge, and place them all on the breakfast bar. Gia is leaning over the table while Christian stands beside her and points to something on the plans. I think Anna has some opinions on the glass wall, but generally we're both pleased with the ideas you've come up with. Oh, I'm glad, Gia gushes, obviously relieved. And as she says it, she briefly touches his arm in a small, flirty gesture. Christian stiffens immediately, but subtly. She doesn't even seem to notice. Leave him the fuck alone, lady. He doesn't like to be touched. Stepping casually aside so he's out of her reach, Christian turns to me. Thirsty here, he says. Coming right up. He is playing the game. She makes him uncomfortable. Why didn't I see that before? That's why I don't like her. He's used to how women react to him. I've seen it often enough, and usually he thinks nothing of it. Touching is something else. Well, Mrs. Gray to the rescue. I hastily pour the wine, gather all 3 glasses in my hands, and hurry back to my knight in distress. Offering a glass to Gia, I deliberately position myself between them. She smiles courteously as she accepts it. I hand the second to Christian, who takes it eagerly, his expression one of amused gratitude. Cheers, Christian says to us both, but looking at me. Gia and I raise our glasses and answer in unison. I take a welcome sip of wine. Anna, you have some issues with the glass wall? Gia asks. Yes, I love it, don't get me wrong, but I was hoping that we could incorporate it more organically into the house. After all, I fell in love with the house as it was, and I don't want to make any radical changes. I see. I just want the design to be sympathetic, you know? More in keeping with the original house. I glance up at Christian, who is gazing at me thoughtfully. No major renovations, he murmurs. No, I shake my head to emphasize my point. You like it as it is? Mostly, yes. I always knew it just needed some TLC. Christian's eyes glow warmly. Gia glances at the pair of us, and her cheeks pink. Okay, she says. I think I get where you're coming from, Anna. How about if we retain the glass wall, but have it open out onto a larger deck that's in keeping with the Mediterranean style? We have the stone terrace there already. We can put in pillars and matching stone, widely spaced so you'll still have the view. Add a glass roof or tile it as per the rest of the house. It'll also make a sheltered alfresco dining and seating area. Got to give the woman her due. She's good. Or, instead of the deck, we could incorporate a wood color of your choice into the glass doors. That might help to keep the Mediterranean spirit, she continues. Like the bright blue shutters in the south of France, I murmur to Christian, who is watching me intently. He takes a sip of wine and shrugs, very non-committal. He doesn't like that idea, but he doesn't overrule me, shoot me down, or make me feel stupid. God, this man is a mess of contradictions. His words from yesterday come to mind. I want this house to be the way you want, whatever you want. It's yours. He wants me to be happy. Happy in everything I do. Deep down, I think I know this. It's just, I stop myself. Don't think about our argument now. My subconscious glares at me. Gia is looking at Christian, waiting for him to make the decision. I watch as her pupils dilate and her glossed lips part. Her tongue darts quickly over her top lip before she takes a sip of her wine. When I turn to Christian, he's still looking at me, not at her at all. Yes, I am going to have words with Miss Mateo. Anna, what do you want to do? Christian murmurs, very clearly deferring to me. I like the deck idea. Me too. I turn back to Gia. Hey lady, look at me, not him. I'm the one making the decisions on this. I think I'd like to see revised drawings showing the bigger deck and pillars that are in keeping with the house. Reluctantly, Gia drags her greedy eyes away from my husband and smiles down at me. Does she think I'm not going to notice? Sure, she acquiesces pleasantly. Any other issues? Other than you eye-fucking my husband? Christian wants to remodel the master suite, I murmur. There's a discreet cough from the entrance to the great room. We three turn as one to find Taylor standing there. Taylor? Christian asks. I need to confer with you on an urgent matter, Mr. Gray. Christian clasps my shoulders from behind and addresses Gia. Mrs. Gray is in charge of this project. She has absolute carte blanche. Whatever she wants, it's hers. I completely trust her instincts. She is very shrewd. His voice alters subtly. In it, I hear pride and a veiled warning. A warning to Gia? He trusts my instincts? Oh, this man's exasperating. My instincts let him run roughshod over my feelings this afternoon. I shake my head in frustration, but I'm grateful that he's telling Miss Provocative and unfortunately good at her job just who's in charge. I caress his hand as it rests on my shoulder. If you'll excuse me. Christian squeezes my shoulders before following Taylor. I wonder idly what's going on. So, the master suite? Gia asks nervously. I gaze up at her, pausing for a moment to ensure that Christian and Taylor are out of earshot. Then, calling on all my inner strength and the fact that I've been seriously piqued for the last 5 hours, I let her have it. You're right to be nervous, Gia, because right now your work on this project hangs in the balance. But I'm sure we'll be fine as long as you keep your hands off my husband. She gasps. Otherwise, you're fired. Understand? I enunciate each word clearly. She blinks rapidly, utterly stunned. She cannot believe what I've said. I cannot believe what I've just said. But I hold my ground, gazing impassively into her widening brown eyes. Don't back down. Don't back down. I've learned this maddening impassive expression from Christian, who does impassive like no one else. I know that renovating the Gray's main residence is a prestigious project for Gia's architectural firm, a resplendent feather in her cap. She can't lose this commission. And right now, I don't give a hoot that she's Elliot's friend. Anna, Mrs. Gray, I'm so sorry. I never... She flushes, unsure what else she can say. Let me be clear. My husband is not interested in you. Of course, she murmurs, the blood draining from her face. As I said, I just wanted to be clear. Mrs. Gray, I sincerely apologize if you think I have... She stops, still floundering for something to say. Good. As long as we understand each other, we'll be fine. Now, I'll let you know what we have in mind for the master suite. Then I'd like a rundown on all the materials you intend to use. As you know, Christian and I are determined that this house should be ecologically sustainable, and I'd like to reassure him as to where all the materials are coming from and what they are. Of course, she stutters, wide-eyed and frankly a little intimidated by me. This is a first. My inner goddess runs around the arena, waving to the frenzied crowd. Gia pats her hair into place, and I realize this is a nervous gesture. The master suite? She prompts anxiously, her voice a breathless whisper. Now that I have the upper hand, I feel myself relax for the first time since my meeting with Christian this afternoon. I can do this. My inner goddess is celebrating her inner bitch. Christian joins us just as we're finishing up. All done? He asks. He puts his arm around my waist and turns to Gia. Yes, Mr. Gray. Gia smiles brightly, though her smile looks brittle. I'll have the revised plans to you in a couple of days. Excellent. You're happy? He asks me directly, his eyes warm and probing. I nod and blush for some reason that I don't understand. I'd better be going, Gia says, again too brightly. She offers her hand to me first this time, then to Christian. Until next time, Gia, I murmur. Yes, Mrs. Gray, Mr. Gray. Taylor appears at the entrance of the great room. Taylor will see you out. My voice is loud enough for him to hear. Patting her hair once more, she turns on her high heels and leaves the great room, followed closely by Taylor. She was noticeably cooler, Christian says, looking quizzically at me. Was she? I didn't notice. I shrug, trying to remain neutral. What did Taylor want? I ask, partly because I'm curious and partly because I want to change the subject. Frowning, Christian releases me and begins to roll up the plans on the table. It was about Hyde. What about Hyde? I whisper. It's nothing to worry about, Anna. Abandoning the plans, Christian draws me into his arms. It turns out he hasn't been in his apartment for weeks, that's all. He kisses my hair, then releases me and finishes his task. So, what did you decide on? He asks, and I know it's because he doesn't want me to pursue the Hyde line of inquiry. Only what you and I discussed. I think she likes you, I say quietly. He snorts. Did you say something to her? He asks, and I flush. How does he know? At a loss what to say, I stare down at my fingers. We were Christian and Anna when she arrived, and Mr. and Mrs. Gray when she left. His tone is dry. I may have said something, I mumble. When I peek up at him, he's regarding me warmly, and for an unguarded moment, he looks pleased. He drops his gaze, shaking his head, and his expression changes. She's only reacting to this face. He sounds vaguely bitter, disgusted even. Oh, 50. No. What? He's bemused by my perplexed expression. His eyes grow wide in alarm. You're not jealous, are you? He asks, horrified. I blush and swallow, then stare down at my knotted fingers. Am I? Anna, she's a sexual predator, not my type at all. How can you be jealous of her? Of anyone? Nothing about her interests me. When I glance up, he's gaping at me as if I've grown an additional limb. He runs a hand through his hair. It's only you, Anna, he says quietly. It will only ever be you. Oh my. Abandoning the plans once more, Christian moves toward me and clasps my chin between his thumb and forefinger. How can you think otherwise? Have I ever given you any indication that I could be remotely interested in anyone else? His eyes blaze as he stares into mine. No, I whisper. I'm being silly. It's just today, all my conflicting emotions from earlier resurface. How can I tell him how confused I am? I've been confounded and frustrated by his behavior this afternoon in my office. 1 minute he wants me to stay home. The next, he's gifting me a company. How am I supposed to keep up? What about me? Oh, Christian. My bottom lip trembles. I'm trying to adapt to this new life that I had never imagined for myself. Everything is being handed to me on a plate. The job, you, my beautiful husband, who I never knew I loved this way. This hard, this fast, this indelibly. I take a deep, steadying breath as his mouth drops open. But you're like a freight train, and I don't want to get railroaded because the girl you fell in love with will be crushed. And what'll be left? All that would be left is a vacuous social X-ray, flitting from charity function to charity function. I pause once more, struggling to find the words to convey how I feel. And now, you want me to be a company CEO, which has never even been on my radar. I'm bouncing between all these ideas, struggling. You want me at home. You want me to run a company. It's so confusing. I stop, tears threatening, and I force back a sob. You've got to let me make my own decisions, take my own risks, and make my own mistakes, and let me learn from them. I need to walk before I can run, Christian. Don't you see? I want some independence. That's what my name means to me. There. That's what I wanted to say this afternoon. You feel railroaded? He whispers. I nod. He closes his eyes, agitated. I just want to give you the world, Anna. Everything and anything you want. And save you from it, too. Keep you safe. But I also want everyone to know you're mine. I panicked today when I got your email. Why didn't you tell me about your name? I flush. He has a point. I only thought about it while we were on our honeymoon, and, well, I didn't want to burst the bubble. And I forgot about it. I only remembered yesterday evening, and then Jack. You know, it was distracting. I'm sorry. I should have told you or discussed it with you, but I could never seem to find the right time. Christian's intense gaze is unnerving. It's as if he's trying to will his way into my skull, but he says nothing. Why did you panic? I ask. I just don't want you to slip through my fingers. For heaven's sake, I'm not going anywhere. When are you going to get that through your incredibly thick skull? I love you. I wave my hand in the air like he does sometimes to emphasize my point. More than eyesight, space, or liberty. His eyes widen. Daughter's love? He gives me an ironic smile. No! I laugh despite myself. It's the only quote that came to mind. Mad King Lear. Dear, dear Mad King Lear. I caress his face, and he leans into my touch, closing his eyes. Would you change your name to Christian Steele so everyone would know that you belong to me? Christian's eyes fly open, and he gazes at me as if I've just said the world is flat. He frowns. You, he murmurs, testing the words. Mine. Yours, he says, repeating the words we spoke in the playroom only yesterday. Yes, I would, if it meant that much to you. Oh my. Does it mean that much to you? Yes. He is unequivocal. Okay. I will do this for him. Give him the reassurance he still needs. I thought you'd already agreed to this. Yes, I have, but now that we've discussed it further, I'm happier with my decision. Oh, he mutters, surprised. Then he smiles his beautiful, boyish, yes, I am really kinda young, smile, and he takes my breath away. Grabbing me by the waist, he swings me around. I squeal and start to giggle. And I don't know if he's just happy, or relieved, or what. Mrs. Gray, do you know what this means to me? I do now. He leans down and kisses me, his fingers moving into my hair, holding me in place. It means 7 shades of Sunday. He murmurs against my lips, and he runs his nose along mine. You think? I lean back to gaze at him. Certain promises were made, an offer extended, a deal brokered. He whispers, his eyes sparkling with wicked delight. I am still reeling, trying to follow his mood. You reneging on me? He asks uncertainly, and a speculative look crosses his face. I have an idea, he adds. Oh, what pinky fuckery is this? A really important matter to attend to, he continues, suddenly all serious once more. Yes, Mrs. Gray, a matter of the gravest importance. Hang on, he's laughing at me. What? I breathe. I need you to cut my hair. Apparently, it's overlong, and my wife doesn't like it. I can't cut your hair. Yes, you can. Christian grins and shakes his head so his overlong hair covers his eyes. Well, if Mrs. Jones has a pudding bowl, I giggle. He laughs. Okay, good point, well made. I'll get Franco to do it. No! Franco works for the bitch troll. Maybe I could give him a trim. After all, I cut Ray's hair for years, and he never complained. Come. I grab his hand. His eyes widen. I lead him all the way to our bathroom, where I release him and grab the white wooden chair that stands in the corner. I place it in front of the sink. When I look at Christian, he's gazing at me with ill-disguised amusement, thumbs tucked into the front belt loops of his pants, but his eyes are smoking hot. Sit. I gesture to the empty chair, trying to maintain the upper hand. Are you going to wash my hair? I nod. He arches one brow in surprise, and, for a moment, I think he's going to back down. Okay. Slowly, he begins to undo each button of his white shirt, starting with the one beneath his throat. Nimble, deft fingers move to each button in turn until his shirt hangs open. Oh my. My inner goddess pauses in her celebratory jaunt around the arena. Christian holds out a cup with an undo this now gesture, and his mouth twitches in that challenging, sexy way he has. Oh, cufflinks. I take his proffered wrist and remove the first one, a platinum disc with his initials engraved in a simple italic script, and then remove its matching twin. As I finish, I glance at him, and his amused expression is gone, replaced by something hotter, much hotter. I reach up and push his shirt off his shoulders, letting it fall to the floor. Ready? I whisper. Or whatever you want, Anna. My eyes stray from his eyes to his lips, parted so that he can inhale more deeply. Sculptured, chiseled, whatever. It is a beautiful mouth, and he knows exactly what to do with it. I find myself leaning up to kiss him. No, he says, and places both of his hands on my shoulders. Don't. If you do that, I'll never get my hair cut. Oh, I want this, he continues, and his eyes are round and raw for some inexplicable reason. It's disarming. Why? I whisper. He stares at me for a beat, and his eyes grow wider. Because it'll make me feel cherished. My heart practically lurches to a halt. Oh, Christian, my 50. And before I know it, I've circled him in my arms, and I kiss his chest before nuzzling my cheek into his tickly chest hair. Anna, my Anna, he whispers. He wraps his arms around me, and we stand immobile, holding each other in our bathroom. Oh, how I love to be in his arms. Even if he is an overbearing megalomaniac arse, he is my overbearing megalomaniac arse in need of a lifetime dose of TLC. I lean back without releasing him. You really want me to do this? He nods and gives me his shy smile. I grin back at him and step out of his embrace. Then sit, I repeat. He dutifully does, sitting with his back to the sink. I take off my shoes and kick them over to where his shirt lies crumpled on the bathroom floor. From the shower, I retrieve his Chanel shampoo. We bought it in France. Would sir like this? I hold it up in both hands like I'm selling it on QVC. Hand delivered from the south of France. I like the smell of this. It smells of you. I add in a whisper, slipping out of my television presenter mode. Please. He grins. I grab a small towel off the towel warmer. Mrs. Jones sure knows how to keep the towels super soft. Lean forward, I order, and Christian complies. Draping the towel around his shoulders, I then turn on the taps and fill the sink with a mix of warm water. Lean back. Oh, I like being in charge. Christian leans back, but he's too tall. He shifts the seat forward, then tilts back the entire chair until the top rests against the sink. Perfect distance. He tips back his head. Bold eyes gaze up at me, and I smile. Taking one of the drinking glasses we keep on the vanity, I dip it into the water and tip it over Christian's head, soaking his hair. I repeat the process, leaning over him. You smell so good, Mrs. Gray, he murmurs, and closes his eyes. As I methodically wet his hair, I freely gaze at him. Holy cow! Will I ever tire of this? Long, dark lashes fan across his cheeks. His lips part, creating a small, dark diamond shape, and he inhales softly. How I long to poke my tongue. I splash water into his eyes. Shit! Sorry! He grabs the corner of the towel and laughs as he wipes the water out of his eyes. Hey, I know I'm an arse, but don't drown me. I lean down and kiss his forehead, giggling. Don't tempt me. He curls his hand behind my head and shifts so that he captures my lips with his. He kisses me briefly, making a low, contented sound in his throat. The noise connects to the muscles deep in my belly. It's a very seductive sound. He releases me and lies back obediently, gazing up at me with expectation. For a moment, he looks vulnerable, like a child. It tugs at my heart. I squirt some shampoo into my palm and massage it into his scalp, beginning at his temples and working over the top of his head and down the sides, circling my fingers rhythmically. He closes his eyes and makes that low humming sound again. That feels good, he says after a moment and relaxes beneath the firm touch of my fingers. Yes, it does. I kiss his forehead once more. I like it when you scratch my scalp with your fingernails. His eyes are still closed, but his expression is one of blissful contentment. No trace of his vulnerability remains. Geez, how much his mood has changed. And I take comfort knowing it's me that's done this. Head up, I command, and he obeys. A girl could get used to this. I rub the suds into the back of his hair, scraping my nails into his scalp. Back. He leans back, and I rinse off the lather, using the glass. This time, I manage not to splash him. Once more, I ask. Please. His eyes flutter open, and his serene gaze finds mine. I grin down at him. Coming right up, Mr. Gray. I turn to the sink that Christian normally uses and fill it with warm water. For rinsing, I say, when his look turns quizzical. I repeat the process with the shampoo, listening to his deep, even breaths. Once he's all lathered up, I take another moment to appreciate the fine face of my husband. I cannot resist him. Tenderly, I caress his cheek, and he opens his eyes, watching me almost sleepily through his long lashes. Leaning forward, I plant a soft, chaste kiss on his lips. He smiles, closes his eyes, and breathes out a sigh of utter contentment. Who would have thought after our argument this afternoon he could be this relaxed, without sex? I lean right over him. He murmurs appreciatively as my breasts brush his face. Resisting the urge to shimmy, I pull the plug so the sudsy water drains away. His hands move to my hips and around to my behind. No fondling the help, I murmur, feigning disapproval. Don't forget I'm deaf, he says, keeping his eyes closed as he runs his hands down past my behind and starts to hitch up my skirt. I swat his arm. I'm enjoying playing hairdresser. He grins, big and boyish, like I've caught him doing something illicit that he's secretly proud of. I reach for the glass again, but this time use the water from the neighboring sink to carefully rinse all the shampoo from his hair. I continue to lean over him, and he keeps his hands on my backside, thrumming his fingers back and forward, up and down, back and forth. I wiggle. He growls low in his throat. There, all rinsed. Good, he declares. His fingers tighten on my behind, and all at once, he sits up, his soaked hair dripping all over him. He pulls me down onto his lap, his hands moving from my behind up to the nape of my neck, then to my chin, holding me in place. I gasp with surprise, and his lips are on mine, his tongue hot and hard in my mouth. My fingers curl around his wet hair, and drops of water run down my arms. And as he deepens the kiss, his hair bathes my face. His hand moves from my chin down to the top button of my blouse. Enough of this primping. I want to fuck you 7 shades of Sunday, and we can do it here or in the bedroom. You decide. Christian's eyes blaze, hot and full of promise, his hair dripping water onto us both. My mouth goes dry. What's it to be, Anastasia? He asks as he holds me in his lap. You're wet, I respond. He bends his head suddenly, running his dripping hair all down the front of my blouse. I squeal and try to wriggle off him. He tightens his grip around me. Oh, no you don't, baby, he murmurs. When he raises his head, he's grinning salaciously at me. And I am Miss Wet Blouse 2011. My top is soaked and totally see-through. I'm wet. Everywhere. Love the view, he murmurs, and leans down to run his nose around and around one wet nipple. I squirm. Answer me, Anna. Here or the bedroom? Here, I whisper frantically, To hell with the haircut. I'll do it later. He smiles slowly, his lips curling into a sensuous smile full of licentious promise. Good choice, Mrs. Gray. He breathes against my lips. He releases my chin and his hand moves to my knee. It glides smoothly up my leg, lifting my skirt and skating over my skin, making me tingle. His lips trail soft kisses from the base of my ear along my jaw. Oh, what shall I do to you? He whispers. His fingers halt at my stocking tops. I like these, he says. He runs a finger underneath the top and skims it around to my inner thigh. I gasp and squirm once more in his lap. He groans low in his throat. If I'm going to fuck you 7 shades of Sunday, I want you to keep still. Make me, I challenge, my voice soft and breathy. Christian inhales sharply. He narrows his eyes and regards me with a hot, hooded expression. Oh, Mrs. Gray, you have only to ask. His hand moves from my stocking tops up to my panties. Let's divest you of these. He tugs gently, and I shift to help him. His breath hisses through his teeth as I do. Keep still, he grumbles. I'm helping, I pout, and he seizes my lower lip gently between his teeth. Still, he growls. He slides my panties down my legs and off, tugging my skirt up so that it's bunched around my hips. He moves both hands to my waist and lifts me. He still has my panties in his hand. Sit astride me, he orders, staring intently into my eyes. I shift, straddling him, and regard him provocatively. Bring it on, 50. Mrs. Gray, he warns. Are you goading me? He gazes at me, amused, but aroused. It's a seductive combination. Yes? What are you going to do about it? His eyes light up with salacious delight at my challenge, and I feel his arousal beneath me. Clasp your hands together behind your back. Oh, I comply obediently, and he deftly binds my wrists together with my panties. My panties? Mr. Gray, you have no shame, I admonish. Not where you're concerned, Mrs. Gray, but you know that. His look is intense and hot. Putting his hands around my waist, he shifts me so I am sitting a little further back on his lap. Water still drips down his neck and over his chest. I want to bend forward and lick the drips off, but it's trickier now that I am restrained. Christian caresses both of my thighs and skims his hands down to my knees. Gently, he pushes them further apart and widens his own legs, holding me in that position. His fingers move to the buttons of my blouse. I don't think we need this, he says. He starts methodically undoing each button on my clinging wet blouse, his eyes never leaving mine. They get darker and darker as he finishes the task, taking his own sweet time about it. My pulse quickens and my breathing shallows. I can't believe it. He's hardly touched me and I feel like this. Hot, bothered, ready. I want to squirm. He leaves my damp blouse hanging open and, using both hands, he caresses my face with his fingers, his thumb skimming across my bottom lip. Suddenly, he thrusts his thumb into my mouth. Suck, he orders in a whisper, stressing the S. I close my mouth around him and do exactly that. Oh, I like this game. He tastes good. What else would I like to suck? The muscles in my belly clench at the thought. His lips part when I scrape my teeth and bite the soft pad of his thumb. He groans and slowly extracts his wet thumb from my mouth and trails it down my chin, down my throat, over my sternum. He hooks it into the cup of my bra and yanks the cup down, freeing my breast. Christian's gaze never leaves mine. He's watching each reaction that his touch elicits from me, and I'm watching him. It's hot, consuming, possessive. I love it. He mirrors his actions with his other hand so both my breasts are free, and, cupping them gently, he skims each thumb over a nipple, circling slowly, teasing and taunting each one so that they harden and distend beneath his skillful touch. I really try not to move, but my nipples are hot-wired to my groin, so I moan and throw my head back, closing my eyes and surrendering to the sweet, sweet torture. Shh. Christian's soothing voice is at odds with the teasing, even tempo rhythm of his wicked fingers. Still, baby, still. Releasing one breast, he reaches up behind me and splays his hand around the nape of my neck. Leaning forward, he takes my now bereft nipple into his mouth and sucks hard, his wet hair tickling me. At the same time, his thumb stops skimming across my other elongated nipple. Instead, he takes it between his thumb and forefinger and tugs and twists it gently. Ah! Christian! I groan and buck forward on his lap, but he doesn't stop. He continues the slow, leisurely, agonizing tease, and my body is burning as the pleasure takes a darker turn. Christian, please, I whimper. He hums low in his chest. I want you to come like this. My nipple gets a brief respite as his words caress my skin, and it's like he's calling to a deep, dark part of my psyche that only he knows. When he resumes with his teeth this time, the pleasure is almost intolerable. Moaning loudly, I writhe on his lap, trying to find some precious friction against his pants. I pull uselessly against my restraining panties, itching to touch him. But I'm lost in this treacherous sensation. Please, I whisper, pleading, and pleasure flies through my body, from my neck, right down to my legs, to my toes, tightening all in its wake. You have such beautiful breasts, Anna, he groans. One day, I'll fuck them. What the hell does that mean? Opening my eyes, I gape down at him as he suckles me, my skin singing under his touch. I no longer feel my sodden blouse, his wet hair, nothing except the burn, and it burns deliciously hot and low, deep inside me, and all thought evaporates as my body tightens and clenches, ready, reaching, pining for release, and he doesn't stop, teasing, pulling, driving me wild. I want. Let go, he breathes. And I do, loudly, my orgasm convulsing through my body, and he stops his sweet torture and wraps his arms around me, clutching me to him as my body spirals down from my climax. When I open my eyes, he is gazing down at me where I rest against his chest. God, I love to watch you come, Anna. His voice is full of wonder. That was... Words fail me. I know. He leans forward and kisses me, his hand still at the nape of my neck, holding me just so, angling my head so he can kiss me deeply, with love, with reverence. I am lost in his kiss. He pulls away to draw breath, his eyes the color of a tropical storm. Now I'm going to fuck you. Hard, he murmurs. Holy cow! Grabbing me around the waist, he lifts me from his thighs down to the edge of his knees and reaches with his right hand for the button on the waistband of his navy pants. He runs the fingers of his left hand up and down my thigh, stopping at my stocking tops each time. He's watching me intently. We're face to face, and I'm helpless, trussed up in my bra and by my panties. And this has to be one of the most intimate times we've had. Me sitting on his lap, staring into his beautiful gray eyes. It makes me feel wanton, but also so connected to him. I am not embarrassed or shy. This is Christian. My husband, my lover, my overbearing megalomaniac, my 50, the love of my life. He reaches for his zipper and my mouth goes dry as his erection springs free. He smirks. You like? He whispers. I murmur appreciatively. He wraps his hand around himself and moves it up and down. Oh my. I gaze up at him through my lashes. Ah, he's so sexy. You're biting your lip, Mrs. Gray. That's because I'm hungry. Hungry? His mouth opens in surprise and his eyes widen a fraction. I agree and lick my lips. He gives me his enigmatic smile and bites his lower lip as he continues to stroke himself. Why is the sight of my husband pleasuring himself such a turn-on? I see. You should have eaten your dinner. His tone is mocking and censorious at once. But maybe I can oblige. He puts his hands on my waist. Stand, he says softly, and I know what he's going to do. I get to my feet, my legs no longer shaking. Kneel. I do as I'm told and kneel down on the cold, tiled floor of the bathroom. He slides forward on the seat of the chair. Kiss me, he utters, holding his erection. I glance up at him and he runs his tongue over his top teeth. It's arousing, very arousing to see his desire, his naked desire for me and my mouth. Leaning forward, my eyes on his, I kiss the tip of his erection. I watch him inhale sharply and clench his teeth. Christian cups the side of my head and I run my tongue over the tip, tasting a small bead of dew on the end. It tastes good. His mouth drops open further as he gasps and I pounce, pulling him into my mouth and sucking hard. Ah! The air hisses through his teeth, and he flexes his hips forward, thrusting into my mouth. But I don't stop. Sheathing my teeth behind my lips, I push down and then pull up on him. He moves both hands so that he fully cups my head, burying his fingers in my hair, and slowly eases himself in and out of my mouth, his breathing quickening, growing harsher. I twirl my tongue around his tip and push down again in perfect counterpoint to him. Jesus, Anna. He sighs and screws his eyes shut tightly. He's lost, and it's heady. His response to me. And very slowly I draw my lips back, so it's just my teeth. Ah! Christian stops moving. Leaning forward, he grabs me and pulls me onto his lap. Enough, he growls. Reaching behind me, he frees my hands with one tug on my panties. I flex my wrists and stare from under my lashes into scorching eyes that gaze back at me with love and longing and lust. And I realize it's me that wants to fuck him 7 shades of Sunday. I want him badly. I want to watch him come apart beneath me. I grab his erection and scoot over him, placing my other hand on his shoulder. Very gently and slowly, I ease myself onto him. He makes a guttural, feral noise deep in his throat and, reaching up, pulls off my blouse, letting it fall to the floor. His hands move to my hips. Still, he rasps, his hands digging into my flesh. Please, let me savor this. Savor you. I stop. Oh my. He feels so good inside me. He caresses my face, his eyes wide and wild, his lips parted as he breathes. He flexes beneath me and I moan, closing my eyes. This is my favorite place, he whispers. Inside you. Inside my wife. Oh, fuck. Christian. I cannot hold back. My fingers glide into his wet hair, my lips seek his, and I start to move. up and down on my toes, savoring him, savoring me. He groans loudly, and his hands are in my hair and around my back, and his tongue invades my mouth greedily, taking all that I willingly give. After all our arguing today, my frustration with him, his with me, we still have this. We will always have this. I love him so much, it's almost overwhelming. His hands move to my backside and he controls me, moving me up and down again and again at his pace, his hot, slick tempo. Ah! I groan helplessly into his mouth as I'm carried away. Yes, yes, Anna, he hisses, and I rain kisses on his face, his chin, his jaw, his neck. Baby, he breathes, capturing my mouth once more. Oh, Christian, I love you. I will always love you. I'm breathless, wanting him to know, wanting him to be sure of me after our battle of wills today. He moans loudly and wraps his arms around me tightly as he climaxes with a mournful sob. And it's enough to push me over the brink once more. I clutch my arms around his head and let go, and I come around him, tears springing to my eyes, because I love him so. Hey, he whispers, tipping my chin back and gazing at me with quiet concern. Why are you crying? Did you? No, I mutter reassuringly. He smooths my hair off my face, wipes away a lone tear with his thumb, and tenderly kisses my lips. He is still inside me. He shifts, and I wince as he pulls out of me. What's wrong, Anna? Tell me. I sniff. It's just, sometimes I'm overwhelmed by how much I love you, I whisper. After a beat, he smiles his special shy smile, reserved for me, I think. You have the same effect on me, he whispers, and kisses me once more. I smile, and inside my joy unfurls and stretches lazily. Do I? He smirks. You know you do. Sometimes I know, not all the time. Back at you, Mrs. Gray. I grin and gently place feather-like kisses over his chest. I nuzzle his chest hair. Christian caresses my hair and runs a hand down my back. He unclasps my bra and pulls the strap down one arm. I shift, and he tugs the strap down the other arm and drops my bra on the floor. Skin on skin, he murmurs and folds me in his arms again. He kisses my shoulder and runs his nose up to my ear. You smell like heaven, Mrs. Gray. So do you, Mr. Gray. I nuzzle him again and inhale his Christian smell, which is now mixed with the heady scent of sex. I could stay wrapped in his arms like this, sated and happy forever. It's just what I need after a full day of back-to-work arguing and bitch slapping. This is where I want to be. And in spite of his control freakery, his megalomania, this is where I belong. Christian buries his nose in my hair and inhales deeply. I let out a contented sigh, and I feel his smile. And we sit, arms clasped around each other, saying nothing. Eventually, reality intrudes. It's late, Christian says, his fingers methodically stroking my back. Your hair still needs cutting. He chuckles. That it does, Mrs. Gray. Do you have the energy to finish the job you started? For you, Mr. Gray, anything. I kiss his chest once more and reluctantly stand. Don't go. Grabbing my hips, he turns me around. He straightens, then undoes my skirt, letting it drop to the floor. He holds his hand out to me. I take it and step out of my skirt. Now I am dressed solely in stockings and garter belt. You are a mighty fine sight, Mrs. Gray. He sits back in the chair and crosses his arms, giving me a full and frank appraisal. I hold out my hands and twirl for him. God, I'm a lucky son of a bitch, he says admiringly. Yes, you are. He grins. Put my shirt on and you can cut my hair. Like this, you'll distract me, and we'll never get to bed. I can't help my answering smile. Knowing that he's watching my every move, I sashay over to where we left my shoes and his shirt. Bending slowly, I reach down, pick up his shirt, smell it, then shrug it on. Christian's eyes are round. He's redone his fly and is watching me intently. That's quite a floor show, Mrs. Gray. Do we have any scissors? I ask innocently, batting my eyelashes. My study, he croaks. I'll go search. Leaving him, I walk into our bedroom and grab my comb from the dressing table before heading to his study. As I enter the main corridor, I notice the door to Taylor's office is open. Mrs. Jones is standing just beyond the door. I stop, rooted to the spot. Taylor is running his fingers down her face and smiling sweetly at her. Then, he leans down and kisses her. Holy shit! Taylor and Mrs. Jones? I gape in astonishment. I mean, I thought... Well, I kind of suspected. But obviously they are together. I flush, feeling like a voyeur, and manage to get my feet to move. I scamper across the great room and into Christian's study. Switching on the light, I walk to his desk. Taylor and Mrs. Jones. Wow, I'm reeling. I always thought Mrs. Jones was older than Taylor. Oh, I have to get my head around this. I open the top drawer and am immediately distracted. I find a gun. Christian has a gun? A revolver. Holy fuck. I had no idea Christian owned a gun. I take it out, slip the release, and check the cylinder. It's fully loaded, but light. Too light. It must be carbon fiber. What does Christian want with a gun? Jeez, I hope he knows how to use it. Ray's perpetual warnings about handguns run quickly through my mind. His army training was never lost. These will kill you, Anna. You need to know what you're doing when you're handling a firearm. I put the gun back and find the scissors. Retrieving them quickly, I bolt back to Christian, my head buzzing. Taylor and Mrs. Jones, the revolver. At the entrance to the great room, I run into Taylor. Mrs. Gray, excuse me. His face reddens as he quickly takes in my attire. Taylor, hi. I'm cutting Christian's hair. I blurt out, embarrassed. Taylor is as mortified as I am. He opens his mouth to say something, then closes it quickly and stands aside. After you, ma'am, he says formally. I think I'm the color of my old Audi, the submissive special. Could this be more embarrassing? Thank you, I mutter, and dash down the hallway. Crap! Will I ever get used to the fact that we're not alone? I dash into the bathroom, breathless. What's wrong? Christian is standing in front of the mirror, holding my shoes. All of my scattered clothes are now neatly piled beside the sink. I just ran into Taylor. Oh, Christian frowns. Dressed like that. Oh shit. That's not Taylor's fault. Christian's frown deepens. No, but still. I'm dressed. Barely. I don't know who was more embarrassed, me or him. I try my distraction technique. Did you know he and Gail are, well, together? Christian laughs. Yes, of course I knew. And you never told me? I thought you knew too. No? Anna, they're adults. They live under the same roof. Both unattached. Both attractive. I flush, feeling foolish for not having noticed. Well, if you put it like that. I just thought Gail was older than Taylor. She is, but not by much. He gazes at me, perplexed. Some men like older women. He stops abruptly and his eyes widen. I scowl at him. I know that. I snap. Christian looks contrite. He smiles fondly at me. Yes, my distraction technique was successful. My subconscious rolls her eyes at me, but at what cost? Now the unmentionable Mrs. Robinson is looming over us. That reminds me, he says brightly. What? I mutter petulantly. Grabbing the chair, I turn it to face the mirror above the sinks. Sit, I order. Christian regards me with indulgent amusement, but does as he's told and sits back down in the chair. I start to comb through his now nearly damp hair. I was thinking we could convert the rooms over the garages for them at the new place. Christian continues. Make it a home. Then maybe Taylor's daughter could stay with him more often. He watches me carefully in the mirror. Why doesn't she stay here? Taylor's never asked me. Perhaps you should offer, but we'd have to behave ourselves. Christian's brow furrows. I hadn't thought of that. Perhaps that's why Taylor hasn't asked. Have you met her? Yes, she's a sweet thing. Shy. Very pretty. I pay for her schooling. Oh. I stop combing and stare at him in the mirror. I had no idea. He shrugs. Seemed the least I could do. Also, it means he won't quit. I'm sure he likes working for you. Christian stares at me blankly, then shrugs. I don't know. I think he's very fond of you, Christian. I resume combing and glance at him. His eyes don't leave mine. You think? Yes, I do. He snorts a dismissive yet content sound, as if he's secretly pleased that his staff may like him. Good. Will you talk to Gia about the rooms over the garage? Yes, of course. I don't feel the same irritation I did before at the mention of her name. My subconscious nods sagely at me. Yes, we done good today. My inner goddess gloats. Now she'll leave my husband alone and not make him uncomfortable. I am ready to cut Christian's hair. You sure about this? Your last chance to bail. Do your worst, Mrs. Gray. I don't have to look at me. You do. I grin. Christian, I could look at you all day. He shakes his head, exasperated. It's just a pretty face, baby. And behind it is a very pretty man. I kiss his temple. My man. He grins shyly. Lifting the first lock, I comb it upward and snare it between my index and middle finger. I put the comb in my mouth, take the scissors, and make the first snip, cutting an inch off the length. Christian closes his eyes and sits like a statue, sighing contentedly as I continue. Occasionally, he opens his eyes and I catch him watching me intently. He doesn't touch me while I work, and I'm grateful. His touch is distracting. 15 minutes later, I'm done. Finished. I'm pleased with the result. He looks as hot as ever, his hair still floppy and sexy, just a bit shorter. Christian gazes at himself in the mirror, looking pleasantly surprised. He grins. Great job, Mrs. Gray. He turns his head from side to side and snakes his arm around me, pulling me to him. He kisses and nuzzles my belly. Thank you, he says. My pleasure. I bend and kiss him briefly. It's late. Bed. He gives my behind a playful slap. Ah! I should clean up in here. There is hair all over the floor. Christian frowns as if the thought would never have occurred to him. Okay, I'll get the broom, he says wryly. I don't want you embarrassing the staff with your lack of appropriate attire. Do you know where the broom is? I ask innocently. This stops Christian in his tracks. No. I laugh. I'll go. As I climb into bed and wait for Christian to join me, I reflect on how differently this day could have ended. I was so mad at him earlier, and he with me. How am I going to deal with this running a company nonsense? I have no desire to run my own company. I am not him. I need to head this off at the pass. Perhaps I should have a safe word for when he's being overbearing and domineering, for when he's being an arse. I giggle. Perhaps the safe word should be arse. I find the thought very appealing. What? He says as he climbs into bed beside me, wearing only his pajama pants. Nothing, just an idea. What idea? He stretches out beside me. Here goes nothing. Christian, I don't think I want to run a company. He props himself up on his elbow and gazes down at me. Why do you say that? Because it's not something that has ever appealed to me. You're more than capable, Anastasia. I like to read books, Christian. Running a company will take me away from that. You could be the creative head. I frown. You see, he continues, running a successful company is all about embracing the talent and individuals you have at your disposal. If that's where your talents and your interests lie, then you structure the company to enable that. Don't dismiss it out of hand, Anastasia. You are a very capable woman. I think you could do anything you wanted if you put your mind to it. Whoa, how can he possibly know that I'd be any good at this? I'm also worried it will take up too much of my time. Christian frowns. Time I could devote to you. I deploy my secret weapon. His gaze darkens. I know what you're doing, he murmurs, amused. Damn it. What? I feign innocence. You're trying to distract me from the issue at hand. You always do that. Just don't dismiss the idea, Anna. Think about it. That's all I ask. He leans down and kisses me chastely, then skims his thumb down my cheek. This argument is going to run and run. I smile up at him, and something he said earlier today pops unbidden into my mind. Can I ask you something? My voice is soft, tentative. Of course. Earlier today, you said if I was angry with you, I should take it out on you in bed. What did you mean? He stills. What did you think I meant? Holy shit. I should just say it. That you wanted me to tie you up? His eyebrows shoot up in surprise. No. That's not what I meant at all. Oh, I'm surprised by my slight twinge of disappointment. You want to tie me up? He asks, obviously reading my expression correctly. He sounds shocked. I blush. Well, Anna, He stops, and something dark crosses his face. Christian, I whisper, alarmed. I move so that I am lying on my side, propped up on my elbow, like him. I caress his face. His eyes are large and fearful. He shakes his head sadly. Shit! Christian, stop! It doesn't matter. I thought that's what you meant. He takes my hand and places it on his pounding heart. Fuck! What is it? Anna, I don't know how I'd feel about you touching me if I were restrained. My scalp prickles. It's like he's confessing something deep and dark. This is still too new. His voice is low and raw. Fuck. It was just a question. And I realize that he's come a long way, but he still has a long way to go. Oh, 50, 50, 50. Anxiety grips my heart. I lean over and he freezes, but I plant a soft kiss at the corner of his mouth. Christian, I got the wrong idea. Please don't worry about it. Please don't think about it. I kiss him. He closes his eyes, groans, and reciprocates, pushing me down into the mattress, his hands clasping my chin, and soon we're lost in each other again. Chapter 9. When I wake before the alarm the following morning, Christian is wrapped around me like ivy, his head on my chest, his arm around my waist, and his leg between mine. And he's on my side of the bed. It's always the same. If we argue the night before, this is how he ends up, coiled around me, making me hot and bothered. Oh, 50. He is so needy on some level. Who would have thought? The familiar vision of Christian as a dirty, wretched little boy haunts me. Gently, I stroke his shorter hair and my melancholy recedes. He stirs, and his sleepy eyes meet mine. He blinks a couple of times as he wakes. Hi, he murmurs and smiles. Hi. I love waking to that smile. He nuzzles my breasts and hums appreciatively deep in his throat. His hand travels down from my waist, skimming over the cool satin of my nightgown. What a tempting morsel you are, he mutters. But, tempting though you are, he glances at the alarm. I have to get up. He stretches out, untangles himself from me, and rises. I lie back, put my hands behind my head, and enjoy the show. Christian stripping for his shower. He is perfect. I wouldn't change a hair on his head. Admiring the view, Mrs. Gray? Christian arches a sardonic brow at me. It's a mighty fine view, Mr. Gray. He grins and throws his pajama pants at me so they almost land on my face, but I catch them in time, giggling like a schoolgirl. With a wicked grin, he pulls the duvet off, puts one knee on the bed, grabs my ankles, and drags me toward him so that my nightdress rides up. I squeal, and he crawls up my body, trailing little kisses on my knee, my thigh, my... Oh, Christian. Good morning, Mrs. Gray. Mrs. Jones greets me. I flush, embarrassed, remembering her tryst with Taylor the night before. Good morning, I respond as she hands me a cup of tea. I sit on the bar stool beside my husband, who just looks radiant. Freshly showered, his hair still damp, wearing a crisp white shirt and that silver gray tie. My favorite tie. I have fond memories of that tie. How are you, Mrs. Gray? He asks, his eyes warm. I think you know, Mr. Gray. I gaze up at him through my lashes. He smirks. Eat, he orders. You didn't eat yesterday. Oh, bossy 50. That's because you were being an arse. Mrs. Jones drops something that clatters into the sink, making me jump. Christian seems oblivious to the noise. Ignoring her, he stares at me impassively. Arse or not, eat. His tone is serious. No arguing with him. Okay, picking up spoon, eating granola, I mutter like a petulant teenager. I reach for the Greek yogurt and spoon some onto my cereal, followed by a handful of blueberries. I glance at Mrs. Jones and she catches my eye. I smile and she responds with a warm smile of her own. She has provided me with my breakfast of choice, which was introduced to me on our honeymoon. I may have to go to New York later in the week. Christian's announcement interrupts my reverie. Oh, it'll mean an overnight. I want you to come with me. Christian, I won't get the time off. He gives me his, oh really, but I'm the boss stare. I sigh. I know you own the company, but I've been away for 3 weeks. Please, how can you expect me to run the business if I'm never there? I'll be fine here. I'm assuming you'll take Taylor with you, but Sawyer and Ryan will be here? I stop, because Christian is grinning at me. What? I snap. Nothing. Just you, he says. I frown. Is he laughing at me? Then a nasty thought pops into my mind. How are you getting to New York? The company jet. Why? I just wanted to check if you were taking Charlie Tango. My voice is quiet, and a shiver runs down my spine. I remember the last time he flew in his helicopter. A wave of nausea hits me as I recall the anxious hours I spent waiting for news. That was possibly the lowest point in my life. I notice Mrs. Jones has stilled too. I try to dismiss the idea. I wouldn't fly to New York in Charlie Tango. She doesn't have that kind of range. Besides, she won't be back from the engineers for another 2 weeks. Thank heavens. My smile is partly from relief, but also the knowledge that the demise of Charlie Tango has occupied a great deal of Christian's thoughts and time over the last few weeks. Well, I'm glad she's nearly fixed, but I stop. Can I tell him how nervous I'll be when he flies next time? What? He asks as he finishes his omelet. I shrug. Anna, he says, more sternly. I just, last time you flew in her, we thought you'd... I can't finish the sentence, and Christian's expression softens. Hey, he caresses my face with the backs of his knuckles. That was sabotage. A dark expression crosses his face, and for a moment, I wonder if he knows who was responsible. I couldn't bear to lose you, I murmur. 5 people have been fired because of that, Anna. It won't happen again. 5? He nods, his face serious. Holy crap. That reminds me, there's a gun in your desk. He frowns at my non sequitur and probably at my accusatory tone, though I don't mean it that way. It's Layla's, he says finally. It's fully loaded. How do you know? His frown deepens. I checked it yesterday. He scowls at me. I don't want you messing with guns. I hope you put the safety back on. I blink at him, momentarily stupefied. Christian, there's no safety on that revolver. Don't you know anything about guns? His eyes widen. No. Taylor coughs discreetly from the entrance. Christian nods at him. We have to go, Christian says. He stands, distracted, and slips on his gray jacket. I follow him into the hallway. He has Layla's gun. I am stunned by this news and briefly wonder what's happened to her. Is she still in... Where is it? East somewhere? New Hampshire? I can't remember. Good morning, Taylor, Christian says. Good morning, Mr. Gray, Mrs. Gray. He nods at us both, but he's careful not to look me in the eye. I am grateful, recalling my state of undress when we bumped into each other last night. I am just going to brush my teeth, I mutter. Christian always brushes his teeth before breakfast. I don't understand why. You should ask Taylor to teach you how to shoot, I say as we travel down in the elevator. Christian gazes down at me, amused. Should I now? He says dryly. Yes. Anastasia, I despise guns. My mom has patched up too many victims of gun crime, and my dad is vehemently anti-gun. I grew up with their ethos. I support at least 2 gun control initiatives here in Washington. Oh, does Taylor carry a gun? Christian's mouth bends. Sometimes. You don't approve? I ask as Christian ushers me out of the elevator on the ground floor. No, he says, tight-lipped. Let's just say that Taylor and I hold very different views with regard to gun control. I'm with Taylor on this. Christian holds the foyer door open for me and I head out to the car. He has not let me drive alone to SIP since he found out that Charlie Tango was sabotaged. Sawyer smiles pleasantly, holding the door open for me as Christian and I climb into the car. Please. I reach across and grasp Christian's hand. Please what? Learn how to shoot. He rolls his eyes at me. No. End of discussion, Anastasia. And again, I am a child to be scolded. I open my mouth to say something cutting, but decide I don't want to start my workday in a bad mood. I fold my arms instead and glimpse Taylor regarding me in the rearview mirror. He looks away, concentrating on the road in front, but shakes his head a little in obvious frustration. Christian drives him crazy too sometimes. The thought makes me smile, and my mood is saved. Where is Layla? I ask as Christian gazes out of his window. I told you, she's in Connecticut with her folks. He glances at me. Did you check? After all, she does have long hair. It could have been her driving the Dodge. Yes, I checked. She's enrolled in an art school in Hamden. She started this week. You've spoken to her? I whisper, all the blood draining from my face. Christian whips his head around at the tone of my voice. No, Lynn has. He searches my face for a clue to my thoughts. I see, I murmur, relieved. What? Nothing. Christian sighs. Anna, what is it? I shrug, not wanting to admit to my irrational jealousy. Christian continues. I'm keeping tabs on her, checking that she stays on her side of the continent. She's better, Anna. Glenn has referred her to a shrink in New Haven, and all the reports are very positive. She's always been interested in art, so... He stops, his face still searching mine. And in that moment, I suspect that he is paying for her art classes. Do I want to know? Should I ask him? I mean, it's not as if he can't afford it. But why does he feel the obligation? I sigh. Christian's baggage hardly compares to Bradley Kent from biology class and his half-assed attempts to kiss me. Christian reaches for my hand. Don't sweat this, Anastasia, he murmurs, and I return his reassuring squeeze. I know he's doing what he thinks is right. Mid-morning, I have a break in meetings. As I pick up the phone to call Kate, I notice an email from Christian. From Christian Gray. Subject, flattery. Date, August 23rd, 2011, 9:54. To Anastasia Gray. Mrs. Gray, I have received 3 compliments on my new haircut. Compliments from my staff are new. It must be the ridiculous smile I'm wearing whenever I think about last night. You are indeed a wonderful, talented, beautiful woman, and all mine. Christian Gray, CEO, Gray Enterprises Holdings, Inc. I melt reading it. From Anastasia Gray. Subject, trying to concentrate here. Date, August 23rd, 2011, 10:48. To Christian Gray. Mr. Gray, I am trying to work and don't want to be distracted by delicious memories. Is now the time to confess that I used to cut Ray's hair regularly? I had no idea it would be such useful training. And yes, I am yours, and you, my dear, overbearing husband, who refuses to exercise his constitutional right under the Second Amendment to bear arms, are mine. But don't worry, because I shall protect you. Always. Anastasia Gray, Editor, SIP. From Christian Gray. Subject, Annie Oakley. Date, August 23rd, 2011, 10:53. To Anastasia Gray. Mrs. Gray, I am delighted to see you have spoken to the IT department and changed your name. Big smile emoticon. I shall keep safe in my bed knowing that my gun-toting wife sleeps beside me. Christian Gray, CEO and Hoplophobe, Gray Enterprises Holdings, Inc. Hoplophobe? What the hell is that? From Anastasia Gray. Subject, long words. Date, August 23rd, 2011, 10:58. To Christian Gray. Mr. Gray, once more you dazzle me with your linguistic prowess. In fact, your prowess in general. And I think you know what I'm referring to. Anastasia Gray, Editor, SIP. From Christian Gray. Subject, gas. Date, August 23rd, 2011, 11:01. To Anastasia Gray. Mrs. Gray, are you flirting with me? Christian Gray, shocked, CEO, Gray Enterprises Holdings, Inc. From Anastasia Gray. Subject, would you rather? Date, August 23rd, 2011, 11:04. To Christian Gray. I flirted with someone else. Anastasia Gray, Brave Editor, SIP. From Christian Gray. Subject, grrr. Date, August 23rd, 2011, 11:09. To Anastasia Gray. No. Christian Gray, Possessive CEO, Gray Enterprises Holdings, Inc. From Anastasia Gray. Subject, wow. Date, August 23rd, 2011, 11:14. To Christian Gray. Are you growling at me? Cause that's kinda hot. Anastasia Gray. Squirming in a good way. Editor, SIP. From Christian Gray. Subject, beware. Date, August 23rd, 2011, 11:16. To Anastasia Gray. Flirting and toying with me, Mrs. Gray? I may pay you a visit this afternoon. Christian Gray, Priapic CEO, Gray Enterprises Holdings, Inc. From Anastasia Gray. Subject, oh no. Date, August 23rd, 2011, 11:20. To Christian Gray. I'll behave. I wouldn't want my boss's boss's boss getting on top of me at work. Winking emoticon. Now let me get on with my job. My boss's boss's boss may fire my ass. Anastasia Gray, Editor, SIP. From Christian Gray. Subject, unspecified expletive symbols. Date, August 23rd, 2011, 11:23. To Anastasia Gray. Believe me when I say there are a great many things he'd like to do to your ass right now. Firing you is not one of them. Christian Gray, CEO and Ass Man, Gray Enterprises Holdings, Inc. His response makes me giggle. From Anastasia Gray. Subject, go away. Date, August 23rd, 2011, 11:26. To Christian Gray. Don't you have an empire to run? Stop bothering me. My next appointment is here. I thought you were a breast man. Think about my ass, and I'll think about yours. ILYX. Anastasia Gray, now moist, Editor, SIP. I cannot help my despondent mood as Sawyer drives me to the office on Thursday. Christian's threatened business trip to New York has happened, and though he's been gone only a few hours, I miss him already. I fire up my computer and there's an email waiting for me. My mood lifts immediately. From Christian Gray. Subject, miss you already. Date, August 25th, 2011, 4:32. To Mrs. Gray, you were adorable this morning. Behave while I'm away. I love you. Christian Gray, CEO, Gray Enterprises Holdings, Inc. This will be the first night we've slept apart since our wedding. I intend to have a few cocktails with Kate. That should help me sleep. Impulsively, I email him back, although I know that he's still flying. From Anastasia Gray. Subject, behave yourself. Date, August 25th, 2011, 9:03. To Christian Gray. Let me know when you land. I'll worry until you do. And I shall behave. I mean, how much trouble can I get into with Kate? Anastasia Gray, editor, SIP. I hit send and sipped my latte, courtesy of Hannah. Who knew I'd grow to love coffee? Despite the fact that I'm going out this evening with Kate, I feel like a chunk of me is missing. At the moment, it's 35,000 feet somewhere above the Midwest en route to New York. I didn't know I would feel this unsettled and anxious just because Christian's away. Surely, over time, I won't feel this loss and uncertainty, will I? I let out a heavy sigh and continue with my work. Around lunchtime, I start manically checking my email and my BlackBerry for a text. Where is he? Has he landed safely? Hannah asks if I want lunch, but I'm too apprehensive and wave her away. I know it's irrational, but I need to be sure he's arrived safely. My office phone rings, startling me. Gray. Hi. Christian's voice is warm with a trace of amusement. Relief floods through me. Hi. I'm grinning from ear to ear. How was your flight? Long. What are you doing with Kate? Oh no. We're just going out for a quiet drink. Christian says nothing. Sawyer and the new woman, Prescott, are coming to watch over us, I offer, trying to placate him. I thought Kate was coming to the apartment. She is, after a quick drink. Please let me go out. Christian sighs heavily. Why didn't you tell me? He says quietly, too quietly. I mentally kick myself. Christian, we'll be fine. I have Ryan, Sawyer, and Prescott here. It's only a quick drink. Christian remains resolutely silent, and I know he's not happy. I've seen her only a few times since you and I met. Please, she's my best friend. Anna, I don't want to keep you from your friends, but I thought she was coming back to the apartment. Okay, I acquiesce. We'll stay in. Only while this lunatic is out there. Please. I've said okay, I mutter in exasperation, rolling my eyes. Christian snorts softly down the phone. I always know when you're rolling your eyes at me. I scowl at the receiver. Look, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to worry you. I'll tell Kate. Good. He breathes, his relief evident. I feel guilty for worrying him. Where are you? On the tarmac at JFK. Oh, so you just landed? Yes. You asked me to call the moment I landed. I smile. My subconscious glares at me. See? He does what he says he's going to do. Well, Mr. Gray, I'm glad one of us is punctilious. He laughs. Mrs. Gray, your gift for hyperbole knows no bounds. What am I going to do with you? I am sure you'll think of something imaginative. You usually do. Are you flirting with me? Yes. I sense his grin. I'd better go. Anna, do as you're told, please. The security team knows what they're doing. Yes, Christian, I will. I sound exasperated again. Geez, I get the message. I'll see you tomorrow evening. I'll call you later. To check up on me? Yes. Oh, Christian, I scold him. Au revoir, Mrs. Gray. Au revoir, Christian. I love you. He inhales sharply. And you, Anna. Neither of us hangs up. Hang up, Christian, I whisper. You're a bossy little thing, aren't you? Your bossy little thing. Mine, he breathes. Do as you're told. Hang up. Yes, sir. I hang up and grin stupidly at the phone. A few moments later, an email appears in my inbox. From Christian Gray. Subject, twitching palms. Date, August 25th, 2011. 13:42. Eastern Daylight Time. To Anastasia Gray. Mrs. Gray, you are as entertaining as ever on the phone. I mean it. Do as you're told. I need to know you're safe. I love you. Christian Gray, CEO, Gray Enterprises Holdings, Inc. Honestly, he's the bossy one, but one phone call and all my anxiety has disappeared. He's arrived safely and he's fussing about me as usual. I hug myself momentarily. God, I love that man. Hannah knocks on my door, distracting me, and brings me back now. Kate looks gorgeous. In her tight white jeans and red camisole, she's ready to rock the town. She's chatting animatedly with Claire in reception when I make my entrance. Anna! She cries, scooping me up in a Kate hug. She holds me at arm's length. Don't you look the mogul's wife? Who would have thought? Little Anna Steele. You look so sophisticated. She grins. I roll my eyes at her. I'm wearing a pale cream shift dress with a navy blue belt and navy pumps. It's good to see you, Kate. I hug her back. So, where are we going? Christian wants us to go back to the apartment. Aw, really? Can't we sneak a quick cocktail at the Zigzag Cafe? I've booked us a table. I open my mouth to protest. Please, she whines and pouts prettily. She must be picking this up from Mia. She never pouts normally. I'd really like a cocktail at the Zigzag. We had such fun the last time we went there, and it's close to Kate's apartment. I hold up my index finger. 1. She grins. 1. She links her arm in mine, and we stroll out to the car, which is parked at the curb with Sawyer at the wheel. We're followed by Miss Belinda Prescott, who's new to the security team, a tall African-American with a no-nonsense attitude. I've yet to warm to her, maybe because she's too cool and professional. The jury's definitely out, but, like the rest of the team, she's been hand-picked by Taylor. She's dressed like Sawyer, in a dark, somber pantsuit. Can you take us to the Zigzag, please, Sawyer? Sawyer turns to look at me, and I know he wants to say something. He's obviously been given his orders. He hesitates. The Zigzag Cafe. We'll have only one drink. I give Kate a sideways glance, and she's glaring at Sawyer. Poor man. Yes, ma'am. Mr. Gray requested you go back to the apartment. Prescott pipes up. Mr. Gray isn't here. I snap. The Zigzag, please. Ma'am. Sawyer replies with a sideways glance at Prescott, who wisely holds her tongue. Kate gapes at me as if she can't believe her eyes and ears. I purse my lips and shrug. Okay, so I'm a little more assertive than I used to be. Kate nods as Sawyer pulls out into the early evening traffic. You know the additional security is driving Grace and Mia crazy, Kate says casually. I gawk at her, baffled. You didn't know? She seems incredulous. Know what? Security for all of the Grays has been tripled. Gazillioned, even. Really? He hasn't told you? I flush. No? Damn it, Christian. Do you know why? Jack Hyde. What about Jack? I thought he was just after Christian. I gasp. Geez, why hasn't he told me? Since Monday, Kate says. Last Monday? We identified Jack on Sunday. But why all the grays? How do you know all this? Elliot. Of course. Christian hasn't told you any of this, has he? I flush once more. No. Oh, Anna, how annoying. I sigh. As ever, Kate has hit the nail squarely on the head in her usual sledgehammer style. Do you know why? If Christian's not going to tell me, then maybe Kate will. Elliot said it's something to do with information stored on Jack Hyde's computer when he was at SIP. Holy crap. You're kidding. A surge of anger pulses through me. How does Kate know about this when I don't? I glance up to see Sawyer eyeing me in the rearview mirror. The red light turns to green and he surges forward, focusing on the road ahead. I hold my finger up to my lips and Kate nods. I bet Sawyer knows too, and I don't. How's Elliot? I ask to change the subject. Kate grins stupidly, telling me all I need to know. Sawyer pulls up at the end of the passageway that leads down to the Zigzag Cafe, and Prescott opens my door. I scoot out and Kate slides out after me. We link arms and meander down the passage, followed by Prescott, who's wearing a thunderous expression on her face. Oh, for heaven's sake, it's just a drink. Sawyer drives off to park the car. So, how does Elliot know Gia? I ask, taking a sip of second strawberry mojito. The bar is intimate and cozy, and I don't want to leave. Kate and I have not stopped talking. I had forgotten how much I like hanging with her. It's liberating to be out, relaxing, enjoying Kate's company. I contemplate texting Christian, then dismiss the idea. He'll just be mad and make me go home like an errant child. Don't talk to me about that bitch, Kate splutters. Kate's reaction makes me laugh. What's so funny, Steele? She snaps, but not seriously. I feel the same way. You do? Yes, she was all over Christian. She had a fling with Elliot. Kate pouts. No. She nods, her lips pressed together in the patented Catherine Kavanaugh scowl. It was brief. Last year, I think. She's a social climber. No wonder she has her sights set on Christian. Christian is taken. I told her to leave him alone or I would fire her. Kate gapes at me once more, stunned. I nod proudly, and she lifts her glass to salute me, impressed and beaming. Mrs. Anastasia Gray, way to go. We clink. Does Elliot own a gun? No, he's very anti-gun. Kate stirs her third drink. Christian too. I think it was Grayson Carrick's influence. I mutter. I'm feeling a little tipsy. Carrick's a good man. Kate nods. He wanted a prenup. I mutter sadly. Oh, Anna. She reaches across the table and grasps my arm. He was only looking out for his boy. As we both know, you have gold digger tattooed on your forehead. She smiles at me, and I poke my tongue out at her, then giggle. Mature, Mrs. Gray, she says, grinning. She sounds like Christian. You'll do the same for your son one day. My son? I gape at her. It hadn't even crossed my mind that my kids will be rich. Holy crap. They'll want for nothing. I mean, nothing. This needs further thought, but not right now. I glance at Prescott and Sawyer seated nearby, watching us and the evening crowd from a side table, while they each nurse a glass of sparkling mineral water. Do you think we should eat? I ask. No, we should drink, Kate says. Why are you in such a drinking mood? Because I don't see enough of you anymore. I didn't know you'd up and marry the first guy who turned your head. She pouts again. Honestly, you married so quickly that I thought you were pregnant. I giggle. Everyone thought I was pregnant. I mutter. Let's not rehash that conversation again, please. And I have to use the restroom. Prescott accompanies me. She says nothing. She doesn't have to. Disapproval radiates off her like a lethal isotope. I haven't been out on my own since I got married. I mutter wordlessly at the closed stall door. I make a face, knowing that she's standing on the other side of the door, waiting while I pee. What precisely is Hyde going to do in a bar anyway? Christian is just overreacting, as usual. Kate, it's late. We should go. It's 10:15 and I have downed my 4th strawberry mojito. I am definitely feeling the effects of the alcohol. Warm and fuzzy. Christian will be fine. Eventually. Sure, Anna. It's been so good to see you. You just seem so much more, I don't know, confident. Marriage obviously agrees with you. My face warms. Coming from Miss Catherine Kavanaugh, this is indeed a compliment. It does, I whisper. And because I've probably had too much to drink, tears prick the backs of my eyes. Could I be any happier? In spite of all his baggage, his nature, his 50ness, I have met and married the man of my dreams. I quickly change the subject to stem my sentimental thoughts, because I know I will cry otherwise. I have really enjoyed this evening. I grasp Kate's hand. Thank you for dragging me out. We hug. As she releases me, I nod at Sawyer and he hands Prescott the keys to the car. I'm sure Miss Goody Two-Shoes Prescott has told Christian I'm not at home. He'll be mad. I mutter to Kate. And maybe he'll think of some delicious way to punish me. Hopefully. Why are you grinning like a loon, Anna? You like making Christian mad? No, not really, but it's easily done. He's very controlling sometimes. Most of the time. I've noticed, Kate says wryly. We pull up outside Kate's apartment. She hugs me hard. Don't be a stranger, she whispers, and kisses my cheek. Then she's out of the car. I wave, feeling strangely homesick. I have missed girl talk. It's fun and relaxing, and it reminds me that I'm still young. I must make more of an effort to see Kate. But the truth is, I love being in my bubble with Christian. Last night we attended a charity dinner together. There were so many men in suits and well-groomed, elegant women talking about real estate prices and the failing economy and the plunging stock markets. I mean, it was dull, really dull. So it's refreshing to let my hair down with someone my own age. My stomach rumbles. I still haven't eaten. Shit. Christian. I scramble through my purse and fish out my BlackBerry. Holy crap. 5 missed calls. 1 text. Where the hell are you? And 1 email. From Christian Gray. Subject, angry. You've not seen angry. Date, August 26th, 2011. 0042, Eastern Standard Time. To Anastasia Gray. Anastasia, Sawyer tells me that you are drinking cocktails in a bar when you said you wouldn't. Do you have any idea how mad I am at the moment? I'll see you tomorrow. Christian Gray, CEO, Gray Enterprises Holdings, Inc. My heart sinks. Oh, shit. I really am in trouble. My subconscious glares at me, then shrugs, wearing her "you made your bed, you lie in it" face. What did I expect? I contemplate calling him, but it's late, and he's probably asleep. Or pacing. I decide a quick text may be enough. I'm still in one piece. I had a nice time. Missing you. Please don't be mad. I gaze at my BlackBerry, willing him to respond, but it's ominously silent. I sigh. Prescott pulls up outside a Scala, and Sawyer gets out to hold the door open for me. As we stand waiting for the elevator, I take the opportunity to quiz him. What time did Christian call you? Sawyer flushes. About 9:30, ma'am. Why didn't you interrupt my conversation with Kate so I could speak with him? Mr. Gray told me not to. I purse my lips. The elevator arrives and we ride up in silence. I am suddenly grateful that Christian has a whole night to recover from his conniption, and that he's on the other side of the country. It gives me some time. On the other hand, I miss him. The doors to the elevator open, and for a split second, I stare at the foyer table. What is wrong with this picture? The vase of flowers lies smashed into fragments all over the floor of the foyer. Water and flowers and chunks of china are strewn everywhere, and the table is overturned. My scalp prickles, and Sawyer grabs my arm and pulls me back into the elevator. Stay there, he hisses, drawing a gun. He steps into the foyer and disappears from my field of vision. I cower in the back of the elevator. Luke! I hear Ryan call from inside the great room. Code blue! Code blue? You have the perp? Sawyer calls back. Jesus H. Christ! I flatten myself against the elevator wall. What the hell is going on? Adrenaline spikes through my body, and my heart leaps into my throat. I hear soft voices, and a moment later, Sawyer reappears in the foyer, standing in the puddle of water. He holsters his gun. You can come in, Mrs. Gray, he says gently. What's happened, Luke? My voice is barely a whisper. We've had a visitor. He takes my elbow, and I'm grateful for the support. My legs have turned to jelly. I walk with him through the open double doors. Ryan is standing at the great room, a cut above his eyes bleeding, and there's another on his mouth. He looks roughed up, his clothes disheveled. But what's more shocking is Jack Hyde slumped at his feet. Chapter 10. My heart is pounding and blood thrums loudly in my eardrums. The alcohol flowing through my system amplifies the sound. Is he? I gasp, unable to finish the sentence and gazing wide-eyed and terrified at Ryan. I can't even look at the prone figure on the floor. No, ma'am. Just knocked out cold. Relief floods through me. Oh, thank God. And you? I ask, gazing at Ryan. I realize I don't know his first name. He's panting as if he's run a marathon. He wipes the corner of his mouth, removing the trace of blood, and a faint bruise is forming on his cheek. He put up one hell of a fight, but I'm okay, Mrs. Gray. He smiles reassuringly. If I knew him better, I'd say he looked a little smug. And Gail? Mrs. Jones? Oh no. Is she okay? Has she been harmed? I'm here, Anna. Glancing behind me, I see she's in a nightdress and robe, her hair loose, her face ashen and her eyes wide, like mine, I imagine. Ryan woke me, insisted I come in here. She points behind her into Taylor's office. I'm fine. Are you okay? I nod briskly and realize she's probably just come out of the panic room that adjoins Taylor's office. Who knew we'd need it so soon? Christian had insisted on its installation shortly after our engagement, and I had rolled my eyes. Now, seeing Gail standing in the doorway, I'm grateful for his foresight. A creak from the door to the foyer distracts me. It's hanging off its hinges. What the hell happened to that? Was he alone? I asked Ryan. Yes, ma'am. You wouldn't be standing here if he wasn't, I can assure you. Ryan sounds vaguely affronted. How did he get in? I ask, ignoring his tone. through the service elevator. He's got quite a pair, ma'am. I stare down at Jack's slumped figure. He's wearing a uniform of sorts. Coveralls, I think. When? About 10 minutes ago. I caught him on the security monitor. He was wearing gloves. Kinda strange in August. I recognized him and decided to give him access. That way, I knew we'd have him. You weren't here, and Gail was safe, so I figured it was now or never. Ryan looks very pleased with himself once more, and Sawyer scowls at him in disapproval. Gloves? The thought distracts me, and I glance once more at Jack. Yes, he's wearing brown leather gloves. Creepy. What now? I try to dismiss the ramifications from my mind. We need to secure him, Ryan replies. Secure him? In case he wakes. Ryan glances at Sawyer. What do you need? Asks Mrs. Jones, stepping forward. She's recovered her composure. Something to restrain him. Cord or rope, Ryan replies. Cable ties. I flush as memories of the previous night invade my mind. Reflexively, I rub my wrists and glance quickly down at them. No bruising. Good. I have something. Cable ties. Will they do? All eyes turn to me. Yes, ma'am. Perfect, Sawyer says, serious and straight-faced. I want the floor to swallow me up, but I turn and head for our bedroom. Sometimes you just have to brazen things out. Perhaps it's the combination of fear and alcohol making me audacious. When I return, Mrs. Jones is surveying the mess in the foyer, and Miss Prescott has joined the security team. I hand the ties to Sawyer, who slowly, and with unnecessary care, ties Hyde's hands behind his back. Mrs. Jones disappears into the kitchen and returns with a first aid kit. She takes Ryan's arm, leads him into the doorway of the great room, and starts tending to the cut above his eye. He flinches as she dabs it with an antiseptic wipe. Then I notice the Glock on the floor with a silencer attached. Holy shit! Jack was armed? Bile rises in my throat, and I fight it down. Don't touch, Mrs. Gray, says Prescott when I bend to pick it up. Sawyer emerges from Taylor's office, wearing latex gloves. I'll take care of that, Mrs. Gray, he says. It's his? I ask. Yes, ma'am, says Ryan, wincing once more from Mrs. Jones's ministrations. Holy crap! Ryan fought an armed man in my home. I shudder at the thought. Sawyer bends and gingerly picks up the Glock. Should you be doing that? I ask. Mr. Gray would expect it, ma'am. Sawyer slides the gun into a Ziploc bag, then squats to pat down Jack. He pauses and partially pulls a roll of duct tape from the man's pocket. Sawyer blanches and pushes the tape back into Hyde's pocket. Duct tape? My mind idly registers as I watch the proceedings with fascination and an odd detachment. Then, bile rises to my throat again as I realize the implications. Rapidly, I dismiss them from my head. Don't go there, Anna. Should we call the police? I mutter, trying to hide my fear. I want Hyde out of my home, sooner rather than later. Ryan and Sawyer glance at each other. I think we should call the police, I say, rather more forcefully, wondering what's going on between Ryan and Sawyer. I've just tried Taylor, and he's not answering his cell. Maybe he's asleep. Sawyer checks his watch. It's 1:45 in the morning on the East Coast. Oh, no. Have you called Christian? I whisper. No, ma'am. Were you calling Taylor for instructions? Sawyer looks momentarily embarrassed. Yes, ma'am. Part of me bristles. This man, I glance down at Hyde again, has invaded my home, and he needs to be removed by the police. But looking at the four of them into their anxious eyes, I decide I must be missing something. So I decide to call Christian. My scalp prickles. I know he's mad at me. Really, really mad at me. And I falter at the thought of what he'll say. And how he'll stress because he's not here and can't be here until tomorrow evening. I know I've worried him enough this evening. Perhaps I shouldn't call him. And then it occurs to me, shit, what if I'd been here? I pale at the thought. Thank heavens I was out. Maybe I won't be in so much trouble after all. Is he okay? I asked, pointing at Jack. He'll have an aching skull when he wakes, Ryan says, gazing down at Jack with contempt. But we need paramedics here to make sure. I reach into my purse and pull out my BlackBerry, and before I can give too much thought to the extent of Christian's anger, I dial his number. It goes straight to voicemail. He must have switched it off because he's so mad. I cannot think what to say. Turning away, I walk down the hallway a little, away from everyone. Hi, it's me. Please don't be mad. We've had an incident at the apartment, but it's under control, so don't worry. No one is hurt. Call me. I hang up. Call the police, I tell Sawyer. He nods, takes out his cell, and makes the call. Officer Skinner is deep in conversation with Ryan at the dining room table. Officer Walker is with Sawyer in Taylor's office. I don't know where Prescott is. Perhaps in Taylor's office? Detective Clark is barking questions at me as we sit on the couch in the great room. He's tall, dark, and would be good-looking if it weren't for his permanent scowl. I suspect he's been woken and dragged from his warm bed because the home of one of Seattle's most influential and wealthy businessmen has been breached. He used to be your boss? Clark asks tersely. Yes. I am tired, beyond tired, and I want to go to bed. I still haven't heard from Christian. On the plus side, the paramedics have removed Hyde. Mrs. Jones hands Detective Clark and me each a cup of tea. Thanks. Clark turns to me. And where is Mr. Gray? New York. On business. He'll be back tomorrow evening. I mean, this evening. It's after midnight. Hyde is known to us, Detective Clark murmurs. I'll need you to come down to the station to make a statement, but that can wait. It's late, and there are a couple of reporters camped out on the sidewalk. Do you mind if I look around? Of course not, I offer, relieved his questioning is finished. I shudder at the thought of the photographers outside. Well, they won't be a problem until tomorrow. I remind myself to call Mom and Ray just in case they hear anything and worry. Mrs. Gray, may I suggest you go to bed? Mrs. Jones says, her voice warm and full of concern. Looking into her warm, kind eyes, I suddenly feel an overwhelming need to cry. She reaches over and rubs my shoulder. We're safe now, she murmurs. This will all look better in the morning, once you've had some sleep, and Mr. Gray will be back tomorrow evening. I glance nervously up at her, keeping my tears at bay. Christian is going to be so mad. Can I get you anything before you go to bed? She asks. I realize how hungry I am. I'd love something to eat. She smiles broadly. Sandwich and some milk? I nod with gratitude, and she heads into the kitchen. Ryan is still with Officer Skinner. In the foyer, Detective Clark is examining the mess outside the elevator. He looks thoughtful, despite his scowl. And suddenly, I feel homesick. Homesick for Christian. Holding my head in my hands, I wish fervently that he were here. He'd know what to do. What an evening. I want to crawl into his lap, have him hold me and tell me that he loves me, even though I don't do as I'm told. But that won't be possible until this evening. Inwardly, I roll my eyes. Why didn't he tell me about the increased security for everyone? What exactly is on Jack's computer? He's so frustrating. But right now, I just don't care. I want my husband. I miss him. Here you are, Anna dear. Mrs. Jones interrupts my inner turmoil. When I glance up at her, she hands me a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, her eyes twinkling. I haven't had one of these for years. I smile shyly and dig in. When I finally crawl into bed, I curl up on Christian's side, dressed in his t-shirt. Both his pillow and his t-shirt smell of him. And as I drift off, I silently wish him safe passage home and a good mood. I wake with a start. It's light and my head is aching, throbbing at my temples. Oh no, I hope I don't have a hangover. Cautiously, I open my eyes and notice the bedroom chair has moved, and Christian is sitting in it. He's wearing his tux, and the end of his bow tie is peeping out of the breast pocket. I wonder if I'm dreaming. His left arm is draped over the chair, and in his hand he holds a cut glass tumbler of amber liquid. Brandy? Whiskey? I have no idea. One long leg is crossed at the ankle over his knee. He's wearing black socks and dress shoes. His right elbow rests on the arm of the chair, his hand up to his chin, and he's slowly running his index finger rhythmically back and forth over his lower lip. In the early morning light, his eyes burn with grave intensity, but his general expression is completely unreadable. My heart almost stops. He's here. How did he get here? He must have left New York last night. How long has he been here watching me sleep? Hi, I whisper. He regards me coolly, and my heart stutters once more. Oh no. He moves his long fingers away from his mouth, tosses back the remainder of his drink, and places the glass on the bedside table. I half expect him to kiss me, but he doesn't. He sits back, continuing to regard me, his expression impassive. Hello, he says finally, his voice hushed, and I know he's still mad, really mad. You're back. It would appear so. Slowly, I pull myself up into a sitting position, not taking my eyes off him. My mouth is dry. How long have you been sitting there watching me sleep? Long enough. You're still mad. I can hardly speak the words. He gazes at me as if considering his response. Mad, he says, as if testing the word, weighing up its nuances, its meaning. No, Anna, I am way beyond mad. Holy crap. I try to swallow, but it's hard with a dry mouth. Way beyond mad. That doesn't sound good. He gazes at me, completely impassive, and doesn't respond. A stark silence stretches between us. I reach over to my glass of water and take a welcome sip, trying to bring my erratic heart rate under control. Ryan caught Jack. I try a different tack, and I place my glass beside his on the bedside table. I know, he says icily. Of course he knows. Are you going to be monosyllabic for long? His eyebrows move fractionally, registering his surprise as if he hadn't expected this question. Yes, he says finally. Oh, okay. What to do? Defense, the best form of attack. I'm sorry I stayed out. Are you? No, I mutter after a pause, because it's true. Why say it then? Because I don't want you to be mad at me. He sighs heavily, as if he's been holding this tension for 1,000 hours, and runs his hand through his hair. He looks beautiful. Mad, but beautiful. I drink him in. Christian's back. Angry, but in one piece. I think Detective Clark wants to talk to you. I'm sure he does. Christian, please what? Don't be so cold. His eyebrows rise in surprise once more. Anastasia, cold is not what I'm feeling at the moment. I'm burning with rage. I don't know how to deal with these. He waves his hand, searching for the word. Feelings. His tone is bitter. Oh, shit. His honesty disarms me. All I want to do is crawl into his lap. It's all I've wanted to do since I came home last night. To hell with this. I move, taking him by surprise and climbing awkwardly into his lap, where I curl up. He doesn't push me away, which is what I'd feared. After a beat, he folds his arms around me and buries his nose in my hair. He smells of whiskey. How much did he drink? He smells of body wash, too. He smells of Christian. I wrap my arms around his neck and nuzzle his throat, and he sighs once more, deeply this time. Oh, Mrs. Gray, what am I going to do with you? He kisses the top of my head. I close my eyes, relishing the contact with him. How much have you had to drink? He stills. Why? You don't normally drink hard liquor. This is my second glass. I've had a trying night, Anastasia. Give a man a break. I smile. If you insist, Mr. Gray. I breathe into his neck. You smell heavenly. I slept on your side of the bed because your pillow smells of you. He nuzzles my hair. Did you now? I wondered why you were on this side. I'm still mad at you. I know. His hand rhythmically strokes my back. And I'm mad at you, I whisper. He pauses. And what, pray, have I done to deserve your ire? I'll tell you later when you're no longer burning with rage. I kiss his throat. He closes his eyes and leans into my kiss, but makes no move to kiss me back. His arms tighten around me, squeezing me. When I think of what might have happened, his voice is barely a whisper, broken, raw. I'm okay. Oh, Anna, it's almost a sob. I'm okay. We're all okay. A bit shaken, but Gail is fine, Brian is fine, and Jack is gone. He shakes his head. No thanks to you, he mutters. What? I lean back and glare at him. What do you mean? I don't want to argue about it right now, Anna. I blink. Well, maybe I do, but I decide against it. At least he's talking to me. I nestle into him once more. His fingers move to my hair and start playing with it. I want to punish you, he whispers. Really beat the shit out of you. He adds. My heart leaps into my mouth. Ah. I know, I whisper as my scalp prickles. Maybe I will. I hope not. He hugs me tighter. Anna. You try the patience of a saint. I could accuse you of many things, Mr. Gray, but being a saint isn't one of them. Finally, I am blessed with his reluctant chuckle. Your point well made as ever, Mrs. Gray. He kisses my forehead and shifts. Back to bed. You had a late night, too. He moves quickly, picking me up and depositing me back on the bed. Lie down with me? No, I have things to do. He reaches down and collects the glass. Go back to sleep. I'll wake you in a couple of hours. Are you still mad at me? Yes. I'll go back to sleep then. Good. He pulls the duvet over me and kisses my forehead once more. Sleep. And because I'm so groggy from the night before, relieved that he's back, and emotionally fatigued by our early morning encounter, I do exactly as I'm told. As I drift off, I'm curious though grateful, given the nasty taste in my mouth, to know why he hasn't deployed his usual coping mechanism and leaped on me to have his wicked way. There's some orange juice for you here, Christian says, and my eyes flutter open again. I have had the most restful 2 hours of sleep I can remember, and I wake refreshed, my head no longer throbbing. The orange juice is a welcome sight, as is my husband. He's in his sweats, and I'm momentarily zapped back to the Heathman Hotel and the first time I ever woke up with him. His gray tank top is damp with his sweat. Either he's been working out in the basement gym, or he's been for a run. But he shouldn't look this good after a workout. I'm going to take a shower, he murmurs, and disappears into the bathroom. I frown. He's still distant. He's either distracted by all that's happened, or still mad, or what? I sit up and reach for the orange juice, drinking it down too quickly. It's delicious, ice cold, and it makes my mouth a much better place. I clamber out of bed, anxious to close the distance, real and metaphysical, between my husband and me. I glance quickly at the alarm. It's 8 o'clock. I strip off Christian's t-shirt and follow him into the bathroom. He's in the shower, washing his hair, and I don't hesitate. I slip in behind him, and he stiffens the moment I wrap my arms around him, my front to his wet, muscular back. I ignore his reaction, holding him tightly, and press my cheek flat against him, closing my eyes. After a moment, he shifts so we are both under the cascade of hot water and carries on washing his hair. I let the water wash over me as I cradle the man I love. I think of all the times he's fucked me and all the times he's made love to me in here. I frown. He's never been this quiet. Turning my head, I start to trail kisses across his back. His body stiffens again. Anna, he warns. My hands travel slowly down over his taut stomach to his belly. He places both his hands on mine and brings them to an abrupt halt. He shakes his head. Don't, he warns. I release him immediately. He's saying no? My mind goes into free fall. Has this ever happened before? My subconscious shakes her head, her lips pursed. She glares at me over her half-moon glasses, wearing her "you really fucked up this time" look. I feel like I've been slapped, hard, rejected. And a lifetime of insecurity spawns the ugly thought that he doesn't want me anymore. I gasp as the pain sears through me. Christian turns, and I'm relieved to see he's not completely oblivious to my charms. Grasping my chin, he tilts my head back, and I find myself gazing into his wary gray eyes. I'm still fucking mad at you, he says, his voice quiet and serious. Shit. Leaning down, he rests his forehead against mine, closing his eyes. I reach up and caress his face. Don't be mad at me, please. I think you're overreacting, I whisper. He straightens, blanching. My hand falls free to my side. Overreacting? He snarls. Some fucking lunatic gets into my apartment to kidnap my wife, and you think I'm overreacting? The restrained menace in his voice is frightening, and his eyes blaze as he stares at me as if I'm the fucking lunatic. No, that's not what I was referring to. I thought this was about me staying out. He closes his eyes once more as if in pain and shakes his head. Christian, I wasn't here. I try to appease and reassure him. I know, he whispers, opening his eyes. And all because you can't follow a simple fucking request. His tone is bitter, and it's my turn to blanch. I don't want to discuss this now, in the shower. I am still fucking mad at you, Anastasia. You're making me question my judgment. He turns and promptly leaves the shower, grabbing a towel on the way and stalking out of the bathroom, leaving me bereft and chilled under the hot water. Crap, crap, crap. Then, the significance of what he's just said dawns on me. Kidnap? Fuck. Jack wanted to kidnap me? I recall the duct tape and not wanting to think too deeply about why Jack had it. Does Christian have more information? Hurriedly, I wash myself, then shampoo and rinse my hair. I want to know. I need to know. I am not going to let him keep me in the dark about this. Christian's not in the bedroom when I come out. Geez, he dresses quickly. I do the same, throwing on my favorite plum dress and black sandals, and I'm conscious that I've chosen this outfit because Christian likes it. I vigorously towel dry my hair, then braid it and wind it into a bun. Fitting diamond studs into my ears, I dash to the bathroom to apply a little mascara and glance at myself in the mirror. I'm pale. I'm always pale. I take a deep, steadying breath. I need to face the consequences of my rash decision to actually enjoy myself with my friend. I sigh, knowing that Christian won't see it that way. Christian is nowhere to be seen in the great room. Mrs. Jones is busying herself in the kitchen. Good morning, Anna, she says sweetly. Morning. I smile broadly at her. I am Anna again. Tea? Please. Anything to eat? Please. I'd like an omelet this morning. With mushrooms and spinach? And cheese. Coming up. Where's Christian? Mr. Gray's in his study. Has he had breakfast? I glance at the two places set on the breakfast bar. No, ma'am. Thanks. Christian is on the phone, dressed in a white shirt with no tie, looking every bit the relaxed CEO. How deceptive appearances can be. Perhaps he's not going into the office after all. He glances up when I appear in the doorway, but shakes his head at me, indicating that I am not welcome. Shit. I turn and wander dejectedly back to the breakfast bar. Taylor appears, snappily dressed in a somber suit, looking like he's had 8 hours of uninterrupted sleep. Morning, Taylor, I murmur, trying to gauge his mood and see if he'll offer me any visual cues about what has been going on. Good morning, Mrs. Gray, he replies, and I hear the sympathy in those 4 words. I smile compassionately back at him, knowing he had to endure an angry, frustrated Christian returning to Seattle way ahead of schedule. How was the flight? I dare to ask. Wrong, Mrs. Gray. His brevity speaks volumes. May I ask how you are? He adds, his tone softening. I'm good. He nods. If you'll excuse me. He heads toward Christian's study. Taylor's allowed in, but not me. Here you go. Mrs. Jones places my breakfast in front of me. My appetite has vanished, but I eat anyway, not wishing to offend her. By the time I've finished what I can of my breakfast, Christian has still not emerged from his study. Is he avoiding me? Thanks, Mrs. Jones, I murmur, sliding off the bar stool and making my way to the bathroom to clean my teeth. As I brush them, I'm reminded of Christian's sulk over the wedding vows. He holed up in his study then, too. Is that what this is? Him sulking? I shudder as I recall his subsequent nightmare. Will that happen again? We really need to talk. I need to know about Jack and about the increased security for the Grays. All the details that have been kept from me, but not from Kate. Obviously, Elliot talks to her. I glance at my watch. It's 8:50. I'm late for work. I finish brushing my teeth, apply a little lip gloss, grab my lightweight black jacket, and head back to the great room. I am relieved to see Christian there, eating his breakfast. You going? He says when he sees me. To work? Yes, of course. Bravely, I walk toward him and rest my hands on the edge of the breakfast bar. He gazes at me blankly. Christian, we've hardly been back a week. I have to go to work. But he stops and rakes his hand through his hair. Mrs. Jones walks quietly out of the room. Discreet, Gail. Discreet. I know we have a great deal to talk about. Perhaps if you've calmed down, we can do it this evening. His mouth pops open with dismay. Calmed down? His voice is eerily soft. I flush. You know what I mean. No, Anastasia, I don't know what you mean. I don't want to fight. I was coming to ask you if I could take my car. No, you can't. He snaps. Okay. I acquiesce immediately. He blinks. He was obviously expecting a fight. Prescott will accompany you. His tone is slightly less belligerent. Damn it, not Prescott. I want to pout and protest, but decide against it. Surely now that Jack has been caught, we can cut back on our security. I remember my mom's words of wisdom talk the day before my wedding. Anna, honey, you really have to choose your battles. It'll be the same with your kids when you have them. Well, at least he's letting me go to work. Okay, I mutter. And because I don't want to leave him like this, with so much unresolved and so much tension between us, I step tentatively toward him. He stiffens, his eyes widening, and for a moment, he looks so vulnerable it pulls at some deep, dark place in my heart. I'm so sorry. I kiss him chastely on the side of his mouth. He closes his eyes as if relishing my touch. Don't hate me, I whisper. He grabs my hand. I don't hate you. You haven't kissed me, I whisper. He eyes me suspiciously. I know, he mutters. I'm desperate to ask him why, but I'm not sure I want to know the answer. Abruptly, he stands and grabs my face between his hands, and, in a flash, his lips are hard on mine. I gasp with surprise, inadvertently granting his tongue access. He takes full advantage, invading my mouth, claiming me, and just as I'm beginning to respond, he releases me, his breath quickening. Taylor will take you and Prescott to SIP, he says, his eyes flaring with need. Taylor, he calls. I flush, trying to recover some composure. Sir, Taylor is standing in the doorway. Tell Prescott Mrs. Gray is going to work. Can you drive them, please? Certainly. Turning on his heel, Taylor disappears. If you could try to stay out of trouble today, I would appreciate it. Christian mutters. I'll see what I can do. I smile sweetly. A reluctant half-smile tugs at Christian's lips, but he doesn't give in to it. I'll see you later, then, he says coolly. Laters, I whisper. Prescott and I take the service elevator down to the basement garage in order to avoid the media outside. Jack's arrest and the fact that he was apprehended in our apartment are now public knowledge. As I settle into the Audi, I wonder if there will be more paparazzi waiting at SIP like the day our engagement was announced. We drive a while in silence, until I remember to call first Ray and then my mom to reassure them that Christian and I are safe. Mercifully, both calls are short, and I hang up just as we arrive outside SIP. As I feared, there's a small crowd of reporters and photographers lying in wait. They turn as one, looking expectantly at the Audi. Are you sure you want to do this, Mrs. Gray? Taylor asks. Part of me just wants to go home, but that means spending a day with Mr. Burning Rage. I hope that with a little time, he will gain some perspective. Jack is in police custody, so 50 should be happy, but he's not. Part of me understands why. Too much of this is out of his control, including me. But I don't have time to think about this now. Take me around to the delivery entrance, please, Taylor. Yes, ma'am. It's 1 o'clock, and I've managed to immerse myself in work all morning. There's a knock, and Elizabeth pops her head around the door. Can I have a moment? She asks brightly. Sure, I mutter, surprised at her unscheduled visit. She enters and sits down, tossing her long black hair over her shoulder. I just wanted to check you're okay. Roach asked me to pay you a visit. She adds hurriedly, as her face reddens. I mean, with all that went on last night. Jack Hyde's arrest is all over the newspaper, but no one seems to have made the connection yet with the fire at GEH. I'm fine, I answer, trying not to think too deeply about how I feel. Jack wanted to harm me. Well, that's not news. He's tried before. It's Christian I'm more concerned about. I glance quickly at my email. There's still nothing from him. I don't know if I were to send him an email, whether I'd just be provoking Mr. Burning Rage further. Good, Elizabeth answers, and her smile actually touches her eyes for a change. If there's anything I can do, anything you need, let me know. Will do. Elizabeth stands. I know how busy you are, Anne. I'll let you get back to it. Thanks. That has to have been the briefest, most pointless meeting in the Western Hemisphere today. Why did Roach send her here? Perhaps he's worried, given I'm his boss's wife? I shake off the dark thoughts and reach for my BlackBerry in the hope that there might be a message from Christian. As I do, my work email pings. From Christian Gray. Subject, statement. Date, August 26, 2011. 13:04. To Anastasia Gray. Anastasia, Detective Clark will be visiting your office today at 3 p.m. to take your statement. I have insisted that he should come to you, as I don't want you going to the police station. Christian Gray, CEO, Gray Enterprises Holdings, Inc. I gaze at his email for a full 5 minutes, trying to think of a light and witty response to lift his mood. I draw a complete blank, and opt for brevity instead. From Anastasia Gray. Subject, statement. Date, August 26, 2011. 13:12. To Christian Gray. Okay, A, X. Anastasia Gray, editor, SIP. I stare at the screen for another 5 minutes, anxious for his response, but there's nothing. Christian is not in the mood to play today. I sit back. Can I blame him? My poor 50 was probably frantic back in the early hours of this morning. Then a thought occurs to me. He was in his tux when I woke this morning. What time did he decide to come back from New York? He normally leaves functions between 10 and 11. Did Christian come home because I was out, or because of the Jack incident? If he left because I was out having a good time, he would have had no idea about Jack, about the police, nothing, until he landed in Seattle. It's suddenly very important to me to find out. If Christian came back merely because I was out, then he was overreacting. My subconscious sucks her teeth, wearing her harpy face. Okay, I'm glad he's back, so maybe it's irrelevant. But still, Christian must have had one hell of a shock when he landed. No wonder he's so confused today. His earlier words come back to me. I am still fucking mad at you, Anastasia. You're making me question my judgment. I have to know. Did he come back because of Cocktailgate, or because of the fucking lunatic? From Anastasia Gray. Subject, your flight. Date, August 26, 2011. 13:24. To Christian Gray. What time did you decide to come back to Seattle yesterday? Anastasia Gray, editor, SIP. From Christian Gray. Subject, your flight. Date, August 26, 2011. 13:26. To Anastasia Gray. Why? Christian Gray, CEO, Gray Enterprises Holdings, Inc. From Anastasia Gray. Subject, your flight. Date, August 26, 2011, 13:29. 2. Christian Gray. Call it curiosity. Anastasia Gray. Editor. S.I. From Christian Gray. Subject, your flight. Date, August 26, 2011, 13:32. 2. Anastasia Gray. Curiosity killed the cat. Christian Gray. CEO, Gray Enterprises Holdings, Inc. From Anastasia Gray. Subject, huh? Date, August 26, 2011, 13:35. 2. Christian Gray. What is that oblique reference to? Another threat? You know where I am going with this, don't you? Did you decide to return because I went out for a drink with my friend after you asked me not to? Or did you return because a madman was in your apartment? Anastasia Gray. Editor. S.I. I stare at my screen. There is no response. I glance at the clock on my computer. 1:45 and still no response. From Anastasia Gray. Subject, here's the thing. Date, August 26, 2011, 13:56. 2. Christian Gray. I will take your silence as an admission that you did indeed return to Seattle because I changed my mind. I am an adult female and went for a drink with my friend. I did not understand the security ramifications of changing my mind because you never tell me anything. I found out from Kate that security has, in fact, been stepped up for all the Grays, not just us. I think you generally overreact where my safety is concerned, and I understand why, but you're like the boy crying wolf. I never had a clue about what is a real concern or merely something that is perceived as a concern by you. I had 2 of the security detail with me. I thought both Kate and I would be safe. Fact is, we were safer in that bar than at the apartment. Had I been fully informed of the situation, I would have taken a different course of action. I understand your concerns are something to do with material that was on Jack's computer here, or so Kate believes. Do you know how annoying it is to find out my best friend knows more about what's going on with you than I do? And I am your wife. So are you going to tell me? Or will you continue to treat me like a child, guaranteeing that I continue to behave like one? You are not the only one who is fucking pissed, okay? Anna. Anastasia Gray. Editor. S.I.P. I hit send. There. Stick that in your pipe and smoke it, Gray. I take a deep breath. I have worked myself up into quite a rage. Here I was, feeling sorry and guilty for behaving badly. Well, no longer. From Christian Gray. Subject, here's the thing. Date, August 26, 2011, 13:59. 2. Anastasia Gray. As ever, Mrs. Gray, you are forthright and challenging in email. Perhaps we can discuss this when you get home to our apartment. You should watch your language. I am still fucking pissed, too. Christian Gray, CEO, Gray Enterprises Holdings, Inc. Watch my language? I scowl at my computer, realizing this is getting me nowhere. I don't respond, but pick up a manuscript recently received from a promising new author and begin to read. My meeting with Detective Clark is uneventful. He is less growly than the night before, maybe because he's managed some sleep, or maybe he just prefers working during the day. Thank you for your statement, Mrs. Gray. You're welcome, Detective. Is Hyde in police custody yet? Yes, ma'am. He was released from the hospital earlier this morning. With what he's charged with, he should be with us for a while. He smiles, his dark eyes crinkling in the corners. Good. This has been an anxious time for my husband and me. I spoke at length with Mr. Gray this morning. He's very relieved. Interesting man, your husband. You have no idea. Yes, I think so. I offer him a polite smile, and he knows he's being dismissed. If you think of anything, you can call me. Here's my card. He wrestles a card out of his wallet and hands it to me. Thank you, Detective. I'll do that. Good day to you, Mrs. Gray. Good day. As he leaves, I wonder exactly what Hyde has been charged with. No doubt Christian won't tell me. I purse my lips. We ride in silence to Escala. Sawyer is driving this time, Prescott at his side, and my heart grows heavier and heavier as we head back. I know Christian and I are going to have an almighty fight, and I don't know if I have the energy. As I ride in the elevator from the garage with Prescott beside me, I try to marshal my thoughts. What do I want to say? I think I said it all in my email. Perhaps he'll give me some answers. I hope so. I can't help my nerves. My heart is pounding, my mouth is dry, and my palms are sweaty. I don't want to fight. But sometimes he's so difficult, and I need to stand my ground. The elevator doors slide open, revealing the foyer, and it's once more neat and tidy. The table is upright, and a new vase is in place with a gorgeous array of pale pink and white peonies. I quickly check the paintings as we wander through. The Madonnas all look to be intact. The broken foyer door is fixed and operational once more, and Prescott kindly opens it for me. She's been so quiet today. I think I prefer her this way. I drop my briefcase in the hall and head into the great room. I stop. Holy fuck. Good evening, Mrs. Gray, Christian says softly. He's standing by the piano, dressed in a tight black t-shirt and jeans. Those jeans. The ones he wore in the playroom. Oh my. They are overwashed, pale blue denim, snug, ripped at the knee, and hot. He saunters over to me, his feet bare, the top button of the jeans undone, his smoldering eyes never leaving mine. Good to have you home. I've been waiting for you. Chapter 11. Have you now? I whisper. My mouth goes drier still, my heart pounding in my chest. Why is he dressed like this? What does it mean? Is he still sulking? I have. His voice is kitten soft, but he's smirking as he strolls closer to me. He looks hot, his jeans hanging that way from his hips. Oh no, I'm not going to be distracted by Mr. Sex on Legs. I try to gauge his mood as he stalks toward me. Angry? Playful? Lustful? It's impossible to tell. I like your jeans, I murmur. He grins a disarming, wolfish grin that doesn't reach his eyes. Shit. Still mad. He's wearing these to distract me. He halts in front of me, and I'm seared by his intensity. He gazes down, wide, unreadable eyes burning into mine. I swallow. I understand you have issues, Mrs. Gray, he says silkily, and he pulls something from the back pocket of his jeans. I can't tear my gaze from his, but hear him unfold a piece of paper. He holds it up, and, glancing briefly in its direction, I recognize my email. My gaze returns to his, as his eyes blaze bright with anger. Yes, I have issues, I whisper, feeling breathless. I need distance if we're going to discuss this, but before I can step back, he leans down and runs his nose along mine. My eyes flutter to a close as I welcome his unexpected, gentle touch. So do I, he whispers against my skin, and I open my eyes at his words. He straightens and gazes intently at me once more. I think I'm familiar with your issues, Christian. My voice is wry, and he narrows his eyes, suppressing the amusement that sparks there momentarily. Are we going to fight? I take a precautionary step back. I must physically distance myself from him, from his smell, his look, his distracting body in those hot jeans. He frowns as I move away. Why did you fly back from New York? I whisper. Let's get this over and done with. You know why. His tone carries a warning ring. Because I went out with Kate? Because you went back on your word, and you defied me, putting yourself at unnecessary risk. Went back on my word? Is that how you see it? I gasp, ignoring the rest of his sentence. Yes. Holy crap. Talk about overreaction. I start to roll my eyes, but stop when he scowls at me. Christian, I changed my mind. I explain slowly, patiently, as if he's a child. He doesn't comprehend this. If I had thought for 1 minute that you would cancel your business trip, words fail me. I realize I don't know what to say. I am momentarily catapulted back to the argument over our vows. I never promised to obey you, Christian. But I hold my tongue, because deep down, I'm glad he came back. In spite of his fury, I'm glad he's here in one piece, angry and smoldering in front of me. You changed your mind? He can't hide his contemptuous disbelief. Yes. And you didn't think to call me? He glares at me, incredulous, before continuing. What's more, you left the security detail short here and put Ryan at risk. Oh, I hadn't thought about that. I should have called, but I didn't want to worry you. If I had, I'm sure you would have forbidden me to go, and I've missed Kate. I wanted to see her. Besides, it kept me out of the way when Jack was here. Ryan shouldn't have let him in. This is so confusing. If Ryan hadn't, Jack would still be at large. Christian's eyes gleam wildly, then shut, his face tightening as if in pain. Oh no. He shakes his head, and before I know it, he has folded me in his arms, pulling me hard against him. Oh, Anna, he whispers as he tightens his hold on me so that I can barely breathe. If something were to happen to you. His voice is barely a whisper. It didn't, I managed to say. But it could have. I've died 1,000 deaths today thinking about what might have happened. I was so mad, Anna. Mad at you, mad at myself, mad at everyone. I can't remember being this angry except... He stops again. Except, I prompt, once in your old apartment, when Layla was there. Oh, I don't want to think about that. You were so cold this morning, I murmur. My voice cracks on the last word as I remember the hideous feeling of rejection in the shower. His hands move to the nape of my neck, loosening their grip on me, and I take a deep breath. He pulls my head back. I don't know how to deal with this anger. I don't think I want to hurt you, he says, his eyes wide and wary. This morning, I wanted to punish you badly, and... He stops, lost for words, I think, or too afraid to say them. You were worried he'd hurt me? I finish his sentence for him, not believing that he'd hurt me for a minute, but relieved, too. A small, vicious part of me feared it was because he didn't want me anymore. I didn't trust myself, he says quietly. Christian, I know you'd never hurt me. Not physically, anyway. I clasp his head between my hands. Do you? He asks, and there is skepticism in his voice. Yes. I knew what you said was an empty, idle threat. I know you're not going to beat the shit out of me. I wanted to. No, you didn't. You just thought you did. I don't know if that's true, he murmurs. Think about it, I urge, wrapping my arms around him once more and nuzzling his chest through the black t-shirt. About how you felt when I left. You've told me often enough what that did to you, how it altered your view of the world, of me. I know what you've given up for me. Think about how you felt about the cuff marks on our honeymoon. He stills, and I know he's processing this information. I tighten my arms around him, my hands on his back, feeling his taut, toned muscles beneath his t-shirt. Gradually, he relaxes as the tension slowly ebbs away. Is this what's been worrying him? That he'll hurt me? Why do I have more faith in him than he has in himself? I don't understand. Surely we've moved on. He's normally so strong, so in control. But without that, he's lost. Oh, 50, 50, 50. I'm sorry. He kisses my hair. I turn my face up to his, and his lips find mine, searching, taking, giving, begging. For what? I don't know. I just want to feel his mouth on mine, and I return his kiss passionately. You have such faith in me, he whispers after he breaks away. I do. He strokes my face with the backs of his knuckles and the tip of his thumb, gazing intently into my eyes. His anger has gone. My 50 is back from wherever he's been. It's good to see him. I glance up and smile shyly. Besides, I whisper, you don't have the paperwork. His mouth drops open in amused shock, and he clutches me to his chest again. You're right, I don't. He laughs. We stand in the middle of the great room, locked in our embrace, just holding each other. Come to bed, he whispers, after heaven knows how long. Oh my. Christian, we need to talk. Later, he urges softly. Christian, please, talk to me. He sighs. About what? You know, you keep me in the dark. I want to protect you. I'm not a child. I am fully aware of that, Mrs. Gray. He runs his hands down my body and cups my backside. Flexing his hips, he presses his growing erection into me. Christian, I scold. Talk to me. He sighs once more with exasperation. What do you want to know? His voice is resigned as he releases me. I balk. I didn't mean you had to let me go. Taking my hand, he reaches down to pick up my email from the floor. Lots of things, I mutter, as I let him lead me to the couch. Sit, he orders. Some things never change, I muse, doing as I'm told. Christian sits beside me and, leaning forward, puts his head in his hands. Oh no, is this too hard for him? Then he sits up, rakes both hands through his hair, and turns to me, at once expectant and reconciled to his fate. Ask me, he says simply. Oh, well, that was easier than I thought. Why the additional security for your family? Hyde was a threat to them. How do you know? From his computer. It held personal details about me and the rest of my family, especially Carrick. Carrick? Why him? I don't know yet. Let's go to bed. Christian, tell me. Tell you what? You are so exasperating. So are you. He glares. You didn't ramp up the security when you first found out there was information about your family on the computer. So, what happened? Why now? Christian narrows his eyes at me. I didn't know he was going to attempt to burn down my building, or... He stops. We thought it was an unwelcome obsession, but, you know, he shrugs. When you're in the public eye, people are interested. It was random stuff. News reports on me from when I was at Harvard, my rowing, my career, reports on Carrick, following his career, following my mom's career, and to some extent, Elliot and Mia. How strange. You said, or, I prompt. Or what? You said, attempt to burn down my building, or like you were going to say something else. Are you hungry? What? I frown at him, and my stomach rumbles. Did you eat today? His voice is sterner, and his eyes frost. I'm betrayed by my flesh. As I thought. His voice is clipped. You know how I feel about you not eating. Come, he says. He stands and holds out his hand. Let me feed you. And he shifts again, this time his voice full of sensual promise. Feed me? I whisper, as everything south of my navel liquefies. Hell. This is such a typically mercurial diversion from what we've been discussing. Is that it? Is that all I'm getting out of him for now? Leading me over to the kitchen, Christian grabs a bar stool and hefts it around to the other side of the island. Sit, he says. Where's Mrs. Jones? I ask, noticing her absence for the first time as I perch on the stool. I've given her and Taylor the night off. Oh. Why? He gazes at me for a beat, and his arrogant amusement is back. Because I can. So you're going to cook? My voice betrays my incredulity. Oh, ye of little faith, Mrs. Gray. Close your eyes. Wow, I thought we were going to have a full-on fight, and here we are, playing in the kitchen. Close them, he orders. I roll them first, then oblige. Not good enough, he mutters. I open one eye and see him take a plum-colored silk scarf out of the back pocket of his jeans. It matches my dress. Holy cow. I look quizzically at him. When did he get that? Close, he orders again. No peeking. You're going to blindfold me? I mutter, shocked. All of a sudden, I'm breathless. Yes. Christian, he places a finger upon my lips, silencing me. I want to talk. We'll talk later. I want you to eat now. You said you were hungry. He lightly kisses my lips. The silk of the scarf is soft against my eyelids as he ties it securely at the back of my head. Can you see? He asks. No, I mutter, figuratively rolling my eyes. He chuckles softly. I can tell when you're rolling your eyes, and you know how that makes me feel. I purse my lips. Can we just get this over and done with? I snap. Such impatience, Mrs. Gray. So eager to talk. His tone is playful. Yes! I must feed you first, he says, and brushes his lips over my temple, calming me instantly. Okay, have it your way. I resign myself to my fate and listen to his movements around the kitchen. The fridge door opens and Christian places various dishes on the countertop behind me. He pads over to the microwave, pops something in, and turns it on. My curiosity is piqued. I hear the toaster lever drop, the turn of the control, and the quiet tick of the timer. Toast? Yes, I am eager to talk, I murmur, distracted. An assortment of exotic, spicy aromas fills the kitchen, and I shift in my chair. Be still, Anastasia, he murmurs, and he's close to me again. I want you to be still, he whispers. Oh my. And don't bite your lip. Gently, he tugs my bottom lip free of my teeth, and I can't help my smile. Next, I hear the sharp pop of a cork being drawn from a bottle, and the gentle glug of wine being poured into a glass. Then a moment of silence, followed by a quiet click and the soft hiss of white noise from the surround sound speakers as they come to life. A loud twang of a guitar begins a song I don't know. Christian turns the volume down to background level. A man starts to sing, his voice deep, low, and sexy. A drink first, I think, Christian whispers, diverting me from the song. Head back. I tip my head back. Further, he prompts. I oblige, and his lips are on mine. Cool, crisp wine flows into my mouth. I swallow reflexively. Oh my. Memories flood back of not so long ago. Me trussed up on my bed in Vancouver before I graduated, with a hot, angry Christian not appreciating my email. Have times changed? Not much, except now I recognize the wine. Christian's favorite, a Sancerre. I murmur in appreciation. You like the wine? He whispers, his breath warm on my cheek. I'm bathed in his proximity, his vitality, the heat radiating from his body, even though he doesn't touch me. Yes, I breathe. More. I always want more with you. I almost hear his grin. It makes me grin too. Mrs. Gray, are you flirting with me? Yes. His wedding ring clinks against the glass as he takes another sip of wine. Now that is a sexy sound. This time, he pulls my head right back, cradling me. He kisses me once more, and greedily I swallow the wine he gives me. He smiles as he kisses me again. Hungry? I think we've already established that, Mr. Gray. The troubadour on the iPod is singing about wicked games. How apt. The microwave pings and Christian releases me. I sit upright. The food smells spicy. Garlic, mint, oregano, rosemary, and lamb, I think. The door to the microwave opens, and the appetizing smell grows stronger. Shit! Christ! Christian curses, and a dish clatters onto the countertop. Oh, 50. You okay? Yes, he snaps, his voice tight. A moment later, he's standing beside me once more. I just burned myself. Here. He eases his index finger into my mouth. Maybe you could suck it better. Oh. Clasping his hand, I draw his finger slowly from my mouth. There, I soothe, and leaning forward, I blow, cooling his finger, then kiss it gently twice. He stops breathing. I reinsert it into my mouth and suck gently. He inhales sharply, and the sound travels straight to my groin. He tastes as delicious as ever, and I realize that this is his game, the slow seduction of his wife. I thought he was mad, and now? This man, my husband, is so confusing, but this is how I like him. Playful, fun, sexy as hell. He's given me some answers, but I'm greedy. I want more, but I want to play too. After the anxiety and tension of today, and the nightmare of last night with Jack, this is a welcome diversion. What are you thinking? Christian murmurs, stopping my thoughts in their tracks as he pulls his finger out of my mouth. How mercurial you are. He stills beside me. 50 shades, he says eventually, and plants a tender kiss at the corner of my mouth. Lie, 50 shades, I whisper. Grabbing his t-shirt, I pull him back to me. Oh, no you don't, Mrs. Gray. No touching. Not yet. He takes my hand, pries it off his t-shirt, and kisses each finger in turn. Sit up, he commands. I pout. I will spank you if you pout. Now open wide. shit. I open my mouth, and he pops in a forkful of spicy hot lamb covered in a cool, minty yogurt sauce. I chew. You like it? Yes. He makes an appreciative noise, and I know he's eating and enjoying too. More. I nod. He gives me another forkful, and I chew it enthusiastically. He puts the fork down and he tears bread, I think. Open, he orders. This time it's pita bread and hummus. I realize Mrs. Jones, or maybe even Christian, has been shopping at the delicatessen I discovered about 5 weeks ago, only 2 blocks from Escala. I chew gratefully. Christian in a playful mood increases my appetite. More, he asks. I nod. More of everything, please. I'm starving. I hear his delighted grin. Slowly and patiently, he feeds me, occasionally kissing a morsel of food from the corner of my mouth, or wiping it off with his fingers. Intermittently, he offers me a sip of wine in his unique way. Open wide, then bite, he murmurs. I follow his command. One of my favorites, stuffed vine leaves. Even cold, they are delicious, though I prefer them heated up. But I don't want to risk Christian burning himself again. He feeds it to me slowly, and when I've finished, I lick his fingers clean. More, he asks, his voice low and husky. I shake my head. I'm full. Good, he whispers against my ear, because it's time for my favorite course. You. He scoops me up in his arms, surprising me so much I squeal. Can I take the blindfold off? No. I almost pout, then remember his threat and think better of it. Playroom, he murmurs. Oh, I don't know if that's a good idea. You up for the challenge? He asks, and because he's used the word challenge, I can't say no. Bring it on, I murmur, desire and something that I don't want to name running through my body. He carries me through the door, then up the stairs to the second floor. I think you've lost weight, he mutters disapprovingly. I have? Good. I remember his comment when we arrived back from our honeymoon, and how much it smarted. Jeez, was that just a week ago? Outside the playroom, he slides me down his body and sets me on my feet, but keeps his arm wrapped around my waist. Briskly, he unlocks the door. It always smells the same, polished wood and citrus. It's actually become a comforting smell. Releasing me, Christian turns me around until I'm facing away from him. He undoes the scarf, and I blink in the soft light. Gently, he pulls the hairpins from my updo, and my braid falls free. He grasps it and tugs gently, so I have to step back against him. I have a plan, he whispers in my ear, sending delicious shivers down my spine. I thought you might, I answer. He kisses me beneath my ear. Oh, Mrs. Gray, I do. His tone is soft, mesmerizing. He tugs my braid to the side and plants a trail of soft kisses down my throat. First, we have to get you naked. His voice hums low in his throat and resonates through my body. I want this, whatever he has planned. I want to connect the way we know how. He turns me around to face him. I glance down at his jeans, the top button still undone, and I can't help myself. I brush my index finger around the waistband, avoiding his t-shirt, feeling the hairs of his happy trail tickle my knuckle. He inhales sharply, and I look up to meet his eyes. I stop at the unfastened button. His eyes darken to a deeper gray. Oh my. You should keep these on, I whisper. I fully intend to, Anastasia. And he moves, grabbing me with one hand on the back of my neck and the other around my backside. He pulls me against him, then his mouth is on mine, and he's kissing me like his life depends on it. Whoa. He walks me backward, our tongues entwined, until I feel the wooden cross behind me. He leans into me, the contours of his body pressing into mine. Let's get rid of this dress, he says, feeling my dress up my thighs, my hips, my belly, deliciously slowly, the material skimming over my skin, skimming over my breasts. Lean forward, he says. I comply, and he pulls my dress over my head and discards it on the floor, leaving me in my sandals, panties, and bra. His eyes blaze as he grasps both my hands and raises them over my head. He blinks once and tilts his head to one side, and I know he's asking for my permission. What is he going to do to me? I swallow, then nod, and a trace of an admiring, almost proud smile touches his lips. He clips my wrists into the leather cuffs on the bar above and produces the scarf once more. Think you've seen enough. He wraps it around my head, blindfolding me again, and I feel a frisson run through me as all my other senses heighten. The sound of his soft breathing, my own excited response, the blood pulsing in my ears, Christian's scent mixed with the citrus and polish in the room. All are brought into sharper focus because I can't see. His nose touches mine. I'm going to drive you wild, he whispers. His hands grasp my hips and he moves down, removing my panties as his hands glide down my legs. Drive me wild. Wow. Lift your feet, one at a time. I oblige, and he removes first my panties, then each sandal in turn. Gently grasping my ankle, he tugs my leg gently to the right. Step, he says. He cuffs my right ankle to the cross, then proceeds to do the same with my left. I am helpless, spread-eagled on the cross. Standing, Christian steps toward me, and my body is bathed in his warmth once more, though he doesn't touch me. After a moment, he grasps my chin, tilts my head up, and kisses me chastely. Some music and toys, I think. You look beautiful like this, Mrs. Gray. I may take a moment to admire the view. His voice is soft. Everything clenches deep inside. After a moment, maybe two, I hear him pad quietly to the museum chest and open one of the drawers. The butt drawer? I have no idea. He takes something out and places it on the top, followed by something else. The speakers spring to life, and after a moment, the strains of a single piano playing a soft, lilting melody fill the room. It's familiar. Bach, I think, but I don't know what piece it is. Something about the music makes me apprehensive. Perhaps because the music is too cool, too detached. I frown, trying to grasp why it unsettles me. But Christian grasps my chin, startling me, and tugs gently so that I release my bottom lip. I smile, trying to reassure myself. Why do I feel uneasy? Is it the music? Christian runs his hand from my chin, along my throat, and down my chest to my breast. Using his thumb, he pulls on the cuff, freeing my breast from the restraint of my bra. He makes a low, appreciative humming noise in his throat and kisses my neck. His lips follow the path of his fingers to my breast, kissing and sucking all the way. His fingers move to my left breast, releasing it from my bra. I moan as he skates his thumb across my left nipple, and his lips close around my right, tugging and teasing gently until both nipples are long and hard. Ah! He doesn't stop. With exquisite care, he slowly increases the intensity on each. I pull fruitlessly against my restraints as sharp pleasure spikes from my nipples to my groin. I try to squirm, but I can hardly move, and it makes the torture all the more intense. Christian, I plead. I know, he murmurs, his voice hoarse. This is what you make me feel. What? I groan, and he begins again, subjecting my nipples to his sweet, agonizing touch over and over, taking me closer. Please, I mewl. He makes a low primal sound in his throat, then stands, leaving me bereft, breathless, and squirming against my restraints. He runs his hands down my sides, one pausing on my hip while the other travels down my belly. Let's see how you're doing, he croons softly. Gently, he cups my sex, brushing his thumb across my clitoris and making me cry out. Slowly, he inserts one, then two fingers inside me. I groan and thrust my hips forward, eager to meet his fingers in the palm of his hand. Oh, Anastasia, you are so ready, he says. He circles his fingers inside me, around and around, while his thumb strokes my clitoris, back and forth once more. It's the only point on my body where he's touching me, and all the tension, all the anxiety of the day is concentrated on this one part of my anatomy. Holy shit, it's intense and strange. The music. I begin to build. Christian shifts, his hand still moving against and in me, and I hear a low buzzing noise. What? I gasp. Hush, he soothes, and his lips are on mine, effectively silencing me. I welcome the warmer, more intimate contact, kissing him voraciously. He breaks the contact and the buzzing noise gets nearer. This is a wand, baby. It vibrates. He holds it against my chest, and it feels like a large ball-like object vibrating against me. I shiver as it moves across my skin, down between my breasts, across to first one, then the other nipple, and I'm awash with sensation, tingling everywhere, synapses firing as dark need pools at the base of my belly. Ah! I groan, while Christian's fingers continue to move inside me. I'm close. All this stimulation. Tilting my head back, I moan loudly and Christian stills his fingers. All sensation stops. No! Christian! I plead, trying to thrust my hips forward for some friction. Still, baby, he says while my impending orgasm melts away. He leans forward once more and kisses me. Frustrating, isn't it? He murmurs. Oh no! Suddenly, I understand his game. Christian, please. Hush, he says, and kisses me. And he starts to move again. Wand, fingers, thumb. A lethal combination of sensual torture. He shifts so his body brushes against mine. He's still dressed, and the soft denim of his jeans brushes against my leg, his erection at my hip, so tantalizingly close. He brings me to the brink again, my body singing with need, and stops. No, I mewl loudly. He plants soft, wet kisses on my shoulder as he withdraws his fingers from me and moves the wand down. It oscillates over my stomach, my belly, onto my sex, against my clitoris. Fuck, it's intense. Ah! I cry out, pulling hard on the restraints. My body is so sensitized I feel I am going to explode. And just as I am, Christian stops again. Christian! I cry out. Frustrating, yes. He murmurs against my throat. Just like you. Promising one thing, and then... His voice trails off. Christian, please, I beg. He pushes the wand against me again and again, stopping just at the vital moment each time. Ah! Each time I stop, it feels more intense when I start again, right? Please, I whimper. My nerve endings are screaming for release. The buzzing stops, and Christian kisses me. He runs his nose down mine. You are the most frustrating woman I have ever met. No, No.
Really? Yeah.
Christian,
Well, it depends.
I never
There's like
promised
Dollar
to
Tree,
obey
Family
you.
Dollar.
Please,
Everything's a buck.
please.
99
He
cents.
moves in front of me,
But then they got a
grabs my behind,
$2
and
or
pushes his
$1.99.
hips against me,
Some of the best shoes
making
I've
me
ever had.
gasp,
I'm not kidding.
his groin rubbing into mine,
Really?
the buttons of his jeans pressing
Had
into
like
me,
Tillamook
barely
cheese or
containing his
something like
erections.
that.
With one hand, he pulls off the blindfold and grasps my
But
chin,
for $1,
and I blink
you
up
could buy
into his
bricks of it.
scorching eyes. You drive me
How many
crazy,
would you buy?
he whispers, flexing his hips against me once,
I
twice,
remember there were
3
a lot of
times
bricks.
more, causing my body to
Just
start,
for like a whole year.
ready to
All
burn.
I did was eat
And
Tillamook
again,
cheese.
he denies me. I want him so badly. I need him so badly. I close my eyes and mutter a prayer. I can't help but feel I'm being punished. I'm helpless, and he's ruthless. Tears spring to my eyes. I don't know how far he's going to take this. Please, I whisper once more. But he gazes down at me, implacable. He's just going to continue. For how long? Can I play this game? No. No, no, I can't do this. I know he's not going to stop. He's going to continue to torture me. His hand travels down my body once more. No! And the dam bursts. All the apprehension, the anxiety, and the fear from the last couple of days overwhelming me anew as tears spring to my eyes. I turn away from him. This is not love. It's revenge. Red! I whimper. Red! Red! The tears course down my face. He stills. No! He gasps, stunned. Jesus Christ, no! He moves quickly, unclipping my hands, clasping me around my waist and leaning down to unclip my ankles, while I put my head in my hands and weep. No, 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 Anna, please, no. Picking me up, he moves to the bed, sitting down and cradling me in his lap while I sob inconsolably. I'm overwhelmed, my body wound up to breaking point, my mind a blank, and my emotions scattered to the wind. He reaches behind him, drags the satin sheet off the four-poster bed, and drapes it around me. The cool sheets feel alien and unwelcome against my sensitized skin. He wraps his arms around me, hugging me close, rocking me gently backward and forward. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Christian murmurs, his voice raw. He kisses my hair over and over again. Anna, forgive me, please. Turning my face into his neck, I continue to cry. Cathartic release. So much has happened over the last few days. Fires and computer rooms, car chases, careers planned out for me, slutty architects, armed lunatics in the apartment, arguments, his anger, and Christian has been away. I hate Christian going away. I use the corner of the sheet to wipe my nose and gradually become aware the clinical tones of Bach are still echoing around the room. Please switch the music off. I sniff. Yes, of course. Christian shifts, not letting me go, and pulls the remote out of his back pocket. He presses a button and the piano music ceases, to be replaced by my shuddering breaths. Better, he asks. I nod, my sobs easing. Christian wipes my tears away gently with his thumb. Not a fan of Bach's Goldberg variations. He asks, not that piece. He gazes down at me, trying and failing to hide the shame in his eyes. I'm sorry, he says again. Why did you do that? My voice is barely audible as I try to process my scrambled thoughts and feelings. He shakes his head sadly and closes his eyes. I got lost in the moment, he says unconvincingly. I frown at him and he sighs. Anna, orgasm 9 was a standard tool in...
No, I know. No.
He stops. I shift in his lap and he winces. No.
Why?
I flush. Sorry, I mutter.
But
He rolls his eyes, then leans back suddenly,
shout out to
taking me with him
For
so
this
that we're
reason,
both
and
lying on
this
the
reason
bed,
only. They sell
me in
kosher
his
cheese.
arms. My bra is uncomfortable,
So that's what I
and
got
I
to tell
just
you. Got to talking to him.
need a hand.
Well, actually,
He
this
asks
other rabbi
quietly.
was there.
I shake my head.
Actually,
I
no.
don't want him to touch my breasts.
The other
He shifts,
rabbi
so he's looking
is the
down
one
at
who told
me
me about it.
and tentatively
Right?
raising his hand.
Well,
He strokes his fingers gently down my
I've been eating
face.
it,
Tears pool in my
but I
eyes
couldn't
again.
always find it.
How can
That's
he
what
be
it was.
so callous one
And
minute
I know
and
this
so
rabbi,
tender the next?
turns out he's
Please don't cry, he
William
whispers.
Shatner's rabbi.
I'm
Shout out to
dazed
William
and
Shatner.
confused
They
by
have like
this man. My anger has deserted me in my hour of need.
people with
I
special
feel numb.
needs.
I want to curl up in a ball and
Like ride
withdraw.
horses, and it's like
I blink,
like horse.
trying to hold back my tears as I gaze into his harrowed eyes. I take a shuddering breath,
And I guess
my eyes not leaving his. What am I going to do with this controlling man? Learn to be controlled? I don't think so. I never
I don't
was,
really like using
I
animals
asked.
as anything,
Do
but
as you're told.
it's better than like
You
pony
changed
rides.
your mind.
Really? Yeah.
You didn't tell me where
And
you were.
if it's like
Anna,
an open
I was in
situation
New York,
where the
powerless and
horses are taken
livid.
really well,
If I'd been in Seattle, I'd have brought you home.
that's different than pony rides.
So you are
Why?
punishing me?
Well,
He swallows, then closes his eyes. He doesn't have to answer. And I know that punishing me was his exact intention.
I don't know. I just don't think
You have to stop doing this, I murmur.
Well, then
His brow
aren't you, like,
furrows.
enslaving them, essentially,
For a
for
start,
considering it like that?
you only end up feeling shittier about
I know
yourself.
it's a really nice question. So it's
He
not like at
snorts.
all like that.
That's true.
I'm thinking of the
He
comparison
mutters.
of what was happening in Griffith.
I don't like to see you like this. And I don't like feeling like this. You said on the Fair Lady that you hadn't married a submissive. I know.
And Mick Jagger had like a wild
His voice is soft and
wild
raw.
horses.
Well, stop treating me like one. I'm sorry I didn't call you.
Anyway,
I won't be so selfish again. I know you worry about me. He gazes at me, scrutinizing me closely, his eyes bleak and anxious. Okay, good, he says eventually. He leans down but pauses before his lips touch mine, silently asking if it's allowed. I raise my face to his, and he kisses me tenderly. Your lips are always so soft when you've been crying. He murmurs. I never promised to obey you, Christian. I whisper. I know. Deal with it, please.
They do.
For both our sakes.
Yep.
And I will try to be more considerate of your controlling tendencies. He looks lost and vulnerable, completely at sea. I'll try, he murmurs, his voice burning with sincerity. I sigh, a long, shuddering sigh. Please do. Besides, if I had been here, I know. He says, blanches. Lying back, he puts his free arm over his face. I curl around him and lay my head on his chest. We both lie silent for a few moments. His hand moves to the end of my braid. He pulls the tie from it, freeing my hair, and gently, rhythmically combs his fingers through it. This is what this is really about. His fear. His irrational fear for my safety. An image of Jack Hyde slumped on the floor in the apartment with a Glock.
Coca-Cola doesn't have the
Well,
texture.
maybe not so irrational. Which reminds me.
But they had it when I was
What did you mean earlier when you said or?
We had it.
I asked. Or? Something about Jack. He stares down at me. You don't give up.
Yeah, it was not that big.
I rest my chin on his sternum, enjoying the soothing caress of his fingers in my hair. Give up? Never. Tell me. I don't like being kept in the dark. You seem to have some overblown idea that I need protecting. You don't even know how to shoot. I do.
I mean,
do you think I can't handle whatever it is you won't tell me, Christian?
No.
I've had your stalker ex-sub pull a gun on me. Your pedophile ex-lover harass me. And don't look at me like that. I snap when he scowls at me. Your mother feels the same way about her.
There are Israeli Doritos.
You talked to my mother about Elena? Christian's voice raises a few octaves. Yes, Grace and I talked about her.
Packy
He
chips that
gapes
are
at
very
me.
similar.
She's
That
very
are
upset about
wonderful.
it.
That you can
Blames
get
herself.
that are very similar to
I
Doritos.
can't
So
believe you
a
spoke to my
Doritos
mother.
kosher
Shit.
depends on the Dorito.
He lies down
The
and puts his
Israeli
arm over his
Doritos,
face
yeah,
again.
the ones you get at OC
I didn't
kosher,
go into any
the Hebrew ones, yeah,
specifics.
that's
I
kosher.
should hope
But
not.
the ones that
Grace
are
doesn't need all the gory details. Christ, Anna. My dad, too? No! I shake my head vehemently. I don't have that kind of relationship with
It
Karen.
would be.
His comments about the prenup still
It
sting.
has to do with
Anyway, you're trying to distract me.
it's very
Again.
special to have
Jack,
something
what about him?
kosher.
Christian lifts his
Is it
arm
actually
briefly and
strictly
gazes at me,
but
his expression
it's essentially
unreadable.
a Jewish
Sighing,
fact.
he puts his
It's been
arm
called
back
that
over
before,
his
and it's
face.
anti-Semitic to say that, but
Hyde is implicated in
in
Charlie
very simple
Tango's
terms, it
sabotage.
is.
The
Just as if you
investigators
could say
found a
halal
partial
steak
print.
and
Just
is one of
partial.
cats.
So they couldn't make a match.
It,
But then you recognized
you could
Hyde in the
also
surgery
say
room.
that
He has
when something
convictions
uses
as a minor in
recycling
Detroit,
materials,
and
it's
the
a
prints
sustainability
matched
thing.
his. My mind reels as I try to absorb this information.
It's like a
Jack
rough
brought
use of
down
the word.
Charlie
It is
Tango?
an increase
But
in
Christian
the
is on a
price
roll.
for
This morning,
a
a cargo
certain
van was found in the garage here. Hyde was the driver.
certification.
Yesterday, he delivered some shit to that
So
new guy
really
who's moved in.
mainstream things
The guy we
are
met in the
not
elevator. I don't remember his name. Me neither.
many not
Christian
mainstream
says.
things.
But that's how Hyde managed to get into the building legitimately.
Coca-Cola doesn't
He was
want to do
working
it
for a delivery
because
company. And what's so important about the van? Christian says nothing. Christian,
it's a
tell
lot of
me.
money.
The cops found
Now,
things
the
in
amount
the
for
van.
something that's textured,
He stops again and
it's like
tightens his hold around me.
0.0000001%.
things?
Like per, like
He's
the
quiet
amount,
for
it is
several
nothing.
moments,
It's
and I
nothing
open my mouth to
per
prompt
item.
him.
It's nothing.
But he speaks.
So if you're like, oh my
A
god, it's
mattress,
a kosher
enough
cat
horse tranquilizer to
per
take down
item,
a dozen horses,
it's like
and a note. His voice has
it's so
softened to
negligible.
barely a
It's
whisper,
like
while horror
it's
and
nothing.
revulsion roll
But
off him.
when you go to the owner of the business and you say,
Note?
hey,
My voice
you want
mirrors
to get
his,
hectured,
addressed to
it's
me.
XYZ amount of
What
money.
did it say? Christian
That's
shakes
when it
his
gets
head,
good money.
indicating
That's when
he
it's
doesn't know or that he won't divulge its
Money
contents.
anymore. Give it a
Oh.
Chicago Real Estate Council.
Hyde came here last night with the
They're living
intention
on
of
interest.
kidnapping
They're in
me.
the fucking netherworld. They're sitting
Christian
on the
freezes,
fucking
his face taut with tension.
They literally have
As he says
people
those
who
words,
travel
I
the
recall
country
the duct
to go to
tape,
Shabbos
and a
tables and
shudder
talk to
runs
people
through
about how
me.
much money you
Though
have.
deep down, this is not
Anyway,
news to
how
me.
the fuck did you get on this fucking
I mutter.
conversation?
Quite, Christian says tightly. I
don't
try to remember Jack
just
in
say
the
I can tell you
office.
a lot about it.
Was he always insane?
Not,
How
not
did he
how-
think he could
I mean,
get
I'm
away
not
with
like
this? I mean, he was pretty creepy, but this unhinged? I don't
I don't know.
understand
I talked
why.
to some rabbis. I'm like,
I
you don't know
murmur.
what the fuck. Oh,
It doesn't make
so
sense to me.
that was
I
the same
know.
rabbi who was
The
like,
police
oh,
are
what the
digging
fuck
further,
about you're
and
talking
so
about
is
King of one
Welch.
thing.
But
So, yeah.
we think Detroit is the
And
connection.
it was at my
Detroit?
friend's wedding.
I
We were
gaze at
there.
him.
What was that? It was over
Yeah.
whether something was kosher,
There's
whether Hebrew
something
natural
there.
was considered kosher.
I still
Was it?
don't understand. Christian lifts his
What about
face and
triangle
gazes
K?
at me, his expression unreadable.
If you consider triangle K, then
Anna,
fine. I'll make it
I was
kosher.
born
Yeah, it's
in
kosher.
Detroit.
But previously, and at that time, it was not considered kosher. And so,
Chapter
she and I were
12.
head to head. And the question was out there was,
I
is
thought
Hebrew
you were
natural
born
kosher?
here in Seattle.
And
I
the
murmur.
guy from kind of
My mind
sucking the
races.
thumb out of his fucking thumb.
What does this have to do with Jack?
Once said it was not.
Christian
Now I'm
raises
thinking,
the
what
arm
is
covering
this?
his
Why is
face,
that? Nothing
reaches
about
behind
the
him,
thing.
and grabs one of the
It's whether
pillows.
mainstream
Placing it
Jews
under his
consider
head,
a
he
triangle
settles back and
K
gazes at me
texture
with a wary expression.
to be
After a moment, he shakes his head.
valid.
No. Elliot and I were both
That's the only
adopted
thing
in
it would
Detroit.
be. Is
We
it?
moved here
I
shortly
saw that
after my
fucking triangle
adoption.
K in my rabbi's
Grace
house.
wanted to be on the West Coast, away from
My
the urban
rabbi said the
sprawl,
front of the record worked
and
for
she
the
got a job
company.
at Northwest
Frito-Lay that had the
Hospital.
triangle K.
I have very little
Now,
memory
Fabric
of that
Foods is
time.
different. That was
Tia
Frito-Lay.
was adopted here.
And it's very
So
confusing.
Jack is
It's
from
very
Detroit?
confusing. This is why it's
Yes.
confusing.
Wow. How do you know? I ran a background check when
In
you went
fact,
to
I
work.
would just say to Orthodox Jews,
Of course
you guys
he
are
did.
but,
Do you have
but
a manila
specifically
file
you
on him
guys
too?
who are
I
very
smirk.
specific when it comes to
Christian's
triangle
mouth
K.
twists
It's
as he
fucked up.
hides his
Why?
amusement. I think it's
You
pale
guys
blue. His fingers continue to run through my
say
hair.
it's okay. Triangle K
It's
is okay
soothing.
on
What does it
everything
say
but
in his
meat.
file? Christian
Why do they
blinks.
say that?
Reaching down, he strokes my cheek.
Because they know Hebrew
Really
nationalists
want to
will
know?
destroy
Is
the
it that
entire
bad? He shrugs. I've known worse.
kosher
He
hot dog
whispers.
market.
No.
If they
Is
were
he
to say,
referring to himself?
so they, in order to
And the image I
preserve
have
the
of
kosher
Christian
hot
as a
dog
small,
market,
dirty,
they say
fearful,
basically
lost
everything is
boy
good
comes
for a
to
child,
mind.
okay, except
I
that.
curl
So this
around
one
him,
fucking hector
holding
child,
him
okay,
tighter,
these assholes
pulling
have
the
been
sheet
just
over him, and I lay my cheek against his
There are
chest.
some other hectors that are legitimate. Trader
What?
Joe's has a legitimate.
He asks,
There's another
puzzled by my
weird one.
reaction.
I can tell you,
Nothing, I
it's on a
murmur.
Kroger
No.
brand
This works
yogurt.
both ways.
It's just a K. It's
What
a
is
random K. There's nothing else to it.
I glance up,
Sometimes I've seen
assessing
Beyond
his apprehensive
on some other stuff,
expression.
but I've also just randomly seen
Resting
a
my
K.
cheek upon
And
his
if you read
chest
online,
once more,
people would say
I
most
decide
mainstream
to tell
things will
him.
not tell you that a K on there.
Sometimes I picture you as a child, before you came to live
Can you
with
just
the
put a K on
Grays.
your shit? Yeah. You can.
Christian stiffens.
You'll end up having your
I
shit
wasn't
burned down
talking
though
about
with a
me.
Really?
I
Yeah.
don't want
You don't
your
want to
pity,
fuck with
Anastasia.
textures.
That part of my life
These are
is
the
done.
last people with whom
Gone.
you want to fuck.
It's
We will
not
fuck
pity,
you up
I
when
whisper,
it comes to
appalled.
religious
It's sympathy and
dietary
sorrow.
laws.
Sorrow that anyone could do that to a child. I take a deep, steadying breath as my stomach twists and tears prick my eyes anew. That part of your life is not done, Christian. How can you say that? You live every day with your past. You told me yourself. 50 Shades, remember? My voice is barely audible. Christian snorts and runs his free hand through his hair, though he remains silent and tense beneath me. I know it's why you feel the need to control me, keep me safe. And yet, you choose to define me, he murmurs, baffled, his hand stilling in my hair. I frown. Holy cow, do I do that deliberately? My subconscious removes her half-moon glasses and chews the end, pursing her lips and nodding. I ignore her. This is confusing. I'm his wife, not his submissive, not some company he's acquired. I'm not the crack whore who was his mother. Fuck. The thought is sickening. Dr. Flynn's words come back to me. Just keep doing what you're doing. Christian is head over heels.
I would Alex
It's a delight to see. That's it. I'm just doing what I've always done. Isn't that what Christian found attractive in the first place? Oh, this man is so confusing. Dr. Flynn said I should give you the benefit of the doubt. I think I do. I'm not sure.
Did he get it?
Perhaps it's my way of bringing you into the here and now, away from your past, I whisper. I don't know. I just can't seem to get a handle on how far you'll overreact. He's silent for a moment. Fucking Flynn, he mutters to himself.
What happened?
He said I should continue to behave the way I've always behaved with you. Did he now? Christian says dryly. Okay. Here goes nothing. Christian, I know you loved your mom and you couldn't save her. It wasn't your job to do that. But I'm not her. He freezes again. Don't. He whispers. No. Listen,
my favorite
please.
part about you talking about conscience.
I raise my head to stare into wide eyes that are paralyzed with fear. He's holding his breath. Oh, Christian, my heart constricts. I'm not her. I'm much stronger than she was. I have you, and you're so much stronger now. And I know you love me. I love you too, I whisper. His brow creases as if my words were not what he expected. Do you still love me? He asks. Of course I do. Christian, I will always love you, no matter what you do to me.
Dude, you got 26 hours.
Is this the reassurance he wants? He exhales and closes his eyes, placing his arm over his face again, but hugging me closer too. Don't hide from me. Reaching up, I grasp his hand and pull his arm away from his face. You've spent your life hiding. Please don't. Not from me. He looks at me with incredulity and frowns.
There's
Hiding?
comments. Probably just
Yes.
this thing going like.
He shifts suddenly, rolling over onto his side and moving me so that I am lying beside him on the bed.
Nobody knows about
He
it.
reaches up,
Why do you need to
smooths
tell
my
them
hair
about
off
it?
my
To go
face
into,
and tucks it behind my ear.
So until you're done,
You asked me earlier today if I hated you. I didn't understand why. And now,
Oh, I've done that.
he stops, staring down at me as if I'm a complete conundrum. You still think I hate you? Now my voice is incredulous. No. He shakes his head. Not now. He looks relieved. But I need to know. Why did you say for it, Anna? I blanch. What can I tell him? That he frightened me? That I didn't know if he'd stop? That I begged him and he didn't stop? That I didn't want things to escalate? Like that one time in here. I shudder as I recall him whipping me with his belt.
King of it. Really? Yeah.
I swallow. Because you were so angry and distant and cold. I didn't know how far you'd go. His expression is unreadable. Were you going to let me come? My voice is barely a whisper, and I feel a blush steal over my cheeks, but I hold his gaze. No, he says eventually. Holy crap. That's harsh. His knuckle gently grazes my cheek, but effective. He murmurs. He gazes down at me as if he's trying to see into my soul, his eyes darkening. After an eternity, he murmurs, I'm glad you did. Really? I don't understand. His lips twist in a sad smile. Yes, I don't want to hurt you. I got carried away. He reaches down and kisses me, lost in the moment. He kisses me again. Happens a lot. Oh,
Wow, we got a lot of fucking
and
comments.
for some bizarre reason, the thought pleases me. I grin. Why does that make me happy? He grins too. I don't know why you're grinning, Mrs. Gray. Me neither. He wraps himself around me and places his head on my chest. We are a tangle of naked and denim-clad limbs and satin-red sheets. I stroke his back with one hand and run the fingers of my other hand through his hair. He sighs and relaxes in my arms. It means I can trust you. Stop me. I never want to hurt you. He murmurs. I need. He halts. You need what? I need control, Anna. Like I need you. It's the only way I can function. I can't let go of it. I can't. I've tried. And yet, with you. He shakes his head in exasperation. I swallow. This is the heart of our dilemma. His need for control and his need for me.
I like it, yo.
I refuse to believe these are mutually exclusive.
You check me out
I
on
need you
YouTube.
too, I whisper, hugging him tighter. I'll try, Christian. I'll try to be more considerate. I want you to leave me, he murmurs. How? I do. My voice is impassioned. I need him so much. I love him so much. I want to look after you. You do, all the time. I did so much while you were away. You did? He sounds so surprised. Yes, of course. I hate you going away.
This is the dumbest shit.
I sense his
Oh
smile.
yeah, remember my album recently deleted? That's not a fucking
Christian,
album.
please. Let's not rehash that argument. I want to work.
Why?
He sighs as I run my fingers gently through his hair.
Deleted is a folder with garbage shit that I wanted
I love
to
you
delete
too,
before.
Christian. I will always love you. We both lie still in the quiet after our storm, listening to the steady beat of his heart. I drift, exhausted, into sleep. I wake with a start. Where am I? The playroom. Lights are still on, softly illuminating the blood-red walls. Christian moans again, and I realize this is what woke me. No, he groans. He sprawled out beside me, his head back, his eyes screwed shut, his face contorted in anguish. Holy shit. He's having a nightmare. No, he cries out again. Christian, wake up! I struggle to sit up, taking off the sheet. Kneeling beside him, I grab his shoulders and shake him as tears spring to my eyes. Christian, please, wake up! His eyes spring open, gray and wild, his pupils enlarged with fear. He stares vacantly up at me. Christian, you're having a nightmare. You're home. You're safe. He blinks, looks around frantically, and frowns as he takes in our surroundings. Then his eyes are back on mine. Anna, he breathes, and with no preamble whatsoever, he grabs my face with both hands, pulls me down onto his chest, and kisses me, hard. His tongue invades my mouth, and he tastes of desperation and need. Barely giving me a chance to breathe, he rolls over, his lips locked to mine so that he's pressing me into the hard mattress of the four-poster. One of his hands clasps my jaw, the other spreads out on top of my head, keeping me still as his knee parts my legs, and he nestles, still clothed in his jeans, between my thighs. Anna, he gasps, as if he can't believe I'm there with him. He gazes down at me for a split second, allowing me a moment to breathe. Then his lips are on mine again, plundering my mouth, taking all I have to give. He groans loudly, flexing his hips into me. His erection sheathed in denim pushes into my soft flesh. Oh, I moan, and all the pent-up sexual tension of earlier erupts, resurfacing with a vengeance, flushing my system with desire and need. Driven by his demons, he urgently kisses my face, my eyes, my cheeks, along my jaw. I'm here, I whisper, trying to calm him, our heated, panting breath mingling. I wrap my arms around his shoulders as I grind my pelvis against his in welcome. Oh, Anna, he pants, his voice rough and low. I need you. Me too, I whisper urgently, my body desperate for his touch. I want him. I want him now. Heal him. I want to heal me. I need this. His hand reaches down and tugs on the button of his fly, fumbling momentarily, then freeing his erection. Holy shit. I was asleep less than a minute ago. He shifts, staring down at me for a split second. Of me. Yes, please. I breathe, my voice hoarse and needy, and in one swift move, he buries himself inside me. Ah! I cry out, not from any pain, but from surprise at his alacrity. He groans, and his lips find mine again as he pushes into me, over and over, his tongue possessing me, too. He moves frantically, impelled by his fear, his lust, his desire, his love? I don't know, but I meet him thrust for thrust, welcoming him. Anna, he growls, almost inarticulately, and he comes powerfully, pouring himself into me, his face strained, his body rigid, before he collapses with his full weight onto me, panting, and he leaves me hanging. Again. Holy shit. This is not my night. I hold him, drawing in a lungful of air and practically writhing in need beneath him. He eases out of me and holds me for minutes, many minutes. Finally, he shakes his head and leans up on his elbows, taking some of his weight. He gazes down at me as if seeing me for the first time. Oh, Anna, sweet Jesus. He bends and kisses me tenderly. You okay? I breathe, caressing his lovely face. He nods, but he looks shaken and most definitely stirred. my own lost boy. He frowns and stares intently into my eyes as if finally registering where he is.
It is recorded on camera and
He
in
asks,
writing. You will be
concern in his voice.
if it goes fake.
I wriggle beneath him, and after a moment, he smiles, a slow, carnal smile. Mrs. Gray, you have needs. He murmurs. He kisses me swiftly, then scoots off the bed. Kneeling on the floor at the end of the bed, he reaches up, grabs me just above the knees, and pulls me toward him so my behind is on the edge of the bed. Sit up, he murmurs. I struggle into a sitting position, my hair falling like a veil around me, down to my breasts. His gray gaze holds mine as he gently pushes my legs apart as far as they'll go. I lean back on my hands, knowing full well what he's going to do. But he's just, you are so fucking beautiful, he breathes, and I watch his copper-haired head dip and plant a trail of kisses up my right thigh, heading north. My whole body clenches in anticipation. He glances up at me, his eyes darkening through long lashes. Watch, he rasps. Then his mouth is on me. Oh my. I cry out as the world is concentrated at the apex of my thighs, and it's so erotic. Watching his tongue against what feels like the most sensitive part of my body. And he shows no mercy, teasing and taunting, worshipping me. My body tenses and my arms start to tremble from the strain of staying upright. No! I murmur. Gently, he eases one long finger inside me, and I can bear it no more. Collapsing back onto the bed, relishing his mouth and fingers on and in me. Slowly and gently, he massages that sweet, sweet spot deep inside me. And that's it. I'm gone. I explode around him, crying out an incoherent rendition of his name as my intense orgasm arches my back off the bed. I think I see stars. It's such a visceral, primal feeling. Vaguely, I'm aware that he's nuzzling my belly, giving me soft, sweet kisses. Reaching down, I caress his hair. I'm not finished with you yet, he murmurs. And before I fully come back to Seattle, planet Earth, he's reaching for me, grasping my hips and pulling me off the bed to where he's kneeling, into his waiting lap and onto his waiting erection. I gasp as he fills me. Holy cow. Oh, baby. He breathes as he wraps his arms around me and stills, cradling my head and kissing my face.
Check this out, I've got
He
this little
flexes his
translator here. I'm gonna
hips,
make you a
and
trillionaire
pleasure
if you shout me out.
spikes hot and
ViralRabbi, check it
hard
out.
from deep within me. He reaches for my
Any
behind and
language,
lifts me,
24
his groin
hours a
upward.
day, I stream my life. 555 days. Help me out, baby.
His lips are on mine again as he slowly, oh so slowly, lifts and rocks, lifts and rocks. I throw my arms around his neck, surrendering to his gentle rhythm and to wherever he'll take me. I flex my thighs, riding him. He feels so good. Leaning backward, I tilt my head back, wide in a silent expression of my pleasure, reveling in his sweet lovemaking. He breathes, and he leans down, kissing my throat, holding me tight, slowly easing me and out, pushing me higher and higher. So exquisitely timed, a fluid carnal force. Blissful pleasure radiates outward from deep, deep inside me as he holds me so intimately. I love you, Anna, he whispers close to my ear, his voice low and harsh, and he lifts me again, up, down, up, down. I curl my hands back around his neck into his hair. I love you too, Christian. Opening my eyes, I find he's gazing at me, and all I see is his love, shining bright and bold in the soft glow of the playroom light, his nightmare seemingly. And as I feel my body build toward my release, I realize this is what I wanted. This connection, this demonstration of our love. Come for me, baby. He whispers, his voice low. I screw my eyes shut as my body tightens at the low sound of his voice, and I come, loudly, spiraling into an intense climax. He stills, his forehead against mine, as he softly whispers my name, wraps his arms around me, and finds his own release. He lifts me gently and lays me on the bed. I lie in his arms, wrung out and finally sated. He nuzzles my neck. Better now. He whispers, shall we go to bed or do you want to sleep here? Mrs. Gray, talk to me. He sounds amused. Is that the best you can do? Come, let me put you to bed. I don't like sleeping here. Reluctantly, I shift and turn to face him. Wait, I whisper. He blinks at me, looking all wide-eyed and innocent, and at the same time thoroughly fussed and pleased with himself. Are you okay? I ask. He nods, smiling smugly like an adolescent boy. I am now. Oh, Christian, I scold and gently stroke his lovely face. I was talking about your nightmare. His expression freezes momentarily. Then he closes his eyes and tightens his arms around me, burying his face in my neck. Don't, he whispers, his voice hoarse and raw. My heart lurches and twists once more in my chest, and I clutch him tightly, running my hands down his back and through his hair. I'm sorry, I whisper, alarmed by his reaction. Holy fuck. How can I keep up with these mood swings? What the hell was his nightmare about? I don't want to cause him any more pain by making him relive the details. It's okay, I murmur softly, desperate to bring him back to the playful boy of a moment ago. It's okay, I repeat over and over, soothingly. Let's go to bed, he says quietly after a while, and he pulls away from me, leaving me empty and aching as he rises from the bed. I scramble after him, keeping the satin sheet wrapped around me, and bend to pick up my clothes. Leave those, he says, and before I know it, he's scooped me up in his arms. I don't want you to trip over this sheet and break your neck. I put my arms around him, marveling that he's recovered his composure, and nuzzle him as he carries me downstairs to our bedroom. My eyes spring open. Something is wrong. Christian is not in bed, though it's still dark. Glancing at the radio alarm, I see it's 3:20 in the morning. Where's Christian? Then I hear the piano. Quickly slipping out of bed, I grab my robe and run down the hallway to the great room. The tune he's playing is so sad, a mournful lament that I've heard him play before. I pause in the doorway and watch him in a pool of light while the achingly sorrowful music fills the room. He finishes, then starts the piece again. Why such a plaintive tune? I wrap my arms around myself and listen spellbound as he plays. But my heart aches. Why so sad? Is it because of me? Did I do this? When he finishes, only to start a third time, I can bear it no longer. He doesn't look up as I near the piano, but shifts to one side so I can sit beside him on the piano bench. He continues to play, and I put my head on his shoulder. He kisses my hair, but doesn't stop playing until he's finished the piece. I peek up at him, and he's staring down at me. Warily. Did I wake you? He asks. Only because you were gone. What's that piece called? It's Chopin. It's one of his preludes in E minor. Christian pauses. It's called Suffocation. Reaching over, I take his hand. You're really shaken by all this, aren't you? He snorts. A deranged asshole gets into my apartment to kidnap my wife. She won't do as she's told. She drives me crazy. She safe words on me. He closes his eyes briefly, and when he opens them again, they are stark and raw. Yeah, I'm pretty shaken up. I squeeze his hand. I'm sorry. He presses his forehead against mine. I dreamed you were dead, he whispers. What? Lying on the floor, so cold, and you wouldn't wake up. Oh. Hey, it was just a bad dream. Reaching up, I clasp his head in my hands. His eyes burn into mine, and the anguish in them is sobering. I'm here, and I'm cold without you in bed. Come back to bed, please. I take his hand and stand, waiting to see if he'll follow me. Finally, he stands too. He's wearing his pajama bottoms, and they hang in that way he has, and I want to run my fingers along the inside of his waistband, but I resist and lead him back to the bedroom. When I wake, he's curled around me, sleeping peacefully. I relax and enjoy his enveloping heat, his skin on my skin. I lie very still, not wanting to disturb him. Boy, what an evening. I feel like I've been run over by a train. The freight train that is my husband. Hard to believe that the man lying beside me, looking so serene and young in his sleep, was so tortured last night. And so tortured me last night. I gaze up at the ceiling, and it occurs to me that I always think of Christian as strong and dominating. Yet the reality is, he's so fragile, my lost boy. And the irony is that he looks upon me as fragile, and I don't think I am. Compared to him, I'm strong. But am I strong enough for both of us? Strong enough to do what I'm told and give him some peace of mind? I sigh. He's not asking that much of me. I flit through our conversation of last night. Did we decide anything other than to both try harder? The bottom line is that I love this man, and I need to chart a course for both of us. One that lets me keep my integrity and independence, but still be more for him. I am his more, and he is mine. I resolve to make a special effort this weekend not to give him cause for concern. Christian stirs and lifts his head off my chest, looking sleepily at me. Good morning, Mr. Gray. I smile. Good morning, Mrs. Gray. Did you sleep well? He stretches out beside me. Once my husband stopped making that terrible racket on the piano, yes, I did. He smiles his shy smile, and I melt. Terrible racket. I'll be sure to email Miss Kathy and let her know. Miss Kathy? My piano teacher. I giggle. That's a lovely sound. He says, shall we have a better day today? Okay, I agree. What do you want to do? After I have made love to my wife and she's cooked me breakfast, I'd like to take her to Aspen. I gape at him. Aspen? Yes. Aspen, Colorado? The very same, unless they've moved it. After all, you did pay $24,000 for the experience. I grin at him. That was your money. Our money. It was your money when I made the bid. I roll my eyes. Oh, Mrs. Gray, you and your eye rolling. He whispers as he runs his hand up my thigh. Won't it take hours to get to Colorado? I ask to distract him. Not by jet, he says silkily as his hand reaches my behind. Of course, my husband has a jet. How could I forget? His hand continues to skim up my body, lifting my nightdress as it goes, and soon I've forgotten everything. Taylor drives us onto the tarmac at SeaTac and around to where the GEH jet is waiting. It's a gray day in Seattle, but I refuse to let the weather dampen my soaring spirits. Christian is in a much better mood. He's excited about something, lit up like Christmas and twitching like a small boy with a big secret. I wonder what scheme he's concocted. He looks dreamy, all tousled hair, white t-shirt, and black jeans. Not CEO-like at all today. He takes my hand as Taylor glides to a stop at the foot of the jet steps. I have a surprise for you, he murmurs, and kisses my knuckles. I grin at him. Good surprise? I hope so. He smiles warmly. What can it be? Sawyer leaps out from the front and opens my door. Taylor opens Christian's, then retrieves our cases from the trunk. Stefan is waiting at the top of the stairs when we enter the aircraft. I glance into the cockpit and see First Officer Bailey flipping switches on the imposing instrument panel. Christian and Stefan shake hands. Good morning, sir. Stefan smiles. Thanks for doing this on such short notice. Christian grins back at him. Our guests here? Yes, sir. Guests? I turn and gasp. Kate, Elliot, Mia, and Ethan are all smiling and sitting in the cream-colored leather seats. Wow! I spin around to Christian. Surprise, he says. How? When? Who? I mumble inarticulately, trying to contain my delight and elation. You said you didn't see enough of your friends. He shrugs and gives me a lopsided, apologetic smile. Oh, Christian, thank you. I throw my arms around his neck and kiss him hard in front of everyone. He puts his hands on my hips, hooking his thumbs through the belt loops of my jeans, and deepens the kiss. Oh my. Keep this up, and I'll drag you into the bedroom, he murmurs. You wouldn't dare, I whisper against his lips. Oh, Anastasia. He grins, shaking his head. He releases me, and without further preamble, stoops down, grabs my thighs, and lifts me over his shoulder. Christian, put me down! I smack his behind. I briefly catch Stefan's smile as he turns and heads into the cockpit. Taylor is standing at the doorway, trying to stifle his grin. Ignoring my pleas and my futile struggles, Christian strides through the narrow cabin past Mia and Ethan, who are facing each other in the single seats, and past Kate and Elliot, who is whooping like a demented gibbon. If you'll excuse me, he says to our four guests, I need to have a word with my wife in private. Christian! I shout. Put me down! All in good time, baby. I have a brief view of Mia, Kate, and Elliot laughing. Damn it! This is not funny! It's embarrassing! Ethan gawks at us, mouth open and utterly shocked, as we disappear into the cabin. Christian closes the cabin door behind him and releases me, letting me slide down his body slowly, so that I feel every hard sinew and muscle. He gives me his boyish grin, thoroughly pleased with himself. That was quite a show, Mr. Gray. I cross my arm and regard him with faux indignation. That was fun, Mrs. Gray. And his grin widens. Oh boy, he looks so young. Are you going to follow through? I arch a brow, unsure how I feel about this. I mean, the others will hear us, for heaven's sake. Suddenly, I feel shy. Glancing anxiously at the bed, I feel a blush steal across my cheeks as I recall our wedding night. We talked so much yesterday, did so much yesterday. I feel as if we leaped some unknown hurdle. But that's the problem. It's unknown. My eyes find Christian's intense but amused gaze, and I'm unable to keep a straight face. His grin is too infectious. I think it might be rude to keep our guests waiting, he says sulkily as he steps toward me. When did he start to care what people think? I step back against the cabin wall and he imprisons me, the heat from his body holding me in place. He leans down and runs his nose along mine. Good surprise, he whispers, and there's a hint of anxiety in his voice. Oh, Christian, fantastic surprise. I run my hands up his chest, curl them around his neck. and kiss him. When did you organize this? I ask when I pull away from him, stroking his hair. Last night, when I couldn't sleep, I emailed Elliot and Mia, and here they are. It's very thoughtful. Thank you. I'm sure we'll have a great time. I hope so. I thought it would be easier to avoid the press and ask them than at home. The paparazzi. He's right. If we'd stayed in the sala, we'd have been imprisoned. A shiver runs down my spine as I recollect the snapping cameras and dazzling flashes of the few photographers Taylor sped through this morning.
You gotta survive, dog.
Oh,
Change your own fucking
we'd
oil.
better
You
take our
motherfucking
seats.
run.
Stefan will be taking off shortly. He offers me his hand, and together we walk back into the cabin. Elliot cheers as we enter. That sure was speedy in-flight service, he calls mockingly. Christian ignores him. Please, be seated, ladies and gentlemen, as we'll shortly begin taxiing for takeoff. Stefan's voice echoes calmly and authoritatively around the cabin. The brunette woman, Natalie, who was on the flight for our wedding night, appears from the galley and gathers up the discarded coffee cups. Natalia. Her name is Natalia. Good morning, Mr. Gray, Mrs. Gray, she says with a purr. Why does she make me uncomfortable?
Yeah.
Maybe it's that she's a brunette. By his own admission, Christian doesn't usually employ brunettes because he finds them attractive.
Pretty good.
He gives Natalia a polite smile as he slides in behind the table and sits down facing Elliot and Kate. I swiftly hug Kate and Mia and give Ethan and Elliot a wave before sitting down and buckling up beside Christian. He puts his hand on my knee and gives it an affectionate squeeze. He seems relaxed and happy, even though we're with company. I agree. I wonder why he can't always be like this, not controlling at all. Hope you packed your hiking boots, he says, his voice warm. We're not going skiing? That would be a challenge in August, he says, amused. Oh, of course. Do you ski, Anna? Elliot interrupts us. No. Christian moves his hand from my knee to clasp my hand. I'm sure my little brother can teach you. Elliot winks at me. He's pretty fast on the slopes, too. And I can't help my blush. When I glance up at Christian, he's gazing impassively at Elliot, but I think he's trying to suppress his mirth. The plane surges forward and starts taxiing toward the runway. Natalia runs through the plane's safety procedures in a clear, ringing voice. She's dressed in a neat navy short-sleeved shirt and matching pencil skirt. Her makeup is immaculate. She really is quite pretty. My subconscious raises a look to within an inch of its light eyebrow at me. You okay? Kate asks me pointedly. I mean, following the Hyde business? I nod. I don't want to think or talk about Hyde, but Kate seems to have other plans. So why did he go postal? She asks, cutting to the heart of the matter in her inimitable style. She tosses her hair behind her as she prepares to investigate further. Eyeing her coolly, Christian shrugs. I fired his ass, he says bluntly. Oh? Why? Kate tilts her head to one side, and I know she's in full Nancy Drew mode. He made a pass at me, I mutter. I try to kick Kate's ankle beneath the table and miss. When? Kate glares at me. Ages ago. You never told me he made a pass at you, she splutters. I shrug apologetically. It can't just be a grudge about that, surely. I mean, his reaction is way too extreme. Kate continues, but now she directs her questions at Christian. Is he mentally unstable? What about all the information he has on you Grays? Her grilling Christian this way makes my hackles rise, but she's already established that I know nothing, so she can't ask me. The thought is annoying. We think there's a connection with Detroit, Christian says mildly. too mildly. Oh no, Kate, please give it up for now. Hyde is from Detroit too. Christian nods. The plane accelerates, and I tighten my grip on Christian's hand. He glances at me reassuringly. He knows I hate takeoffs and landings. He squeezes my hand and his thumb strokes my knuckles, calming me. What do you know about him? Elliot asks, oblivious to the fact that we're hurtling down the runway in a small jet about to launch itself into the sky, and equally oblivious to Christian's growing exasperation with Kate. Kate leans forward, listening attentively. This is off the record, Christian says directly to her. Kate's mouth sets in a subtle but thin line. I swallow. Oh, shit. We know a little about him, Christian continues. His dad died in a brawl in a bar. His mother drank herself into oblivion. He was in and out of foster homes as a kid, in and out of trouble too, mainly boosting cars. Spent time in juvie. His mom got back on track through some outreach program, and Hyde turned himself around, won a scholarship to Princeton. Princeton? Kate's curiosity is piqued. Yep, he's a bright boy. Christian shrugs. Not that bright. He got caught, Elliot mutters. But surely he can't have pulled this stunt alone, Kate asks. Christian stiffens beside me. We don't know yet. His voice is very quiet. Holy crap. There could be someone working with him? I turn and gape in horror at Christian. He squeezes my hand once more but doesn't look me in the eye. The plane lifts smoothly into the air, and I get that horrible sinking feeling in my stomach. How old is he? I ask Christian, leaning close so only he can hear. Much as I'd like to know what's going on, I don't want to encourage Kate's questions. I know they're irritating Christian, and I'm sure she's on his shit list since Cocktailgate. 32. Why? Curious, that's all. Christian's jaw tightens. Don't be curious about Hyde. I'm just glad this fucker's locked up. It's almost a reprimand, but I choose to ignore his tone. Do you think he's working with someone? The thought that someone else might be involved makes me sick. It would mean this isn't over. No, Christian answers, and his jaw tightens once more. Maybe someone who has a grudge against you? I suggest. Holy shit. I hope it's not the bitch troll. Like Elena? I whisper. I realize I've muttered her name out loud. Only he can hear. I glance anxiously at Kate, but she's deep in conversation with Elliot, who looks pissed at her. You do like to demonize her, don't you? Christian rolls his eyes and shakes his head in disgust. She may hold a grudge, but she wouldn't do this kind of thing.
What is this, a steady
gray
labia?
Let's not discuss her. I know she's not your favorite topic of conversation. Have you confronted her? I whisper, not sure if I really want to know. Anna, I haven't spoken to her since my birthday party. Please, drop it. I don't want to talk about her. He raises my hand and brushes my knuckles with his lips. His eyes burn into mine, and I know I shouldn't pursue this line of questioning right now. Get a room, Elliot teases. Oh, right, you already have, but you didn't need it for long. Christian glances up and pins Elliot with a cool glare. Fuck off, Elliot, he says without malice. Dude, just telling you how it is. Elliot's eyes light up with mirth. Like you know, Christian murmurs sardonically, raising an eyebrow. Elliot grins, enjoying the banter. You married your first girlfriend. Elliot gestures at me. Oh shit, where is this going? I flush. Can you blame me? Christian kisses my hand again. No. Elliot laughs and shakes his head. I flush, and Kate slaps Elliot's thigh. Stop being an ass, she scolds him. Listen to your girlfriend. Christian says to Elliot, grinning, and his earlier concern seems to have disappeared. My ears pop as we gain altitude, and the tension in the cabin dissipates as the plane levels out. Kate scowls at Elliot. Is something up between them? I'm not sure. Elliot is right. I snort at the irony. Was, Christian's first girlfriend, and now I'm his wife. The 15 and the evil Mrs. Robinson, they don't count. But then Elliot doesn't know about them, and clearly Kate hasn't told him. I smile at her, and she gives me a conspiratorial wink. My secrets are safe with Kate. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be cruising at an altitude of approximately 32,000 feet, and our estimated flight time is 1 hour and 56 minutes. Stefan announces, you are now free to move around the cabin. Natalia appears abruptly from the galley. May I offer anyone coffee? She asks. Chapter 13. We land smoothly at Sardi Field at 12:25 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. Stefan brings the plane to a halt a little away from the main terminal, and through the windows I spot a large VW minivan waiting for us. Good landing. Christian grins and shakes Stefan's hand as we get ready to file out of the jet. It's all about the density altitude, sir. Stefan smiles back. Bailey here is good at that. Christian nods at Stefan's first officer. You nailed it, Bailey. Smooth landing. Thank you, sir. She grins smugly. Enjoy your weekend, Mr. Gray. Mrs. Gray. We'll see you tomorrow. Stefan steps aside to let us disembark, and, taking my hand, Christian leads me down the aircraft steps to where Taylor is waiting by the vehicle. Minivan? Says Christian in surprise, as Taylor slides open the door. Taylor gives him a tight, contrite smile and a slight shrug. Last minute, I know, Christian says, immediately placated. Taylor returns to the plane to retrieve our luggage. Want to make out in the back of the van? Christian murmurs to me, a mischievous gleam in his eye. I giggle. Who is this man? And what has he done with Mr. Unbelievably Angry of the last couple of days? Come on, you two! Get in! Mia says from behind us, oozing impatience beside Ethan. We climb in, stagger to the double seat in the back, and sit down. I snuggle against Christian, and he puts his arm around the back of my seat. Comfortable? He murmurs, as Mia and Ethan take the seat in front of us. Yes, I smile, and he kisses my forehead, and for some unfathomable reason, I feel shy with him today. Why? Last night? Being with company? I can't put my finger on it. Elliot and Kate join us last as Taylor opens the lift gate to load the luggage. 5 minutes later, we are on our way. I gaze out the window as we head toward Aspen. The trees are green, but a whisper of the coming fall is evident here and there in the yellowing tips of the leaves. The sky is a clear crystal blue, though there are darkening clouds to the west. All around us in the distance loom the Rockies, the highest peak directly ahead. They're lush and green, and the highest are capped with snow and look like a child's drawing of mountains. We're in the winter playground of the rich and famous, and I own a house here. I can barely believe it, and from deep within my psyche, the familiar unease that's always present when I try to wrap my head around Christian's wealth looms and haunts me, making me feel guilty. What have I done to deserve this lifestyle? I've done nothing. Nothing except fall in love. Have you been to Aspen before, Anna? Ethan turns and asks, dragging me out of my reverie. No, first time. You? Kate and I used to come here a lot when we were teens. Dad's a keen skier. Mom, less so. I'm hoping my husband will teach me how to ski. I glance up at my man. Don't bet on it, Christian mutters. I won't be that bad. You might break your neck. His grin gone. Oh, I don't want to argue and sour his good mood, so I changed the subject. How long have you had this place? Nearly 2 years. It's yours now too, Mrs. Gray. He says softly. I know, I whisper. But somehow I don't feel the courage of my convictions. Leaning in, I kiss his jaw and nestle once more at his side, listening to him laugh and joke with Ethan and Elliot. Mia chimes in occasionally, but Kate is quiet, and I wonder if she's brooding about Jack Hyde or something else. Then I remember. Aspen. Christian's house here was redesigned by Gia Mateo and rebuilt by Elliot. I wonder if that's what's preoccupying Kate. I can't ask her in front of Elliot, given his history with Gia. Does Kate even know about Gia's connection to the house? I frown, wondering what could be bothering her, and resolve to ask her when we're on our own. We drive through the center of Aspen, and my mood brightens as I take in the town. There are squat buildings of mostly red brick, Swiss-style chalets, and numerous little turn-of-the-century houses painted in fun colors. Plenty of banks and designer shops, too, betraying the affluence of the local populace. Of course, Christian fits in here. Why did you choose Aspen? I ask him. What? He regards me quizzically. To buy a place. Mom and Dad used to bring us here when we were kids. I learned to ski here, and I like the place. I hope you do too. Otherwise, we'll sell the house and choose somewhere else. Simple as that. He tucks a loose strand of hair behind my ear. You look lovely today, he murmurs. My cheeks heat. I'm just wearing my traveling gear, jeans and a t-shirt with a lightweight navy blue jacket. Damn it. Why does he make me feel shy? He kisses me, a tender, sweet, loving kiss. Taylor drives us on out of town, and we start to climb the other side of the valley, twisting along a mountain road. The higher we go, the more excited I get, and Christian tenses beside me. What's wrong? I ask as we round a bend. I hope you like it, he says quietly. We're here. Taylor slows and turns through a gateway made of gray, beige, and red stones. He heads down the driveway and finally pulls up outside the impressive house. Double-fronted, with high-pitched roofs and built of dark wood and the same mixed stone as the gateway. It's stunning, modern and stark, very much Christian's style. Oh, he mouths at me as our guests start piling out of the van. Looks good. Come, see, he says, an excited, though anxious, gleam in his eyes, as if he's about to show me his science project or something. Mia runs up the steps to where a woman stands in the doorway. She's tiny, and her raven-colored hair is dusted with gray. Mia flings her arms around her neck and hugs her tightly. Who's that? I ask, as Christian helps me out of the van. Mrs. Bentley. She lives here with her husband. They look after the place. Holy cow. More staff? Mia is making introductions. Ethan, then Kate. Elliot hugs Mrs. Bentley too. As Taylor unloads the van, Christian takes my hand and leads me to the front door. Welcome back, Mr. Gray. Mrs. Bentley smiles. Carmela, this is my wife, Anastasia, Christian says proudly. His tongue caresses my name, making my heart stutter. Mrs. Gray. Mrs. Bentley nods a respectful greeting. I hold out my hand and we shake. It's no surprise to me that she's much more formal with Christian than the rest of the family. I hope you've had a pleasant flight. The weather is supposed to be fine all weekend, though I'm not sure. She eyes the darkening gray clouds behind us. Lunch is ready whenever you want. She smiles again, her dark eyes twinkling, and I warm to her immediately. Here. Christian grabs me and lifts me off my feet. What are you doing? I squeal. Carrying you over yet another threshold, Mrs. Gray. I grin as he carries me into the wide hallway, and after a brief kiss, he sets me gently down onto the hardwood floor. The interior decor is stark and reminds me of the great room at Escala. All white walls, dark wood, and contemporary abstract art. The hallway opens up into a large sitting area where 3 off-white leather couches surround a stone fireplace that dominates the room. The only color is from the soft cushions scattered on the couches. Mia grabs Ethan's hand and drags him farther into the house. Christian narrows his eyes at their departing figures, his mouth thinning. He shakes his head, then turns to me. Kate whistles loudly. Nice place. I glance around to see Elliot helping Taylor with our luggage. I wonder again if she knows that Gia had a hand in this place. Tour? Christian asks me, and whatever was going through his mind about Mia and Ethan is gone. He's radiating excitement. Or is it anxiety? It's difficult to tell. Sure. Once again, I'm overwhelmed by the wealth. How much did this place cost? And I have contributed nothing to it. Briefly, I'm transported back to the first time Christian took me to Escala. I was overwhelmed then. You got used to it, my subconscious hisses at me. Christian frowns, but takes my hand, leading me through the various rooms. The state-of-the-art kitchen is all pale marble countertops and black cupboards. There's an impressive wine cellar and an expansive den downstairs, complete with a large plasma screen TV, soft couches, and a billiards table. I gape at it and blush when Christian catches me. Fancy a game? He asks, a wicked gleam in his eye. I shake my head, and his brow furrows once more. Taking my hand again, he leads me up to the first floor. There are 4 bedrooms upstairs, each with an ensuite bathroom. The master suite is something else. The bed is huge, bigger than the bed at home, and faces an enormous picture window looking out over Aspen and toward the verdant mountains. That's Ajax Mountain, or Aspen Mountain, if you like, Christian says, eyeing me warily. He's standing in the doorway, his thumbs hooked through the belt loops on his black jeans. I nod. You're very quiet, he murmurs. It's lovely, Christian. And suddenly, I'm aching to be back at Escala. In 5 long strides, he's standing in front of me, tugging at my chin and releasing my lower lip from the grip of my teeth. What is it? He asks, his eyes searching mine. You're very rich. Yes. Sometimes it just takes me by surprise how wealthy you are. We are, I mutter automatically. Don't stress about this, Anna, please. It's just a house. And what did Gia do here, exactly? Gia? He raises his eyebrows in surprise. Yes, she remodeled this place? She did. She designed the den downstairs. Elliot did the build. He rakes his hand through his hair and frowns at me. Why are we talking about Gia? Did you know she had a fling with Elliot? Christian gazes at me for a moment, his expression unreadable. Elliot's fucked most of Seattle, Anna. I gasp. Mainly women, I understand. Christian jokes. I think he's amused by my expression. No! Christian nods. It's none of my business. He holds his palms up. I don't think Kate knows. I'm not sure he broadcasts that information. Kate seems to be holding her own. I'm shocked. Sweet, unassuming, blonde, blue-eyed Elliot? I stare in disbelief. Christian tilts his head to one side, scrutinizing me. This can't just be about Gia or Elliot's promiscuity. I know. I'm sorry. After all that's happened this week, it's just... I shrug, feeling tearful all of a sudden. Christian seems to sag with relief. Pulling me into his arms, he holds me tightly, his nose in my hair. I know. I'm sorry too. Let's relax and enjoy ourselves, okay? You can stay here and read, watch god-awful TV, shop, go hiking, fishing even, whatever you want to do. And forget what I said about Elliot. That was indiscreet of me. Goes some way to explain why he's always teasing you, I murmur, nuzzling his chest. He really has no idea about my past. I told you, my family assumed I was gay. Celibate, but gay. I giggle and begin to relax in his arms. I thought you were celibate. How wrong I was. I wrap my arms around him, marveling at the ridiculousness of Christians being gay. Mrs. Gray, are you smirking at me? Maybe a little, I acquiesce. You know, what I don't understand is why you have this place. What do you mean? He kisses my hair. You have the boat, which I get. You have the place in New York for business. But why here? It's not like you shared it with anyone. Christian stills and is silent for several beats. I was waiting for you, he says softly, his eyes dark gray and luminous. That's such a lovely thing to say. It's true. I didn't know it at the time. He smiles his shy smile. I'm glad you waited. You are worth waiting for, Mrs. Gray. He tips my chin up with his finger, leans down, and kisses me tenderly. So are you. I smile, though I feel like I cheated. I didn't have to wait long for you at all. He grins. Am I that much of a prize? Christian, you are the state lottery, the cure for cancer, and the 3 wishes from Aladdin's lamp, all rolled into one. He raises a brow. When will you realize this? I scold him. You were a very eligible bachelor, and I don't mean all this. I wave dismissively at our plush surroundings. I mean, I place my hand over his heart and his eyes widen. My confident, sexy husband has gone, and I'm facing my lost boy. Believe me, Christian, please. I whisper and clasp his face, pulling his lips to mine. And I don't know if it's hearing what I've said or his usual primal response. I claim him, my lips moving against his, my tongue invading his mouth. When we're both breathless, he pulls away, eyeing me doubtfully. When are you going to get it through your exceptionally big skull that I'd love you? I ask, exasperated. He swallows. One day, he says. This is progress. I smile and am rewarded with his answering shy smile. Come, let's have some lunch. The others will be wondering where we are. We can discuss what we all want to do. Oh no, Kate says suddenly. All eyes turn to her. Look, she says, pointing to the picture window. Outside, rain has started pouring down. We are sitting around the dark wood table in the kitchen, having consumed an Italian feast of a mixed antipasto, prepared by Mrs. Bentley, and a bottle or two of Frascati. I'm replete, and a little buzzed from the alcohol. There goes our hike, Elliot mutters, sounding vaguely relieved. Kate scowls at him. Something is definitely up with them. They have been relaxed with all of us, but not with each other. We could go into town, Mia pipes up. Ethan smirks at her. Perfect weather for fishing, Christian suggests. I'll go fish, Ethan says. Let's split up. Mia claps her hands. Girls, shopping. Outdoor boring stuff. I glance at Kate, who regards Mia indulgently. Fishing or shopping? Geez, what a choice. Anna, what do you want to do? Christian asks. I don't mind, I lie. Hey, and mouths shopping. Perhaps she wants to talk. But I'm more than happy to go shopping. I smile wryly at Kate and Mia. Christian smirks. He knows I hate shopping. I can stay here with you, if you'd like, he murmurs, and something dark unfurls in my belly at his tone. No, you go fish, I answer. Christian needs boy time. Sounds like a plan, Kate says, rising from the table. Taylor will accompany you, Christian says, and it's a given, not up for discussion. We don't need babysitting, Kate retorts bluntly, direct as ever. I put my hand on Kate's arm. Kate, Taylor should come. She frowns, then shrugs, and for once in her life holds her tongue.
Are you done?
I smile timidly at Christian. His expression remains impassive. Oh, I hope he's not mad at Kate. Elliot frowns. I need to pick up the battery for my watch in town. He glances quickly at Kate, and I spot his slight blush. She doesn't notice because she is pointedly ignoring him. Take the Audi, Elliot. When you come back, we can go fishing, Christian says. Yeah, Elliot mutters, but he seems distracted. Good plan. In here! Grabbing my hand, Mia hauls me into a designer boutique that's all pink silk and faux fringe distressed rustic furniture. Kate follows us while Taylor waits outside, sheltering under the awning from the rain. Aretha is belting out Say a Little Prayer over the store's hi-fi system. I love this song. I should put it on Christian's iPod. This will look wonderful on you, Anna. Mia holds up a scrap of silver material. Here, try it on. It's a bit short. You'll look fantastic in it. Christian will love it. You think? Mia beams at me. Anna, you have legs to die for, and if we go clubbing tonight... She smiles, sensing an easy kill. You'll look hot for your husband. I blink at her, slightly shocked. We're going clubbing? I don't do clubbing. Kate laughs at my expression. She seems more relaxed now that she's away from Elliot. We should throw some shapes this evening, she says. No, try it on, Mia orders, and reluctantly I head for the changing room. While I wait for Kate and Mia to emerge from the dressing room, I stroll to the shop window and look out, unseen, across the main street. The Soul compilation continues. Dionne Warwick is singing Walk On By, another great song, one of my mother's favorites. I glance down at the dress in my hand. Dress is perhaps an overstatement. It's backless and very short, but Mia has declared it a winner, perfect for dancing the night away. Apparently, I need shoes too, and a large chunky necklace, which we'll source next. Rolling my eyes, I reflect once more on how lucky I am to have Caroline Acton, my own personal shopper. Through the boutique window, I'm distracted by the sight of Elliot. He has appeared on the other side of the leafy main street, climbing out of a large Audi. He dives into a store as if to duck out of the rain. Looks like a jewelry store. Maybe he's looking for that watch battery. He emerges a few minutes later and not alone, with a woman. Fuck! He's talking to Gia. What the hell is she doing here? As I watch, they hug briefly and she holds her head back, laughing animatedly at something he says. He kisses her on the cheek and then runs to the waiting car. She turns and heads down the street, and I gape after her. What was that about? I turn anxiously toward the dressing rooms, but there's still no sign of Kate or Mia. I glance at Taylor, where he's waiting outside the store. He catches my eye, then shrugs. He's witnessed Elliot's little encounter, too. I blush, embarrassed to have been caught snooping. Turning back, Mia and Kate emerge, both of them laughing. Kate looks at me quizzically. What's wrong, Anna? She asked. You gone cold on the dress? You look sensational in it. No. Are you okay? Kate's eyes widened. I'm fine. Shall we pay? I head to the cashier, joining Mia, who has chosen 2 skirts. Good afternoon, ma'am. The young sales assistant, who has more gloss coating her lips than I have ever seen in one place, smiles at me. That'll be $850. What? For this scrap of material? I blink at her and meekly hand over my black Amex. Mrs. Gray. Miss Lip Gloss purrs. I follow Kate and Mia in a daze for the next 2 hours, warring with myself. Should I tell Kate? My subconscious firmly shakes her head. Yes, I should tell her. No, I shouldn't. It could just have been an innocent meeting. Shit! What should I do? Well, do you like the shoes, Anna? Mia has her fists on her hips. Yeah, sure. I end up with a pair of unfeasibly high Manolo Blahniks with straps that look like they were made from mirrors. They match the dress perfectly and set Christian back just over $1,000. I'm luckier with the long silver chain that Kate insists I buy. It's a bargain at $84. Getting used to having money? Kate asks, not unkindly, as we walk back to the car. Mia has skipped ahead. You know this isn't me, Kate. I'm kind of uncomfortable about all this, but I'm reliably informed it's part of the package. I purse my lips at her, and she puts her arm around me. You'll get used to it, Anna. She's sympathetic. You'll look great. Hey, how are you and Elliot getting along? I asked. Her wide blue eyes dart to mine. Oh no. She shakes her head. I don't want to talk about it now. She nods toward Mia. But things are... She doesn't finish her sentence. This is unlike my tenacious Kate. Shit. I knew something was up. Do I tell her what I saw? What did I see? Elliot and this well-groomed sexual predator talking, hugging, and that kiss on the cheek. Surely they are just old friends. No, I won't tell her. Not right now. I give her my, I completely understand and will respect your privacy nod. She reaches for my hand and gives it a grateful squeeze. And there it is, a swift glimpse of pain and hurt in her eyes that she quickly stifles with a blink. I feel a sudden surge of protectiveness for my dear friend. What the hell is Elliot Man-whore Gray playing at? Once back at the house, Kate decides we deserve cocktails after our shopping extravaganza and whips up some strawberry daiquiris for us. We curl up on the sitting room couches in front of the blazing log fire. Elliot has just been a little distant lately, Kate murmurs, gazing into the flames. Kate and I finally have a moment to ourselves as Mia puts away her purchases. Oh? And I think I'm in trouble for getting you into trouble. You heard about that? Yes. Christian called Elliot. Elliot called me. I roll my eyes. Oh, 50-50-50. I'm sorry. Christian is protective. You haven't seen Elliot since Cocktailgate? No. Oh. I really like him, Anna, she whispers. And for one dreadful minute, I think she's going to cry. This is not like Kate. Does this mean the return of the pink pajamas? She turns to me. I've fallen in love with him. At first, I thought it was just the great sex. But he's charming and kind and warm and funny. I could see us growing old together. You know, kids, grandkids, the works. You're happily ever after, I whisper. She nods sadly. Maybe you should talk to him. Try to find some alone time here. Find out what's eating him. Who's eating him? My subconscious snarls. I slap her down, shocked at the waywardness of my own thoughts. Perhaps you guys could go for a walk tomorrow morning? We'll see. Kate, I hate seeing you like this. She smiles weakly, and I lean over to hug her. I resolve not to mention Gia, though I might mention it to the man whore himself. How can he mess with my friend's affections like this? Mia returns, and we move on to safer territory. The fire hisses and spits sparks onto the hearth as I feed it the last log. We're almost out of wood. Even though it's summer, the fire is very welcome on this wet day. Mia, do you know where the wood for the fire is kept? I ask as she sips her daiquiri. I think it's in the garage. I'll go find some. It'll give me an opportunity to explore. The rain has eased off when I venture outside and head to the 3-car garage adjoining the house. The side door is unlocked and I enter, switching on the light to fight the gloom. The fluorescent strips ping noisily to life. There's a car in the garage, and I realize it's the Audi I saw Elliot in this afternoon. They're probably endeavoring to teach me how to ride, but flash through my mind. Unconsciously, I rub my arm where I pull around. You're back! It would appear so. He grins, and I realize that Christian might say the same thing to me, but without the huge, heart-melting grin. Well, he asks, man whore? Oh, it's a family trait, and waves his arm to indicate we're alone. He strolls toward the nearest bike and swings a long, denim-clad leg over the saddle, sitting astride and grabbing the handlebars. Christian has, issues about my safety. I shouldn't. You always do what he says. Elliot has a wicked sparkle in his baby blue eyes, and I see a glimmer of the bad boy. The bad boy Kate has fallen in love with. The bad boy from Detroit. No, I arch an admonishing brow at him, but I'm trying to put that right. He has enough to worry about without adding me to the mix. Is he back? I don't know. You didn't go fishing? Elliot shakes his head. I had some business to deal with in town. Business? Holy shit. Groomed blonde business. I inhale sharply and gape at him. You don't want to ride. What are you doing in the garage? Elliot is intrigued. I'm looking for wood for the fire. There you are. Oh, Elliot, you're back. Kate interrupts us. Hey, baby. Catch anything? I recognize Elliot's reaction. No, I had a few things to take care of in town. And for one brief moment, I see a flash of uncertainty cross his face. Oh, shit. I came out to see what was keeping Anna. Kate looks at us, confused. We were just shooting the breeze, Elliot says, and the tension crackles between them. We all pause as we hear a car pull up outside. Oh, Christian's back. Thank heavens. The garage door opener whirs loudly into action, startling us all, and the door slowly lifts to reveal Christian and Ethan unloading a black flatbed truck. Christian stops when he sees us standing in the garage. Garage band? He asks sardonically as he wanders in, heading straight for me. I grin. I am relieved to see him. Beneath his wading jacket, he's wearing the coveralls I sold him at Clayton's. Hi, he says, looking quizzically at me and ignoring both Kate and Elliot. Hi, nice coveralls. Lots of pockets. Very handy for fishing. His voice is soft and seductive, for my ears only, and when he gazes down at me, his expression is hot. I flush, and he smiles a huge, no-holds-barred, all-for-me smile. You're wet, I murmur. It was raining. What are you guys doing in the garage? Finally, he acknowledges that we are not alone. Anna came to fetch some wood. Elliot arches an eyebrow. Somehow, he manages to make that sentence sound smutty. I tried to tempt her to take a ride. He is master of the double entendre. Christian's face falls and my heart falls. She said no. You wouldn't like it. Elliot says kindly, and innuendo-free. Christian's gray gaze swings back to me. Did she now? He murmurs. Listen, I'm all for standing around discussing what Anna did next, but shall we go back inside? Kate snaps. She stoops down, snatches up 2 logs, and turns on her heel, stomping toward the door. Oh shit, Kate is mad, but I know it's not at me. Elliot sighs and, without a word, follows her out. I gaze after them, but Christian distracts me. You can ride a motorcycle? He asks, his voice laced with disbelief. Not very well. Ethan taught me. His eyes frost immediately. You made the right decision, he says, his voice much cooler. The ground's very hard at the moment, and the rain's made it treacherous and slippery. Where do you want the fishing gear? Ethan calls from outside. Leave it, Ethan. Taylor will take care of it. What about the fish? Ethan continues, his taunting. You caught a fish? I ask, surprised. Not me. Kavanaugh did. And Christian pouts, prettily. I burst out laughing. Mrs. Bentley will deal with that. He calls back. Ethan grins and heads into the house. Am I amusing you, Mrs. Gray? Very much so. You're wet. Let me run you a bath. As long as you join me. He leans down and kisses me. I fill the large egg-shaped tub in the ensuite bathroom and pour in some expensive bath oil, which starts to foam immediately. The aroma is heavenly. Jasmine, I think. Back in the bedroom, I start to hang the dress while the bath fills. Did you have a good time? Christian asks as he enters the room. He's just in a t-shirt and sweatpants, his feet bare. He closes the door behind him. Yes, I murmur, drinking him in. I have missed him. Ridiculous. It's only been what, a few hours? He cocks his head to one side and gazes at me. What is it? I was thinking how much I've missed you. You sound like you have it bad, Mrs. Gray. I have, Mr. Gray. He strolls toward me until he's standing in front of me. What did you buy? He whispers, and I know it's to change the topic of conversation. A dress, some shoes, a necklace. I spent a great deal of your money. I glance up at him, guiltily. He's amused. Good, he murmurs, and tucks a stray lock of hair behind my ear. And for the billionth time, our money. He tugs my chin, releasing my lip from my teeth, and runs his index finger down the front of my t-shirt, down my sternum, between my breasts, down my stomach, and over my belly to the hem. You won't be needing this in the bath, he whispers, and gripping the hem of my t-shirt in both hands, slowly pulls it up. Lift your arms. I comply, not taking my eyes off his, and he drops my t-shirt on the floor. I thought we were just having a bath. My pulse quickens. I want to make you good and dirty first. I've missed you too. He leans down and kisses me. Shit! The water! I struggle to sit up, all post-orgasmic and dazed. Christian doesn't release me. Christian! The bath! I gaze down at him from my prone position across his chest. He laughs. Relax. It's a wet room. He rolls over and kisses me quickly. I'll switch off the faucet. He climbs gracefully off the bed and strolls into the bathroom. My eyes greedily follow him all the way. My husband. naked and soon to be wet.
Okay,
I bound out of bed.
okay.
We sit at opposite ends of the bath, which is very full. So full that whenever we move, water laps over the side and splashes to the floor. It's very decadent. Even more decadent is Christian washing my feet, massaging the soles, pulling gently on my toes. He kisses in my groin,